All right, y'all, my mic working today. What's good, family? So my mic working today. Let me double check. Make sure y'all can hear me. Salute to everybody, man. I don't know. Yeah, so it's saying my mic working. Yesterday was crazy. I couldn't get the mic back pumping, but I appreciate everybody for commenting on the video. I ain't even know. But today we on the Nigeria bombing and standing on lineage business. Y'all know how we do. Salute, always pushing help, wealth, and a better understanding of self. But yeah, man, I appreciate all the new people that's been tapping in. It's going crazy, and with bombing in Nigeria, we gonna get it. We gonna get into it. We're gonna open up the chats too. So make sure y'all tap in. I want to hear what the people got to say about this. But without further ado, let's get it.
By now, we all know that America and President Donald Trump has taken not one but two oil tankers from Venezuela. Now, those oil tankers just so happen to have some sort of connection with Nigeria also.
Salute, extra lovely.
Now,
I appreciate
we have
you.
a Nigerian general.
This is
We in the
President
building.
Ronaldo
Hey, Mama Lisa.
of Laughter Republic. 24 hours has now passed since I
Mama Lisa
made
in the building.
the video addressing the U.S. government. We still have not received the oil tankers that were stolen from Venezuela
Salute, fam.
and from
Salute, fam.
Nigeria.
Basically jumping on camera telling us that they're going to need that shit back. Mr. Nigerian general, y'all not getting shit back. I don't know what you don't understand, but America took that shit and they're going to take some more. I don't know what else to tell you. We are watching gangster TV. We got the biggest gangster in office right now, Donald Trump, and he's not giving nothing back. He don't give a fuck, right? He don't care about Nigeria or Venezuela if it's not obvious by now. He's kicking all the Venezuelans out, kicking all the Nigerians out because y'all not really trying to play ball correctly. You get what I'm saying? All the scamming and scheming, dipping and diving. We don't like that. We don't like that, right? So you're not getting the tankers back. It's ours now. We took it. Get that shit back in blood. That's what the rappers say, Pooh Shiesty and them. Get it back in blood. Take it back. And we all know that's not gonna happen. Y'all got robbed. It is what it is. They took the oil, they took the fucking boat, they sniping Venezuelans with that laser gun. That's a fucking laser. You know that, right?
Come in
Those
chat,
aren't bullets
family.
hitting them boats in the ocean.
Salute,
That's a
family. I
laser.
want to hear what y'all
So
think
get it
about
back in
this.
blood. Y'all not getting the oil back. We got the biggest gangster in the office. It's over. TPS status is ending. It ended for the Venezuelans. They writing something up right now for the Nigerians. Get the fuck out of here. Go back home with no oil. You got to go back home empty-handed. I don't know what else to tell you. But sorry, General. I don't even know how to say his name, so I'm not gonna butcher it. Much respect to you, but you're not getting nothing back. Sorry, bro.
So he was a little intense with it that they ain't getting nothing back. But I want to know what y'all think about the bombers. I'm finna play some videos of it, but I think it's kind of weird it happened right on Christmas to me. But I know a lot of people gonna be hating on us for just talking about the news just because it's weird. And I don't know what color the people was. First I hear it's ISIS, then I hear it's Nigerian. So I'm finna see if we can get to the bottom of it right now. But let's see what we got. All right, I got something that we can salute to everybody tuning in. Check this out. So this is this is gonna sum up exactly what happened. And then we're gonna break down. Let's get it.
Delayed American military strikes in northwest Nigeria until Christmas Day to deliver a message to groups he alleges are targeting Christians in that country. Meanwhile, the Nigerian government praised the attacks and said it provided the U.S. with the necessary intelligence. Nick Schifrin is here with the details. Nick.
William, the area that the U.S. bombed in Nigeria is near the border of neighboring Niger, in a part of Western Africa that suffered from cross-border terrorism. Northern Nigeria has suffered from violence for years. And while the president describes this as focus on protecting Christians, the violence in Nigeria and the groups committing it are far more complex. In the Gulf of Guinea, a Tomahawk missile flies to an area never before struck by the U.S. military, northwest Nigeria, where locals picked up debris as nearby flames kept burning. By day, the grass was scorched and police cordoned off an impact site. This missile, at least in this remote rural area, apparently killed no one.
There was no loss of life and no loss of property.
A U.S. military official tells PBS NewsHour a ship off Nigeria's coast fired more than a dozen Tomahawks at 2 ISIS training camps. Local security analysts say the missiles hit in at least 4 locations, all in Nigeria's northwest Sokoto state. The area has been plagued by a group known as Lakurawa that claims affiliation with ISIS Sahel and exploits poor local governance and access to terrorist groups that operate in Niger and Mali. Nigeria declared them a terrorist organization, but locals say they're connected to bandits and criminals who've intimidated local residents, most of whom are Muslim, preaching radicalization, kidnapping hundreds of girls and young boys in an attempt to control and exploit the population.
This is what we've always been hoping for, to work with the Americans.
Today, Nigerian Foreign Minister Yusuf Tugar told Channels TV that Nigeria provided the U.S.
My thing is, why would they be calling the U.S. to come help them when they got their own army, police, security? I don't understand that. I mean, y'all gonna have to help me understand that part.
U.S. intelligence.
It is a joint operation, and it is not targeting any religion.
But last night, President Trump wrote that the targets were, quote, ISIS terrorist scum in northwest Nigeria, who've been targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. And today he told Politico the strike was supposed to take place on Christmas Eve, but he said, nope, let's give a Christmas present.
The government doesn't help the Christians. They're not protecting them. They're not protecting their villages.
Nina Shea directs the Hudson Institute's Center of Religious Freedom. She and 30 other advocates, Christian organizations, and think tanks wrote a letter in October to President Trump saying the Nigerian government demonstrably tolerates relentless aggression uniquely against Christian farming families.
Local Christian leaders are telling us that they are trying to cleanse the land of Christians, that they are establishing the land for Islamic rule.
So it looks like the Nigerian helped them.
In reality, Nigeria violence is more complex. For years, Islamist terrorists have plagued northern.
I'm with you though, it's not our business, but we definitely sending them bombs over there. But it's not our fight. It's not for us to be jumping in between and getting in between. They're going to have to get themselves.
Northeast Nigeria. Best known as Boko Haram, they've targeted the Nigerian military and violently oppose female education. It's bombed mosques. Boko Haram also targeted Christians, as I saw in 2015 in the eastern city of Mubi.
Outside the nearby Church of the Brethren, the damage is everywhere. Inside, high above the podium, the fire set by Boko Haram almost erased the cross from the wall.
When these people landed in Mubi, they will ask you, are you a Christian or a Muslim? When you say you're a Christian, they will shoot you.
But that's the Northeast, far from today's target. And then there's the map. Most Nigerian Muslims live in the north. Most Christians live in the south. And in the middle, the two groups overlap, as do tribes, farmers, and herders, who can clash violently. For decades, nomadic herders, almost all of whom are Muslim, have fought farmers, most of whom are Christian, over land disputes and scarce resources. The independent conflict monitor ACLED tells PBS NewsHour last year's data show a rise in Christian fatalities, mostly in central Nigeria. But the vast majority of the incidents were over land disputes, not targeting because of religion.
You can see how all these things are interconnected. So when you try to reduce it to just say, oh no, it's Muslims killing Christians in Nigeria, you see how you can get it completely wrong.
And for more perspective on the U.S. strike against...
So, in other words, y'all see how I had it wrong. I guess the Nigerians is helping America and it's just in Nigeria. At least that's what I got. What y'all got out of that? Where them boys get them NBA jerseys from? For real. Because the thing definitely ain't, they ain't official. They damn sure ain't official. But shout out to Captain Private. He put all their people who work so hard and flee to other countries. Big facts. They be everywhere though. I did a video when they was in Canada running some type of probably scam. But yeah, I guess this is big talk. This is big talk, but I'm finna put on some I wanted to hear what some of the Pan-Africanists had to say about this. You know, they be quick to be talking. But check this out. I want to see what some of the Pan-Africanists is saying. We may have to drop some dimes. Let's get it.
The real alliance. Ibrahim Traoré is the president of Burkina Faso. You also have the president of Niger, Chiani, and you have General Goita of Mali, right?
Everyone is so corrupt over there.
The real reason, Art, and I need you to get this, the real reason Donald Trump wants to invade northern Nigeria, Art, has nothing to do with Black Christians. Nothing to do with my Christian brothers and sisters in the north. Northern Nigeria sits under what country, Art? Northern Nigeria sits right under Niger, one of the 3 countries in the Sahel Alliance. Nigeria borders Niger. And why is Niger so important, Art? Who is the #1 supplier of uranium in the world? Niger. Do you know what you need uranium for, Art? Nuclear missiles, nuclear bombs, nuclear technology, nuclear warheads. Niger is the #1 supplier of uranium. And in the nuclear age, Art, uranium is the vibranium of Black Panther. In the nuclear age, uranium is the vibranium that they talked about in the Black Panther movie. So the reason Donald Trump needs to get into northern Nigeria,
he making up all type of words. You hear him on the fly?
Nigeria, Art, so they can invade and try to overthrow President Chiani in Niger so they can get control of the uranium. Are you with me so far?
I follow you.
Not
bro, this man like a preacher, bro. I promise you, bro. He coming up with words on the fly. I never heard of vibranium.
Not only does Niger have uranium, they have gold and other resources. And then next to Niger, you have who? Mali. Mali has gold. Mali has copper. Mali has zinc and unlimited natural resources. And then Burkina Faso is only a hop, skip, and a jump from northern Nigeria. And you know they want to get rid of Ibrahim Traoré. And we pray to God and the ancestors that never happens. But they want to get rid of Ibrahim Traoré because he's the leader. And what does Burkina Faso have a whole lot of? Gold, Art. Donald Trump wants to geopolitically and strategically put the U.S. military in northern Nigeria So they have easy access to invade Niger right above, Mali right above to the left, and Burkina Faso right above even further to the left. Do you see that?
Right. I see.
This is about overthrowing independent African states, Art. Donald Trump don't give a damn about no black Christians in Traore and the.
So y'all see, that's what the Pan-Africans. I had to let y'all hear what the Pan-Africanists themselves is talking about. He telling the truth about the uranium in Niger. Okay. In Niger. Yeah, I ain't know about that. It's from Black Panther movie. Okay, so he got it from the movie? That's wild. That's wild business. Call Dog, what's good, family? Call Dog in the building. I mean, I ain't got no problem with what he was saying, but you know, he's a Pan-Africanist, so he knows it a lot better than us. But it still ain't none of our business.
If we're just taught that we are all Africans and that's all we came from, we just came off the boats and nobody does research and learn the actual
No
truth,
uranium,
even for their own bloodline.
nuclear.
How are you going to know the full truth on who you are, where you come from, where your people come from? By default, and because
Lazy
American
drugs,
history, things that
FBA
on
don't
American
care.
soil, Black Americans, we have a much wider phenotype than West African. You see this in our features, you see this in our skin complexion, and you also see this in the texture of our hair. Y'all don't want to admit it. Y'all want to keep selling everybody this lie. Oh, it's West Africans who have curly hair and a straight nose and light brown skin. Just about every African in West Africa, I don't give a damn what village it is, look the same. If you see anybody different, it's because somewhere,
Shout out to
somebody
Cooler
done laid up.
Green
I don't
in the
care how
house.
much y'all come up here and say there was no mixing. Yes, it was. Ain't nobody finna sell their ass out more than an African. Them people are living in poverty. You know, they'll do whatever it takes, even make kids. They got a whole new breed of Asian people that they making over there. They don't have the same racial pride as we do until they come over to the West. This whole love yourself, Black pride, Black unity was created by Black Americans who was told they was Africans, not by fucking Africans. Y'all treat Black Americans like we just got some mystery ancestry. No, we don't. We have history that you guys are just not willing to actually learn, because the same exact way through colonialism, we were sold this idea that we are African, we are African, we are African. The whole world ran with it too. And anything that goes against that, y'all get so mad. Y'all be getting so mad. Y'all want to be African so much, but again, like I said, y'all turn around and use African as an insult. The issue is a lot of y'all don't like the way y'all look. You don't like the way you look. You don't like the fact that you have two Black grandmas. And I'm talking about dark-skinned Black grandmas. You actually wish you was mixed up. You wish you have a larger admixture as the next Black person. And you hiding all of this insecurity behind this fake pro-Blackness. This, oh, I believe I'm African, so I'm more pro-Black than you. I'm more Black. You guys don't have no African value. You do absolutely nothing African. Y'all don't even like the way your real hair. So how in the fuck is you? How the fuck you think you popping your shit because you call yourself an African? And again, this goes back into, this is the reason why Black people look at other Black people with a different phenotype, you know, here in America, as, oh, you must be from somewhere else. Or where you from? Where your people from? Because we've been told that a lot of we are Africans. And so we should just look like Africans.
Where your people from? Y'all remember homeboy was on our chat and we like, yo, you know, what's your lineage? And he like, I never in my lifetime had to ever say what's my lineage. It's like we in that time right now because we need to know, you know, what's your lineage. It lets us know where your head at, especially right now. Not to say nothing wrong with anybody that's from Shaquille Johnson. What's good? Yo, brother, salute everybody in the building today. Ain't nobody more self-hate angry than African. Damn. We be hearing that a lot. Race head in the building. Salute, fam. Those African nations mentioned are currently being locked back by Russia and China. Yeah, this is the main reason for America's interest. They already have robbed the natural resources. Yeah, man, that's a lot going on with the Africa. Those resources over there, but if China and Russia's over there, you know America gonna come follow. I mean, in my opinion. But it's been a lot of FBA FBA bag.
For any reason, including suspension, his guarantees will be null and void. So he loses his guaranteed money because of the suspension.
45 Michaels.
Yes.
Ain't nothing and that's why I'm saying I'm not on the other side of that. There's nothing I say that makes you talk about my mama. Fam, you got it, big dog.
They say something about FBA in the let me read what the chat's talking about. They're about to recolonize Africa. Yeah, man. I mean, shout out to Reese, man. Everybody benefits by Africa, right? But just like what they do at the Black Caucus, they be claiming they sending all of that money over, and they don't be sent. I don't think they sending any money. But I like playing the old boy.
Is a king of America, probably the first king to ever invade Europe. Yeah, the Moors weren't the only ones.
Against that evil government.
They didn't all come from Africa. They also came from this part of the world.
Absolutely.
One of the 3 Tartarian kings was killed. Were they all related? Well, are you ready for this? It's going to get even crazier. I also wanted to show this. There is a lot of this information online. This is another one of the original Tartarians, one of the original Moorish Tartarians when they were combined, Morocco, Algeria, Egypt.
Maybe throwing some about history in there. Shout out to FBA Justice. I like that name. Name sound like you standing on business. I appreciate that. But yeah, man, we got all the tethered politicians, man. We got to get them up out of here.
Tethered politicians. Tethered politicians. We don't share the same culture. We don't have the same visions. Tell the politicians. If you are not Black American, please don't speak for us. Your ancestors were not in them civil rights streets with us. In my country, you talk tough. But in your homeland, you eating dust. Getting stuck due to civil unrest, believing that better than us is injustice. Tell the politicians. Tell the politicians. We don't share the same culture. We don't have the same visions. Tell the politicians.
Salute, Sean in the building. Man, I appreciate y'all.
Tell the politicians.
Yeah, we finna get them up out of here though. You make me smile. I think you're cool. The game. Can you dig? Salute, man. Libra 5420. What it do, y'all, man? We chilling on this Friday night, man. We just trying to get on our FBA vibes. Y'all know how we do. But, you know, since the holidays came, we used to have a lot of trolls that came in, but trying to keep it strictly positive FBA. But I'm going to open up the lines for y'all later, though. But shout out to Mama Lisa, man, for always holding us down. A lot of our elders be coming into the chat, holding it down. But check this out. I want to show y'all this. I got a few segments I'm going to bring up. He said, what it be? Got a few segments I want to show y'all, but let's see. All right. I got y'all right here. Let me see what the chat talking about. All right, here we go. Salute. Libra in the building. Man, I be liking all y'all got the FBA flag. We had some, what is that? Somebody else too had the FBA? No, you just had FBA justice, but I like that. Y'all put the flag into your thumbnail. Standing on real business. That's when I know you really standing on business. Let me pull this out though, y'all. Salute to the. But Byron Donald was running for governor in Florida, and he's dead set against our right here dual allegiance to Jamaica. Oh yeah, we're gonna get him out of here in Florida. We're gonna have to pull up. Listen, what us from Florida, we're gonna have to pull up on Mr. Byron Donald. We're gonna have to pull up on him. He over there by the Tampa area. But yeah, we're gonna have to make sure he lose. He ain't go win. We definitely ain't gonna get him on. Salute. But let's check out what the FBA is talking about Pan-Africanism.
It's not equal. Like, I'm sorry, you don't have to come with something a lot better than that. If we're actually gonna work together in a Pan-Africanist type of way, you gotta offer more than languages and culture, because there's just not enough value there. And I'm not talking about raw resources that half of you guys wouldn't even be able to tell us where to even find raw resources, don't even know what to even do with them. I'm talking about real economic growth. I'm talking about, people in my comment section talking about, you don't know your language. Who cares? Let's talk about economics. Let's talk about building. Let's talk about making money. Let's talk about stuff that actually is going to build up societies. All of that tribalism talk is the reason why a lot of these countries look like shit. And I'm just being all the way real, because you're hyper focused on culture and all this stuff that doesn't benefit anybody. Doesn't benefit anybody except you at your site. Nobody's buying that. The only culture that's being bought, honestly, is Black American culture. The United States has done a good job at selling our culture to the entire world. But other than that, most countries can't do that. Okay. Like, if you really look at China is like a superpower. They are not hyper focused on their own culture on a global scale.
I appreciate y'all for vibing with me tonight, man. I appreciate it. Y'all stepping out.
Okay, they're focused on manufacturing. They make everything. Every time there's something, a new trend that comes out or a new trinket that everybody wants to buy, you best believe that China is on top of their game. They're going to have that product out by next week, because their focus is on the capitalism, the economic part of whatever. They're focused on economics, they're not hyper focused on tribalism and culture. So I have yet to see a society that has all of these tribalistic talking points that is actually successful financially. Get out of your emotions. Those emotions will have you broke, period. I'm not saying that the United States is perfect, but what I am saying is that it wouldn't be so many people that need to flee their country that are suffering. Like people are suffering and trying to find here, there, and everywhere to go to try to have an opportunity for a better life. They flocking over here. They flock into the UK. They flock into different European nations. It's like they're trying to flee because the focus of their nation is all this corruption, and the focus is not on the right things that will help the society build and grow. But
what you mean, man, on Tyreek? What's this stuff about Tyreek? He put Robbers Park, Tampa, Florida, bro. What is the thing on Tyreek, aka Maurice Vincent? I don't know what you talking about, man. Lineage is a white French man who owned slaves. He put a Tampa tell. I'm thinking he from Tampa. He telling me about Byron Donald, and we're gonna get him up out of there. We ain't finna let him, you over there in Byron Donald's section. He ain't even bringing up that, bro. He bringing up Tyreek Nasheed. I'm trying to think. But Maurice Vincent Jones, I don't know what homie on, bro. You gotta explain that better, bro. I don't know what you talking about.
Yeah, my kids know about Africa. They were looking forward to visiting Africa. We all were. But they don't want us over there except for to do what we've done here. They just want to do to us in Africa what America did to us here. They want us to come over there and help them to build Africa. They want our money, whatever money they think we have. They want the funds. They just want the money. They just want they just want us to build.
I'm saying people really don't like, I guess Tyreek be roasting them so bad that they got so much animosity towards Tyreek where they trying to find anything and everything to say something bad about, or just try to put him in a negative light. I be seeing that. Everybody want to come to me with something about Tyreek. Like, bro, this man is not our leader. Whatever you trying to do, I don't get it. B1, shout out Libra 5420. I appreciate you. They got animosity towards any Black American who is dark skinned and broke. I don't know what it is, fam, but they coming in here, man, heavy with Tyreek Nasheed on
Africa. They don't want us. And it has become very clear. And so I say to you, Black Americans, whether you consider yourself Black American or African American, these people are not our allies. They were probably already our enemies, and we just didn't know it. Just like I had no idea that Hispanic people felt that way about us.
And when it comes to the African American and versus the African country and all of, at the end of the motherfucking day, y'all do understand that we were all on different motherfucking boats. Some of us got dropped off over here in America. Some people got dropped off over there in different parts of Africa and so forth. The Latin countries, we were all separated and calling
America. Good hair days start with a routine. An easy routine starts with a daily chew. Through Hims, you can grow thicker, fuller hair in just 3 to 6 months.
Black American people will not have the freedoms that we have. And she's using all reports from Malcolm X saying that these people from Africa came over and spoke with Malcolm X. Support does not equate struggle. Let's be very clear. Our ancestors went through a struggle. Even some of them died. So your support meant nothing. Our ancestors were in the streets, right? Dogs being sicked on them. They were being unalive. You did not help us. Our ancestors, what? Oh, lady. Go back to where you came from.
There was an old interview of Denzel Washington asking.
Okay, what bro talking about? bro. But you got FBA up with Tariq copyright FBA. It's his. And I asked you because your channel is the only one that be unbiased. Bro, I ain't even get your question, homie. You put yeah, bro, but you got FBA up and Tariq copywritten FBA. It's his. And I asked you because your channel is the only one that be unbiased. I don't understand the question though, bro, family. Like when we called that when they labeled us African American and Jesse Jackson coined that, do you know who owned the term African American? And we ain't even gotta have this because I'm going back in the old stuff, bro. Yeah, because people always running with that like that's a bad thing. Yeah, fam. Maybe you need to express how you feel. I'm gonna give you a chance to express how you feel, bro. I know in Florida, like sometimes you gotta go ahead. Let me hear what you talking about with this Tariq Rashid, bro. It better not be no sideways. You said my channel unbiased, so you watching the content. So I don't get what you're saying. Cause if anybody, I'm gonna call them out. I don't care who it is. Jesse Jackson didn't coin that. Bro, Malcolm X was saying it way before. But my point is, do you use it? Like, did you care about who owned it? Who owned the term African American? This nigga Tinkerbell troll account. Hey, he a troll account. Jesse Jackson coined that, bro. But man, if he ain't finna, he finna troll us, but he ain't saying that.
Is the sheep preaching hate if he decides he is not going to let the wolf eat him anymore? And if the wolf tries to enter his home, he is going to knock him over the head. Is that preaching hate? And it's like, that's literally what is happening right now. Black Americans are saying no more. And actually, we don't want your reclassified titles. We want to reclaim who we are at our core. Before you came along and began telling us.
My thing is, when have we been marketing not supporting our people that's doing something? That's my thing is to the people that's trying to say something about Tariq, bro. When have you, I don't understand if somebody trademarked something and you trying to say like what is you saying? He's mad at Tariq, so he mad at us. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you see that I'm unbiased on my channel, so that should tell you something. That should tell you that you need to drop all this stuff that you feel about Tariq. If you see that I'm unbiased and I don't see nothing that the man doing that's violating or off code, so you should leave him alone. It's a distraction. You should talk to Tariq. Moore's TV. Ignore that. Big facts, man. Big facts. Moore's TV.
Who we were and shipping us around like we were cargo. So where now people are saying Oh, you're preaching division. You're preaching hate. You're preaching racism. No, no, no. I am preaching for my people to finally stop taking the bullshit. Stop settling for the bullshit. And it just so happens that right about now, it looks like a grand division because Black Americans are not just saying it to white America, but we are saying it to all races that hand out disrespect. The ones who want to say we are dangerous, we are violent, we have no culture, we are ignorant, and then they want to also turn around and say, hey, and actually now we need your help. No, motherfucker. No, we're not doing it anymore. We are for our people, full boo, for us, by us. That's what the Black Americans are for. So we are not preaching hate. We are not preaching division. We are preaching fuck around and find the fuck out.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
Pan-Africanism began as a powerful and
I'm glad they got my mic working today. Salute, Call Dog in the building, man. Y'all know how we do. Man, I want to open up the lines, man, so y'all can raise head. I wanted to get more what Tim, what is his name? Tim Pot Time or Tim Pot Tim. But y'all know we standing on business on this channel, man. We going on a heavy politician tear, especially the Tubbs. The guy Tyreek had an encounter with at the museum from Baltimore. Yeah, I want him to come up, man, to speak his mind. What's your lineage, dude? What's dude lineage first? The outsiders have never come for any other group of people except FBA because we are the standard. We make the world move. For real, man. I played that little clip of Bobby Hemmett. They be sleep on the stuff our ancestors did. Straight up, definitely done looking like fools for these other races that don't respect Black indigenous people. I mean, did y'all see that stuff that what's his name? Vivek Ramsrady or whatever it said? That's crazy. You tried to make it seem like everybody got the same American. Just when you come over here and you an anchor baby, you're the same as a foundation. They be disrespected on the sly. I think that was directed at us too. But I want to see what Tyreek making a big impact because he got a lot of haters. Man, is Bobby still alive? That's my dude. Bobby who? They couldn't come to America if our ancestors had made the ultimate. You facts, they couldn't even come to America. But they get over here and act like they don't know what we talking about when we talking about reparation. That'd be the real thing. Big facts. No, you sent me that through that. Shout out Don Jeter. My boy Don Jeter and that home team right there, family. I ain't get that video, fam. I may have to pull that up. What they trying to do the old Flex. They trying to get Flex up out of here. Let me look up this, man. They trying to get 100K signatures to ban Flex from the internet. You sent it to me, family. Pan-Africans. Hey man, there's a lot of banning and canceling going on. What he done did, that's what I want to. What the man done did. And Tyreek has a lot of protection too. So I don't think you're gonna roll up on him. Man, they be talking a lot. Every time somebody come in here and they got something to say about FBA, they bring up this man's name. Yeah, I believe it. And FBA trying to ban flex. Nah, y'all just put me up on this thing. FBA on banning flex. What flex done did? No, man. What flex done did, family? I'm gonna put Funk Master Flex. Funk Master Flex? That's the only. Are we talking about the same person, y'all? Funny because they don't want to ban the Chinese and Indian disrespecting them in their fair homeland. Damn. It's a FBA trying to ban flex. They can't intellectually battle, so they want to ban people. You talking about King Flex? Oh, King Flex is Tyreek? I ain't know that. Y'all put me up on game, bro. I don't know who King Flex is Tyreek. How the world hates you. Let me see, man. My boy's supposed to send that. He ain't even send it. I'm trying to see what's going on. Man, any information y'all get, y'all don't be afraid to send it to me. My boy said he sent it to me, Don Jeter, but I ain't get it yet. Tyreek name used to be Flex. Okay, so I don't know that. I ain't know that y'all put me on. I appreciate that. Okay, bro, he had a rap song, bro. What that mean, fam? I'm trying to figure out what y'all. Yeah, fam, my Discord DM, I ain't getting nothing yet. I'm gonna send you something. I got that Pan-African runner. I got that Pan-African run up to Al Sharpton. That's it. Bro, I don't even know what you asked me, bro. I want to really get down to what you asked me. I don't know what you saying. You saying something about a white farmer. And I gave you the floor. Come holler at me and see what you. I'm trying to understand what you talking about. Oh, that's the video, fam? I'm finna play this video. I'm finna play this. Oh shoot. Yeah, I'm finna play that. I gotta play that. I got you, fam. OGTV. Yeah, they saying they trying to get black people banned from the internet. All right. All right, I got y'all. We on it. Shout out to Don Jeter for this, man. I ain't never heard grown men cry like this. Okay, we finna get to it, man. I appreciate y'all for giving me the information. We finna get to it right now. Bro, you heard of Tom G? Yeah, I heard of Tom G, bro. I'm born and raised in Florida. But I'm just talking about, hold on, I'm finna play this. I don't understand what you're talking about, though. And I don't really follow Tyreek like that. So I wouldn't know a lot of stuff. But we finna get into this. Pan-African man, what my boy sent me. Let's get it.
OGTV 45 tapping in. Today I want to talk about the biggest cowards in the Black American community, and that is the Pan-African, the race traitor, the backstabber, the Pan-African. They've gone so far as to start a petition asking for 100,000 signatures to get Tariq Nasheed as well as all foundational Black Americans banned from the internet.
Your dad and I spoke last week. I know he's been busy, but where?
Yeah, bro, I'm from Broward County, Florida, bro. That's why I thought you was talking about that with Byron Donald. But I don't know. It's just what I heard. It ain't nothing. What's your lineage, though, bro? You FBA? You foundational? Or...
They're asking the community at large, the Christian community, Muslim community, take a stand on Tariq Nasheed. He's the leader of the FBA, and he has, it's almost like a cult. Your dad and I were talking. He's saying really, he's saying really horrible things about African and Caribbean people. I mean, things you couldn't imagine Charlie Kirk would say, or the most racist, the Ku Klux Klan people saying. And they encourage everybody to vote for Trump. He's anti-Democrat. He talks about the Congressional Black Caucus. He's come with a name for, African people and Caribbean people.
I had to stop the video right here because for this reason, why I believe majority of Pan-Africans are DL and they have cuck tendencies because they're completely overlooking the fact that we're retaliating. They're calling us xenophobic. They're calling us a hate group because none of them have the courage to call out the Africans for this.
I'm Nigerian myself. I have heard Nigerians talk down on, African American people, and I don't like it at all.
I see y'all as slaves.
But they got white names, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be like something Thompson. They all, I remember like white people.
Something Williams.
You can look at my page. You can see when I started making FBA content. I endured insults. I endured disrespect for years from these people. And I didn't say nothing back. Neither did the Pan-Africans. They weren't saying nothing to them neither.
I never identified as Black until I came to this country. I remember the first time I had gotten so angry at this guy in my community college. I was an RA, which is a residence assistant. And he was like, oh, the African-American, the big African-American girl, the one that looks like a gorilla. I said, it cannot be me. And of everything he called me, it was the African-American, the Black African that annoyed me. The gorilla part, I was like, eh.
That's slave food. I don't do that, babe. I'm not a slave. I was never a slave. I don't know how slaves cook.
Growing up as a first-gen African in America and seeing Black Americans down south eat bears, frogs, and alligators, it's so fucking wild to me.
Every one of those clips I showed you is older than all of my FBA content. As soon as I start clapping back, I'm a hate group, I'm CIA, I'm xenophobic. Why is it you're too cowardice to acknowledge that they've instigated this? That I've been watching this going on the internet for years before I said anything.
And he's using the same propaganda that Nazis are using. The Nazis used during Nazi Germany. He's blaming all the problems in the world on African and Caribbean people. He said when crimes are committed, it's not it's not black people in America, it's tethers, which means that's what he calls the, Caribbean and African people. So I got a petition out. So I want everybody to help me with signing to say the same respect that communities given, that African people should be given that same respect. And I'm from here as well, but I'm saying it hurts my heart because
it's not my fault that they say corny little weak shit like you was a slave, you was a slave. That's what you got. That's what you got. Because I'm coming back artistic. I'm coming back creative. I'm coming back like this.
We desperately need your support to save this house of Allah. Your donation will help install new prayer carpets, new wudu areas.
Scratch the left cheek. You were just there in the head. See you for your back cheek. That's you ain't smart. You just the African.
Oh, we can't do the music, bro.
Watch sports. You notice the worst part of sports. You hate it when you see somebody make a play. Then one guy gets up, he hits another guy. As soon as the guy hits him back, here comes the referee throwing the flag.
I got you, Corey.
It's never the guy who threw the first blow that gets the flag thrown. Now we sit around and watch this shit every Sunday, and you dumbass Pan-Africans is gonna be the referee that throw the flag at the nigga who's hitting back.
There was a time that we as black people would attack our own people in the name of Trump and the Republican parties. What I believe this is their contention. This is what they want to do. So I wanted to see if I can get everybody's support and sign the petition.
Okay.
And
okay, give us some information where we can find it, if you can.
I would have our office text it so you can call our office at 708-631-4123. And that's 708-631-4123. And then you can go on the petition itself, and it's at change.org. And it's the ban Tariq Nasheed and FBA from social media. Social media for anti-Caribbean, anti-African and Caribbean hate speech. So we're trying to we want to get 100,000 signatures and have him removed. You just can see what he's doing. It's horrific. So I hope people would call me up and support it again. So
we your people.
See, homeboy in the chat probably was with this. He probably with the whole movement. Him in the chat talking bad about Tyreek, bro.
Your people right here in America. You Pan-African pussies, you got more in common with a nigga from St. Louis than Sierra Leone, but you'll sell that nigga from St. Louis out just to try to befriend this nigga from Sierra Leone that you don't even know. That's not of your bloodline. You denouncing and denying your own bloodline to go ride dick and suck cock somewhere else across the water. Y'all bitches. You got niggas who think because they friends with an African or because they sucking an African dick that we all supposed to overlook all the bullshit Africans said and did about us. These niggas talking about they got called booty scratcher in junior high school. What that cost you, nigga? That ain't cost you nothing. When your bitch ass, funky ass, musty ass daddy rolled past me in his cab and refused to stop, that cost me money. I might have missed my play. I might have been late to the job. I might have been late to my school. That cost me money. Your daddy not stopping the cab. You did an action against us. Y'all did an action against us. What action we did against y'all? Called you booty scratcher? I'm going to keep calling you booty scratcher. Wrote a song about it. Like to hear it, here we go.
You are African booty scratcher.
Supposed to be me. I'm in Chicago, so I might, if I can figure out where I might go and go up and talk to him. Can I call the office and get the address where the service is going to be?
Yeah, I think the services are happening now or about to start. So yeah, you can call us and get that information. And certainly, I'm sure, he would love to see you. Thank you so much for exhaling with us. Thank you for your call.
Were you familiar with what was happening? Are you familiar with that group?
No, I'm not. But I am going to look into it. Like, you best to believe that.
Yeah. Yeah, he did Hidden Colors, and he's definitely very critical of your father. He's very, very. He talks about your father so disrespectfully.
Yeah, I've heard like bits and pieces of it, but I try not to engage in.
Now I don't know who this young lady is, but I'm assuming she must be Al Sharpton's daughter, because this is Al Sharpton's channel and he keeps referring to the whole your father thing, and he keeps trying to brown nose and use whatever Tariq must have said about Al Sharpton in the past to get her to get on the forefront and use her platform to push the agenda to sign a petition against foundational Black Americans. Is cowardly because none of you could stand the pressure of the one-on-one debate about the subject. You really can't. You gaslight, you deflect, you duck, dodge, and hide everywhere else. When we come down to the nuts and bolts of it, you don't have nothing to talk about. They don't need to be in our politics. They don't need to be speaking for us. This is where the whole thing came about. When we say get out of our politics, because you don't have the same shared living experience as us in the United States of America.
Exactly, bro. This is what I'm saying is I don't want to see an Indian. I don't want to see nobody who they can't try to fix my country when I look at their country and we understand where they come from. We're like, damn, your country's better. Why would you want to come here and try to work on our problems? It's like somebody house messed up, right? And then they coming over to your house and they like, dang, bro, let me just help clean your house. And you like, nah, bro, I'm good. They refuse to organize at home. I just don't understand it, bro. Like, why would I feel like you a good candidate? You know, lineage is important, but why would I feel like you are a great candidate to come here when you got a whole, you could go fix something and be great? And I could see if you was great everywhere, like you was going everywhere and you were just fixing up places. And we was like, okay, let's let him in. He one of the greats. But these guys are regular people that just want freedom in America, bro.
Then they came with the insults. They came with the xenophobia. They came with the epithets because they had a hidden agenda. They wanted to come here and get into leadership positions to do things for their countries. That is not America's best interest.
For the Pan-Africans is the only tribe I belong to. All African people are my brothers and sisters.
No, I'm not your brother. We still have a same ancestral home.
And you know it's a scam because this nigga Umar said Pan-Africanism is the tribe I belong to. That's not a tribe, bro. That's not a tribe. What is that? I supported reparations, but you guys are just hating. Troy Body, bro. Here you go again, bro. Here you go again, Troy Body. How we hating, bro? Let me let Corey, man, you on the line, bro. You can go whenever you ready. Command V. Corey, what's good? You there, bro? Troy Body, come on, man. You need to come on, bro. You talking about
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's good?
I don't know why every time I reboot my machine, the damn mic silences it mutes. But anyway, my thing is like, what is the end goal with Africans? Like, what are they looking to do? Like, what's the end goal? I always got to ask that. Like, what is the goal? I don't understand. You just come here and then you hating, but then you're trying to profit off being Black American, but then you're hating and throwing mud on our name. So don't you think you do enough damage? That shit is not going to have value anymore. So like, I don't understand what the end game is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying, I don't get it. Like, I don't.
Shut out the bad seed. Say the truth is never hate, for real.
You know what I'm saying, I don't know. And my thing is like, okay, even if you want to come here, why don't you just do your own thing as a Trinidadian or as a wherever you from, Brazilian, Panamanian? Why don't you just do that on that side? Why you got to come over here and get what we, you know what I'm saying? I just, it's just so many bitch made. And then this dude, he's running to Al Sharpton's daughter and she got this big ass wig on. I'm just like, yo, what is that? What is that supposed to do?
Mm-hmm.
What is that supposed to, you know what I'm saying? And then the dude, he's like, yeah, because he's saying these things about us and you know, it's worse than what Charlie Kirk would say. So you got more of a beef with a dude who's airing grievances out, rightful grievances, than you do with people who are actually in your homeland, like actively right now, like controlling industries right now. Like, again, I could talk about specific like cities in these countries and places in these countries where the Black Africans don't control nothing. They don't control anything. Like, they're the majority population and they don't control nothing. You know what I'm saying? And then when you talk about Pan-Africanism as a tribe, first of all, it's a failed political ideology. And the first people that were Pan-Africans were people from the Caribbean and from the United States. So what are we talking about? Like, that wasn't created by African. There is no, my thing is, because if you talk Pan-Africanism, you have to talk intercontinental trade, right? You have to talk military organization. You have to talk development. The development is led by foreigners to Africa. All of the development in all the countries, all the most developed countries and areas in Africa are not developed by local Black Africans. That's number one. Number two, there's no trade. If you're in South Africa and then you want to get to East or West Africa, to take a plane, it's easy. It's the damn near the same. For me to get to Asia from the East Coast of the United States, that's the same cost it takes to get from South Africa to East Africa. It's the same. It's the same. So you have no intercontinental rail system. You have no trade systems. You have no organization in terms of economics. The one person who wanted to, in the African Union, who wanted to create an African currency was, you guys worked with the United States to kill him. They killed Gaddafi. You know what I'm saying? They worked with the US to undermine Gaddafi. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what are we talking about? Like, there's so much shit that it's almost like they're just like a pack of locusts and they just seek to destroy whatever Black, anytime there's a Black person or a non-Black person that's trying to do something to help Black people, global, whatever, here come the Africans to undermine it. Because again, when you look at Kwame Nkrumah from Ghana, he got exiled from his own country. You know what I'm saying? When you look at Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, he was killed by his own people. Thomas Sankara, killed by his own people. You could, I mean, for me, the life of me, I don't understand. Okay, so 52 or 54 countries are underneath the control of the International Monetary Fund. Why is that? Why is that? How does that happen? You know what I'm saying? Why is that? Why do you allow yourselves to be controlled and managed by non-African people? Why can't you organize your tribes, get past the tribal shit, move into the 21st century, and get some type of fucking nationalism? Get some type of nationalist sentiment so that you can push these foreigners out and then you don't have to keep running over here. You know what I'm saying? America does not control Africa, bro. America is not in Africa. America is not in Africa. America is in Djibouti. There's a naval station in Djibouti, which is under Eurocom. The headquarters of AFRICOM is in Germany.
If anything, say Europe controls Africa.
Right. The people that control Africa right now is Chinese and Europeans, specifically Germans, Dutch, all that type of shit.
Definitely don't control Africa.
America has minimal investment in Africa. Minimal. So this dude is sitting somewhere. He's either in Canada or somewhere in Africa, and you talking all this shit, but you're over here though. You're not even over there organizing your people.
Obama killed Gaddafi to stop Gaddafi from forming the.
Okay, let's talk about it. Obama's Kenyan, is he not? Obama's Kenyan. The last I checked, the dude is Kenyan. His father's a Kenyan man. You know what I'm saying? Who laid up with a white woman this minute that the CIA recruited him to go to Hawaii State. You know what I'm saying? So what are we talking about, bro? I just for the life of me, I don't understand. Like, what is the end goal? We got to ask, like, what is the purpose of Africans? What is the end goal? What do y'all look? Because y'all not developing at home. You're scamming and plotting on each other back home. You don't do good business at home. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they don't have bombs.
It's like they just want us to be saying Pan-African is Pan-Africans. We with you guys. They want fake love on the internet.
Well, what it is they want nigga trinkets, right? They think that nigga trinkets is the ultimate. They think that participating in capitalism, because my thing is this: when you meet Africans over here, they always flexing, they always fronting like they doing something. And then when you go back home, you're doing the same thing with your folks back home. Like I seen a video of a prom in Ghana. These niggas got the Maseratis and they got this car and that car, the Corvette, and this is in Ghana, yo. So you look down the street, 1 mile down the street, the road is not paved. I'm saying it's mud and dirt all over the fucking place, but you got a Corvette, an imported Corvette and a Maserati, and you got your hair done like Future. So the priorities are just totally, you're trying to compete and you've skipped several steps in the development of your civilization. You know what I'm saying? You have skipped major steps in the development of your civilization. You skipped into the Instagram era and you didn't do the industrial era. You skipped like major steps. There's steps that societies and cultures have to follow to develop, to be competitive with the rest of the world. So you can call me stupid and hateful all you want, but this is fact. This is geopolitical fact, anthropological fact. This is all fact, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's steps that there's like, you guys don't have like working aqueducts across, like the country's not developed. You know what I'm saying?
And then they can't come over here though trashing us. America
has a military that controls the IMF. Come on, bro. That's nonsense, bro. The International Monetary Fund is the international monetary fund, meaning it's outside of America. I'm saying, and that's another thing. They can't ever get at you intellectually. They have to throw little insults and these niggas start twerking and getting in their feelings. I don't understand that. You want us to be African with you, but your culture is bitch made. Y'all are bitch made. Y'all are real feminine. You know what I'm saying? You're mad. So instead of you come, because my thing is, you could just come up and be like, well, here's why you're wrong, bro. I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong. I'm gonna provide you. So I'm
say nothing.
Yeah, you don't have the ability to like intellectually debate. So you want to throw insults. Why don't you just study it and stop the hate? Who's hating, nigga? What do I gotta hate on? I've been over there. We see how y'all live. We see how you're colonized. First, you got the Chinese in Nairobi. You got the Chinese in Nairobi and Indians. Mm-hmm. Then in Mombasa, you got the Indians and the Jews. And then partially in Mombasa, you got the Islam. Exactly. The Muslims, they control all that shit. Every day, at certain times, they broadcasting the Muslim, whatever that shit. You know, when you play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and you on that map and they start playing that bullshit, that's what they got in a major city.
Right.
You understand?
But what you think about the Nigerian leaders begging, like saying, help, Trump, help, can you get, like, what's up with that? Like,
no, they are, look at the conditions of Nigeria. This is one of the least developed places on the planet. Mm-hmm. They can't put you got the Hausa here, you got the Biafra Civil War. These people don't like this person. This nigga loves pork, but this nigga don't like pork. This nigga want to eat agusi. So it's so much stupid shit. It's so much goofy shit going on over there. They're not developed. Look at the video. There was a video of this nigga Burna Boy driving through Lagos, right? This nigga got a Ferrari, whatever. This is the typical African mindset. I'm gonna have a Ferrari, and then I'm gonna look around and y'all niggas, I'm not gonna help you develop. They have basically, and there's videos you can pull up. They have in Nigeria, it was a dude who was living in England. He relocated over there back to Nigeria. The water, you got to pay all this money to get your water filtered so you can take a shower, so you can drink water, have drinking water. You know what I'm saying? In order for your power, you can't get no damn power. You know what I'm saying? You got to pay you got to pay more than you pay in the States for rent. Rent is higher in Africa than it is in certain sections of the United States. Rent is lower in Asia collectively than it is in Africa. Africa got, when I was staying in Mombasa, niggas is charging me $1 a month.
Damn, to stay in the hood.
To stay. I would stay in the fucking hut.
Right. I was just bugging with you, but yeah, I'm saying I can imagine that they trying to get money. They have no power in their own country because Great Britain controls them.
Bro, there's nothing. That's bullshit. There's nobody stopping you from there's nobody stopping me from if I'm out of shape, right? There's nobody stopping me from going to the store, getting some salads and doing some fucking push-ups, right? Like nobody's stopping you from doing that. What are you talking about? Right. What are you talking about? Nobody's stopping you niggas from getting up and organizing and like nobody's physically stopping you from. The British are not over there like that. The Europeans are not over there militarily. I'm saying nobody's over in Africa militarily. Africa is majority African. You know what I'm saying?
They're gonna extort you for food, water, and regular services, bro.
Right. Basic shit. Nigga, you want your mail? Oh, you want your mail delivery, nigga? That's an extra $250. You gotta charge. These niggas is charging additional money for basic services. I mean, they see you coming out the airport.
Yeah,
bro.
No,
like, cause I had to go over there because I want to see, like, I want to see. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck is going on with these people talking about? Yeah, and then you go over there, and niggas is trying to hit you over the head. You know what I'm saying, for every little thing. And then I'm like, well, shit, you know, you guys control, like, you guys are like the dominant majority here. Why are you just languishing in fucking poverty? Why are you, you know what I'm saying? You know, these niggas are just, they're pathetic. They sit, and all the able-bodied men, the men under 30, these niggas stand around all day, hating, gossiping. It's like, nigga, what
are we doing?
What are you talking about? What are you doing? My thing is, like, nobody's stopping you. Nobody's stopping you from developing your country. Nobody's stopping you from going to the lumber store, bro. And then that's the thing, right? In certain countries, in certain places in America, right? Like, they got the Arabs, they got the Asians. They've inserted these people, right? They give them small business loans and all that type of shit. They prioritize them in certain areas of our country, especially places like New York and things like that. But why is it that it's the same thing in Africa, where it's 95% Black African? You go to the hardware store, it's a bunch of Turks, it's a bunch of Arabs, it's non-Africans that's giving out the hardware to the African people. So you don't control any distribution lines for anything. Again, that's not true. The Muslims don't control Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya. That's not true. What are you talking? The reason that Trump is in Nigeria right now is because the Muslims are killing the Christians. So what are you talking about? Like, damn, my thing is, like, if you're gonna talk, at least tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? At least come up and then tell the truth. You know, this whole thing about dishonest, and you know, I just
real, bro. Come up here and bro, so we can really, you know, you ain't gotta be running around and saying things. We can hold you to the fire.
I'll give you an example. When I was in Mombasa, the dude that was hosting me, this is a nice place, a nice little villa. This was an old reconverted British military officer villa, essentially, that was converted, right? I guess one of these Kenyan millionaires or whatever, he purchased it and he's renting it out to space. So I was renting the space from the dude. Now he had another property with some white people that was staying there. Some Russian dudes were staying there, right? So the Russian dude staying there, he's talking, yeah, man, why don't, let me buy this property from you? Let me, we can do some real business. So he says no to the Russian dude, and he's complaining, oh, yeah, these white devils. But then he's coming to me trying to get me to do the same exact thing. So it's just, these niggas are just, it's just so many levels of pathetic behavior coming from the African community. I'm saying it's pathetic. It is.
It's like YouTube rejected your comment. Damn, YouTube just rejected my comment. That's crazy.
All right, so he says Nigeria is underneath the control of Britain, which would not allow. How is somebody stopping you from developing? If you go outside right now, somebody stop you from going outside, that means that you got to put hands and feet, right? That means that you got to do something. That's all. That's what that means to me. If I'm trying to do something and you trying to stop me from doing it, we're gonna get busy.
Get on the mic or shut up. For real, bro. What you call, dog? You gotta get on the mic or shut up, bro, because you don't want to he don't want to get embarrassed, for real.
Tempo can come up to Harka Bay, come up, let's have these conversations.
I think it was a Taharka Bay. Okay.
That I don't understand it, player. I really don't. You know what I'm saying, you run into another man's house and then you talking about how he ain't this and how he ain't that, but you pretending to be him the whole time. That's weird.
Block my comments. You guys just sell out your own race and get out of here, bro. You don't want him.
We're not the same, bro. We're not the same, bro. Unfortunately, white people came up with the concept of race. That don't mean that we're the same, bro. Just because we allegedly share the same race, allegedly, that don't mean that we the same, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We're not
they
the same.
They don't do that in their own country. Right. In Africa, they don't be like that. So don't try to bring that over here.
In these countries, it's 40, 50 different tribes, and none of them get along. That's why this shit isn't
They ain't linked with each other like that. So get out of here with that.
Well, my thing is, you could say Trump took away DEI and all this whole shit. You could say that all day, but bro, at the end of the day, like I don't give a fuck about DEI. I give a fuck about if I have running water in my home. I don't have to boil water to take a fucking bath. Like I don't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to commission somebody to bring me my mail because there's no organized mail service. You know what I'm saying? I don't have piles of dirt around the neighborhood because there's a public works department that takes care of that we pay taxes for. We haven't, it's the shit's organized. It's a bureaucracy. It's bloated, but it exists for a reason. Like that doesn't exist in Africa. So you can say whatever you want, but.
And think about it. He's on here watching our FBA channel. We ain't going over there watching their stuff and hanging out in their spaces. They come over with our spaces, look up to us, watch what we doing, copying everything what we doing. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, this nigga's talking about DEI and all this old shit. Nigga, you being on YouTube is DEI. You having access to this technology is DEI. Nigga, what are you talking about? Because the shit don't originate where you're from. The only part of the technological process that Africa has anything to do with is the rare earth minerals that get pillaged. That's the only aspect of African culture that has anything to do with modern development, is your resources are utilized by other groups of people to engineer. That's what it boils down to. You have no input on any sort of development on any level in modern society. And if you did, your neighborhoods and your countries would be reflective, but they're not. The number one country in terms of per capita income in Africa is Botswana. The average income is less than 60K. That's the top earning country. That's the top earning country in Africa per capita is Botswana, and it's less than 60K. And you're in top 1%. You're in the top 1%. So what are we talking about? Nigga, I was making 60K at 24. What are we talking about?
Black Boy Wonder, what's good, fam?
Exactly. South Africa's a mess because the professional whites were kicked out. That's what I'm saying. And then right now in South Africa, they're trying to get the professional white. They're trying to get white mommy, white daddy to come back. They'll kill the dude from Zimbabwe. They'll kill him for coming. But white mommy, white daddy, you come over there, you getting treated. It's the lap of luxury for you.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just so many levels of embarrassment with Africa and just Africans and their culture and how they operate. And I'm waiting for one of them to jump on. You know what I'm saying? I want one of them to hop on and continue with the lies. You know?
For real. That's what I want to hear. They logic, because it's not gonna make no sense. We know it don't make no sense, but just to hear them embarrass themselves, I like them to do it on the channel.
It's like, how you talking about DEI and you having the opportunity to emigrate from your shithole? That's DEI. That's affirmative action. You being able to leave Africa and go to another country that's developed is DEI. That's what DEI is. Okay, these people come from places where, like, you know, Water God, how, like, for us, right? You go to school, then you go to trade school, or you go to university, or you get a job, right? You figure it out.
Right.
The niggas don't have, like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. Yo, for them to attend, like, their kids to attend like a public school, they have to pay for the kids to go to school. They gotta pay
just to go to public school.
To go to public school. Dang. There's fees associated with going. So you don't have a society that's organized. The tax money don't go to shit services, you know, because when you pay taxes, the government's supposed to provide services, right? It's a give and take. I give you my tax money, you develop, you have military protection, you provide police, right? It's a give and take. These niggas pay taxes and they get nothing in return. So my thing is, why don't you organize off that? Why don't you just organize off, hey, we're giving you guys this tax money and we still got to pay for public school. We still got to pay all this money for utilities. That's a dude I know from Ghana. This nigga's paying utilities and he doesn't get the utilities. This nigga's paying for power and doesn't get power. I swear to God, this nigga's paying for water. He don't get water consistently. You know what I'm saying? So
that's crazy.
So you have whole societies that's based on racial caste systems, right? You allow white people to come over. You allow them to rape your women and children. So now they have this whole new class of people called colored people. You know what I'm saying? So you got a new buffer class installed, and instead of attacking white mommy, white daddy, you attack the buffer class. And this is in every country in Africa, every country, whether it's Anglophone, Francophone, whatever. They got a buffer class there, whether it's a colored person, it's an Asian person, it's an Indian person, it's always somebody in the middle, and then white mommy, white daddy's at the top. And you ain't made it until you're associated with white people, because this is how they think. They really think that if you don't have to be like stand on your own 2 feet and do something like be a civil engineer or be in water treatment or be in IT and production engineering. No, just be associated with somebody who's not African, and then you've made it. This is the mindset.
That's crazy, fam.
This is the mindset.
Yeah, that is crazy.
You know what I'm saying? So it's so much shit that you got to do in your house. It's so much shit that they got to do in their house.
Let me see what the chat says. Something. The Chinese men are having babies with African women and abandoning them in droves. Dang, that's how they doing, fam? We don't get any.
Listen, everybody's going over there fucking these African broads and abandoning them.
Damn, that's crazy.
The dating situation over there is all you gotta do is just show up. You don't even have to have no money. Just show up, and them bitches is on it with you. They on it with you just off the strength of your accent. The accent is worth $1 million. It's like being a billionaire.
Lotus Tide in the building. He put very interesting. Now anyone can speak for all FBAs. I do agree with most of the things that you are saying, but FBAs don't need to harm people who have already harmed themselves. What you talking about, family? You need to come in.
Anything.
Yeah.
Just saying anything. Y'all go to immigrants and praise white men. I don't think I've praised the white man in this entire conversation. I've never seen Water God do that. You know,
right, bro.
I don't know. You know, but I do recall having homeboys who've been to Africa, and they get into it with white people, and the African dude is trying to fight them on behalf of the white dude. I've seen that before. I've seen that. Yeah, I mean, so we're talking lived experience. These niggas is just on the internet saying anything.
Y'all go at immigrants and pray. Yeah, because they be immigrants for real, so they don't want to, you feel me? Like, we go after immigrants. We ain't going after immigrants, bro.
Y'all go and then talk about killing each other in music, nigga. Oh, boy. With the white, you talk about us praising white people, but you're using white supremacist talking points.
Big fat, bro. He's definitely using white supremacist talking points.
My thing is, why don't you just
these leaders that they call leaders? This included Lena Horne. This included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that...
I just had to put that in there. They eat each other. King Von.
Yeah, you got the whole what is that, the Western Cape or the Eastern, I don't know, wherever Cape Town is. Cape Town is this LGBT, liberal, interracial, multiracial, diverse city in South Africa, right?
Big Easy. Yeah, go ahead, fam.
And I'm piggybacking off what Sports Icon TV said. He said parts of South Africa want to succeed.
Yeah,
I think he means secede, because of the ANC is so incompetent, can't maintain basic things like trash pickup. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to hit reboot with these niggas. You remember how they had the Native Americans in the re-education centers and shit? Remember?
Yeah.
That's what you got to do with Africans. You got to take these niggas and put them through an assembly line and like re-update the operating system, because these niggas, they haven't like progressed from colonization. And I'm not saying that like speculatively, like yeah, you know, they haven't, you know, like, you know, white people will say some shit. the Chinese haven't done that. No, I'm telling you, like, feet on the ground, these niggas have not like progressed from colonization. So we're talking. Let's be liberal with it. We talking 1880, right? Early 20th century. They haven't like progressed since then.
Big facts. Big fact. We haven't progressed since then. Yeah. Now, what you think about like even in Africa, like they don't know about like Dominican Republic and Jamaica and Haiti. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's up with that? Like, yeah,
they do, but they'll bring it up to attack us. Like, they'll talk about. I met a South because I know some some professors from South Africa or whatever. They'll talk about it like, well, the Jamaicans are doing this and the Jamaicans are doing that, but it's still tethering, right? Because they still, the Jamaicans are African, but it's like you don't understand how many parts of Jamaican culture are bits and pieces from our shit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, and they don't talk about Afro-Brazilians. They don't, and that's what kills me the most because it's like Brazil got more black people than America does.
Okay. For real, Brazil got more black people than America. Yeah.
Brazil got more black people than America. The continent of South America has more black people than North America.
Okay, we got FBA on the chat, man. What's good? Did that mean Foundation of Black African American? But what's your initials mean?
Yeah, you can say that.
You can say that. What's good, man?
Yo, this is specifically for that nigga Corey. You talk shit again, blow your fucking head off, nigga.
You ain't blowing shit, pussy.
Hey, yeah, man. Why you come on, man?
You ain't gonna do shit, pussy.
You know I know who you is, nigga.
Where I'm at,
nigga. Shit.
And can you afford a ticket to get here, you bum ass nigga?
You was in the chat, nigga, talking shit, bitch.
Look,
yeah, I'm in the chat. I'm in real life. I'm with it. I'm with the drama. I'm really with it.
Nigga, hey, he the weakest cat in the FBA movement, man. Get out of it, then we can do something, bro. Get that nigga out right there, bro. You don't know what the fuck you be talking about. He's always running his mouth, jumping in motherfucking chat. Nigga, you are tethered. And I know you
okay,
are.
well, listen. Let's get the agreement out structurally, and we can debate it, talk it out, whatever the difference it is. What was the difference you had with Corey, bro?
That it was me and you talking while I was chatting, and he jumped in and tried to say some slick shit, bro. After like I was talking about Tariq. Nigga, don't play with me.
Okay. What was you talking about with Tariq?
I was asking him, did he hear this or some shit? And that's it, nigga. What do you mean, bro? What you talking about?
Okay.
You're gossiping, bro. You're gossiping like a gossip girl. You're a bitch. You talk about another man on another man's platform like a bitch. You gossiping. So I called you out, you bitch ass nigga. That's what it is.
So what are you doing? Nah, dog. Pour out, break your fucking neck, nigga. Don't put it.
You wouldn't do nothing.
All right, bro. Look, we go.
You wouldn't do nothing, nigga. You selling wolf tickets, pussy.
All right, yeah, man. We can't be doing all that. We got to get them out. But we got to load this tie and be easy in the chat. Family, what's good with y'all?
I am dying over here.
You see what we got to deal with over here.
Hey, I was coming to say salute the bros. Every time I come up, somebody got smoked for Corey. Shout out to Corey. I sent y'all an email, but that nigga's one of the most hated. But I'm like, what did bro say that was wrong?
Man, you know they always coming for bro because he be heavy in the chat. But somebody was bringing up something with Tariq Nasheed, and they always do that on the channel. They always bringing up something with Tariq.
Yeah, that was the same dude. That was the same dude. So, because I added him. I'm like, yo, how you talking about Tariq? You coming up? Well, you know these niggas. Oh, his name is Maurice, and he got a song called "Wash Your Ass." So I'm like, bro, okay, provide the data, provide the sourcing, the citation, like provide some type of something for your claim, nigga. What are you talking about? That's all I said to him.
Now that I haven't heard, but I think Tariq does have a song like that, but I think it's more, I haven't heard the song, but I think it's more of like a troll satire type song, because he even made a AI generated song for the Tethers. It's called "Grinding for a Green Card," and he got a lot of songs on there talking about bushmeat and I cry for you niggas. Like it kind of got some slaps on there. Like he got some Afro beats and all this stuff. But so he will get into his troll bag and stuff. So I think that was one of those troll songs. But let's just say that the song was real. What the hell does that have to do with pushing our lineage forward? You see what I'm saying? Like when we're building stuff, we don't need niggas interjecting. And I gotta get this out, bruh. What is with this obsession with this nigga Tariq, bruh? Like for real. It's like, bruh, if we all banging FBA, which is not a movement, it's a lineage. That means Tariq is gonna say a lot that you agree with, a lot that you disagree with, but that doesn't change your lineage. So the fact that they'll be like, well, Tariq said this, I don't check for that nigga Tariq to see everything that he said. The nigga's not my leader. He's not my daddy. He's not my boss. He's just another on code FBA who occasionally disagree with. Like people don't agree with their mama 100% of the time, but they want you to agree with Tariq 100% of the time. You don't agree with your wife or your boyfriend, well, whichever way you swing 100% of the time. So yes. And I always say this, if you agree with somebody 51% of the time, you agree with them the majority of the time. Y'all got it?
Yeah, these niggas, you know, what it really is they see this nigga Tariq riding around, living a certain way. You know, he got a nice house. He got a nice, beautiful family. You know, niggas is dusty. These niggas is broke because at the end of the day, these niggas ain't really getting no paper. They not getting no put. You got no type of motion, nigga. That's why you on the internet 24/7 anyway, lame ass nigga.
Right.
And then it's like you want to get violent because the nigga asked you, where's your proof at? You acting like a bitch, you gossiping. So I'm like, well, damn, at least where's the proof there? Gossip girl? You know, that's my thing.
Yeah, the Tariq pocket watching is that is some of the most obnoxious whole shit I've ever seen. Because people be saying he grifted for a museum. There was no gun to anybody's head forcing them to donate to the museum. People saw the value in what he was doing and they chose to donate. That's as freedom and liberty as it gets. So, and then when you ask the people, oh, he grifted, did you donate any money? No, but man, that nigga grifted. So you ain't donating money to him. You ain't putting nothing on his books, but you whining like a sassy hoe that somebody else did.
That's the tether culture. That's the African culture. That's how these niggas get down. These niggas is bitch made. Period. That we're seeing it.
Lotus. So how you feel about Tariq, Lotus?
I'm more of a new follower of Tyreek. I wouldn't even call it follower. I'm not even a subscriber. However, I'm very familiar with Black Alpha, and so I know.
Yeah, that's my dog. Yeah, that's my dog, Black Alpha.
He's in his spaces, and I'm also cool with his wife, Queen. So I'm more so on that side of things. But I think he's funny. I think a lot of what he does comes from entertainment. You know, he trolled what was it, Tommy Sotomayor so bad, you know, with the crispy songs or whatever that are still on YouTube, which are hilarious. So check that out if you get time, if you haven't heard them. Funny as hell. It's kind of a bop. But other than that, like, I mean, at the end of the day, whether or not you support what he does or what, you know, what he has going on, sorry, I just got an alert. What he has going on with his museum, he has so many things going on there. I mean, there's always some type of comedy show when you go to that, and he's not hitting folks over the head. You get there, they cater, and the food is, you know, good food. He's not, you know, giving you like, you know, little finger foods and sandwiches, you know, picked up from Vaughn's. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I mean, I just don't understand where the hate is coming from. At this point, just listening to some of this, I can't believe like my ears. when I hear it. It's like you cannot tell me, like, are these people like paid trolls, literally paid to troll Tyreek's, X space or whatever, with this stuff because it's just funny to me. So I look at it more as entertainment. I think people are taking it way too seriously because when you listen to him, he is extremely unbothered. Extremely unbothered. So it's like, why are you more bothered than him?
Right. I want to know who is y'all top. Like, give me the top 10. Like the FBA spaces. Who do we need to know about? Because I know about Black Alpha, Red Supreme, but a lot of y'all be knowing about. I want to get all of y'all opinion, man. Who makes your top 10 FBA content for 2025? What's good?
I say you definitely gotta sub to the Black Authority. That's
Black Authority. Okay.
Yeah, Jason Black. He has 2 channels. He actually has another channel.
I mess with him. Yeah. Jason
so he
Black.
got one channel called The Business, and that's where he talks about more of the dating relationship dynamics. He's actually doing a stream right now because Oprah struck his channel, gave him a copyright strike. But he does the Black Authority channel as well. It's called the Black Channel. Yeah, bro is gonna touch down what he calls the 720 degree of analysis that nobody else does. And he will break it down in a way that other content creators can't and won't. And that's the beauty of us being on code with FBA, right? Red Supreme, shout out to Red Supreme. He gonna touch from a more urban street perspective, but give you some good game. Jason Black is gonna be more philosophical and eloquent what he's bringing. Also, I will say Professor Black Truth, and outside of who you guys already named, I think Afro Elite is a good one. I listened to Phil Scott. He also has like 2 channels. He has the African News Network. So he'll work with Africans, but he also has a lot of FBAs that's on there. Vicky Dillard is good. And that's just who I can just think of off the top.
Okay. Salute y'all, man. For real. I want to get to know most of them. Black Truth, Professor Black Truth. I see that one. Introvert Rockstar, that's my guy, man. Introvert and band, I'm familiar with those 2 guys real well. Afro Elite, I know about him. Ant CEO, yeah, Dwan B.
Yeah, Dwan B. There's Tim Black. I like Tim Black. He's good too.
Black is good. Yeah. So the Haitian guy TD Media is on code.
Oh yeah, TD Media. Yeah, I'm sub to him too. Yeah, so he's not a tether. He is the he is what you should be if you're not of the lineage. You know what I mean? You don't have to be FBA to be on code. You know what I mean? You can still be on code, with our delineation movement, but the overall Black advancement, right? Because I want to see Haiti win. I want to see Nigeria win, which makes it even more disgusting that their leaders are corrupt and selling them out. You know what I mean? So I definitely want to see the rank and file win, but if they're okay with their government, just kind of selling them out, I mean, how am I supposed to ally with that?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree. Sabby? Okay, Sabby. If y'all want to put Sabby in there, Sabby's kind of like, I would say she's standing on FBA business.
I like Sabby, and that's my girl, Sabby Sabs. Now, I would say Sabby is more versed in terms of leftist coalition type politics. She is on code, and she will stand on B1, but more of her content is more on the kind of solidarity type stuff, reaching out to the left, and you know what I mean? But she's not off code, and I think that's fine. There's different levels of FBA. Oh, and do you know Bro Sanchez?
I don't know Bro Sanchez. No, I don't know Bro Sanchez.
Okay, yeah. So there's a dude named Brother Sanchez, and he wasn't always he's mainly on YouTube, but like he's been pushing the FBA pretty hard. Also, Street Media TV with George Macon, like he's been pretty good. But Bro Sanchez talked about in terms of his level of FBA, he said he's like more of a radical, like if you put it in the political spectrum, right? Our brand of FBA would be like the political far right wing, right? So think of the right wing, right? They got the center, and then they got like the right wing, and then they got that far right wing, and that's where the Nick Fuentes groypers come in, right? So some of the FBAs, and I'm not talking about right wing in terms of the ideology, I'm talking about in terms of the political sentiment and temperament, right? So somebody like Corey, like, you know, Corey will stand on business and crash out.
I'm right wing all day.
What was that?
I said I'm right wing all day. Facts.
Yeah. So, and I'm not even really necessarily talking about being right wing, leftist, conservative, Democrat. I'm just specifically talking about the ideology. The majority of FBAs is probably more on a moderate type temperament or a little bit left. What Bro Sanchez was talking about, and I'm paraphrasing and expounding on what he said he represents more of that far radical FBA. So we need all of them, right? We need that pacifist, docile version of the FBAs. That ain't gonna be me, but there are people out there. We don't need to change what they are. Then there's the moderate people, and then there's some people that's far right that's really gonna push it and step and stomp on stuff. It's basically like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk wasn't the moderate version of the right. He was far right. And then Nick Fuentes is even further right than him. So that's how it's going to be with some of these FBAs.
FBA. So give me an FBA example. Who you feel like is far, you know, I wouldn't say far right or left, but I'm saying who is pushing it the furthest that you feel like to the extreme on the internet, as far as FBAs that you know, as far as that you could say is more radical?
I would say I can't give a definitive one, but I would say Black Alpha is up there, you know, because he does a lot of game spitting, but he does a lot of roasting. And he talks about Tethergeddon and all this other type of stuff. That would be that's beyond moderate, right? Because we'll be willing to call names and insult people, but our insulting is reactionary. We're reacting to what people have already put out there to us. You know what I mean? Also, I think it's a page called like Hood Smart or something like that. Dude be holding TikTok spaces, and he's always roasting people. You see what I'm saying? Like that's not the diplomatic temperament of FBA, but that is required, right? Not all of us can be, you know, so polite and meek with these tethers. We need what I call cultural enforcers, right? We need people to culturally enforce this FBA, because it's not like it's a cult or anything. It's our lineage. We need to stand on our lineage as much as anybody else would. The same way that those Ashkenazi Jews, they crash out for their specific lineage, and they have various factions. They have that political faction. They have somebody that'll just crash out and go balls to the wall like Rabbi Shmuley. And then they have their infrastructure organization like the ADL and stuff like that. So we need all of that. You know what I mean? We need a structured organization, you know, to send somebody a strongly worded letter and to petition and, you know, to lobby on behalf of us. Then we need those moderates. Then we need those pacifists. And this is where I come in, the cultural enforcers, the head busters and stuff. And you don't have to physically bust a head, but you got to be capable of doing it. You got to be prepared to do it at any time, and you need to bust heads metaphorically. We need to make people afraid to speak on FBA like people are scared to speak on the J people.
Yep,
people have legitimate gripe about J people, but they won't say it. But everybody is comfortable criticizing us till we start cracking a few heads.
That's what it takes.
What heads have they cracked on their own behalf? No, I'm serious. What heads have the tiny hats cracked on their own behalves? they're out there fighting their own people because they don't want to join in their own armies to protect what's supposed to be their
Yeah, they
land.
got their own problem they dealing with. But Lotus, we said, give me your top 10. We was like, some of the top 10 of the creators that you knew that's standing on our lineage business that we need to church is another one. Who you feel out there that you feel is, some of the top people that we need to be tapping into if he haven't already tapped into them?
I don't follow a whole lot of people. I'm just going to be honest. What I will say is that I feel like it kind of depends on, I would say, maybe even your age range, and what you're into as far as what's going to push through in your individual algorithm. So I wouldn't say that some people have even come to me just outright in my algorithm. Um, so I do follow, my circle is small, so everybody I follow is connected in a way, mostly.
Right.
So Black Alpha Network, of course. I follow Black Truth United. He does the B1 Rolodex. Um, I also follow the Church of Black Power. Um, he's pretty entertaining with it as well, with his commentary against, current events and things like that that are going on politically that concern us. And yeah, I mean, I am an administrative moderator on King Supreme's channel.
Okay, yeah, I rock with King Supreme too. Is it anything you feel like we missing? Like, what are we missing as far as FBA, as far as content creators that you think it's like a open market?
I would say it just kind of depends for me what you identify as. For me, I'm leaning more so on the Aboriginal side of things. So for me, I feel like that's where my content, once I finally release it, is the side that it's going to be on. So more of a historical end of things, I would feel is like what is what I feel is what's missing. And I say that because there's a lot of misinformation that really is presented out here. And I hear so many people regurgitating that same misinformation. And I think that's my vice. And it's not because, you just want to correct everyone, but it's like that is incorrect. And they're saying it because it's not what they researched. And I don't mean do a quick Google review and see the AI overview, which is 9 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10 wrong. And then, oh, I went on Wikipedia and I looked this up. Well, it's like, well, you do know that Wikipedia isn't a reliable source of any information. Any professor in college will tell you that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's more so about being exacting and coming from a scholarly perspective, at least for me. And I'm more so of, the one that would want to like teach those things and push out the real and push out real information with documented evidence, with documented facts that don't come from those types of resources. And so I think that's the sector of what we're missing, and that's what I personally am going to get into.
Dope. That's what's up. That's what's up. Corey, man, let me get with you, man. What you think, man? What do we what's some dope ones out here that's been standing on the FBA business if you haven't?
Yeah, I think Be Easy hit a lot of the ones that I would have hit. So I'm gonna just give some smaller names, or maybe names people aren't really too aware of. My number one definitely would be like Terrain Walker, and then Dr. Tommy Curry. Yeah, I'm gonna hit you with some ones you probably are not familiar with, but you should, you know what I'm saying, especially if you identify as an FBA man, you know what I'm saying, because these are some people that advocate for us specifically. Terrain Walker, Dr. Tommy Curry, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, And then some others, I like Ant CEO. He's more under like the FBA movement. He's under, I think, Tariq. I think he's one of the brothers that went on.
Yeah.
They do, they did the Hidden Colors thing. Lisa Cabrera. I don't know if people are familiar with Lisa Cabrera, but she covers a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I'm familiar with her. Yeah, Lisa Cabrera.
Yeah, Cool Colas. He's pretty good. He does a lot of pop culture, media related stuff, like media literacy and stuff like that, like anti-blackness in pop culture. Ask a Brother podcast. That's another one. Cult Figure. He's like pretty small, but I think he's like a Southern-based FBA. He talks more like on the hip hop things. And then you have Viral Way, which they're based out of Cali. I think they're like associated with Community and No Jumper and all that. So, but they speak a lot about the disrespect coming from the Hispanic community. So that would be like my 10 lesser known. But yeah, I definitely recommend if people are gonna, any of the three I mentioned would be Terrain Walker, Dr. Tommy Curry for sure. He's thorough as hell. And then Dr. Tiasan Johnson.
And those especially that you said, Tommy Curry and Tiasan Johnson, they are goated. The work that they put in for Black men specifically, is super undervalued. And I also say too that many people really don't want the information, you know what I mean? Because and this is why you got Tariq, that's why he runs his radio show. It's called Tariq Radio, like that. He allows a lot of people to kind of troll, and it's a lot of shenanigans and things like that. And he gets high numbers because when you hitting people with fact after fact and hitting them over the head intellectually, people start to feel like school, even though you do need to be schooled, you do need to be enlightened. But many people unfortunately value entertainment over enlightenment. So they want to get some enlightenment, but they really are clamoring towards the entertainment element of it, which is cool, but it has to be balanced as well. So you actually have to seek this information out. You can't just wait for it to come across your For You and say, oh, well, the algorithm gave it to me, so I guess I'll click on it. No, you have to be actively searching for it and disseminating the information. Hey, Corey, have you checked out this video, etc.? Share the link, share the video and stuff. Unfortunately, many of us just be hoping that we just stumble across each other's page, but we need to be in some sort of like coalition to where here, hey, bro, check out when you get a chance.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. We got to check all the boxes. Like whatever we need that type of influencer to be noticed and everybody know what code they on,
Oh, one more is hip hop cartoons. They do a lot of stuff. He does a lot of animations and speeches and things like that. Yeah. I first learned about Neely Fuller through his channel.
Exactly.
Yeah,
he does on Neely Fuller. All of them are fire.
Yeah. Hip hop cartoons, very important. Canadian brother.
Okay, Canadian brother. Okay.
And see that, and that's what we got to do. We just got to spread this information, disseminate it. Not everybody is going to be able to watch all the videos. You may watch a hip hop cartoon video that he did 2 months ago, and you watch it today. It doesn't have any less value that you watched it today. And then tell a friend to tell a friend, and you just got to keep spreading stuff like that. Word of mouth is still considered the most effective promotional tool. But how many times are people actually telling, hey, did you see Water God TV? Hey, did you hear Corey Green speak on this panel? How many times are they doing that? Many times people are recycling the same name. Tariq did this. Tariq said that. Tariq. I'm like, bro, Tariq ain't the only one. So once it's like, come on, bro. It's like, do you got a secret obsession with, like, do you want him to fondle you or something? Like, why are you obsessed? That's
exactly what it is. Niggas want their balls tickled and shit. That's exactly what it is.
Pretty much.
Well spoken.
Yeah. Foundation of Black American History channel. That's another brother, Chase. I think he has a lot of books. That he's
Chase McGee. Yeah, that brother be
God. To my Chase the God.
His name is Chase McGee.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Chase to God. I think
and speaking of because I know the sister was talking about Aboriginal, Chase McGee has a book on Amazon. I think it either says it's either like 19 or 20 men. It has a crazy title. It's called like the 19 men who said they saw Black people here before America.
19 white men who admitted they were indigenous Blacks.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm coming from a very different perspective than that. It's a lived perspective because people think that they don't exist when they do. So my perspective is completely different than what a lot of people have actually heard. So it's not, oh, these Aboriginals that don't exist when I have proof. So it comes from a entirely different perspective. Not what you would see in a book, because those people are not privy to that information. So that's where I'm coming from with it.
Okay.
Can you elaborate?
Maybe in a more private space, but not here.
Okay. Guys. I'm with you, Lotus. I'm with you. But yeah, man, it's good to see that I know about some different channels. I'm gonna check something out for sure. ZZ.
I think she does some things with Afro Elite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she has a twin sister, so which I just found out. So they have some channel too. I think it's twin FBA sisters.
Okay. Save see on that space. Okay. But yeah, the space is growing. That's what's good. We getting more our people that's hitting this space. Somebody on a comment, I'm finna let y'all. It's getting so powerful that somebody said this on my comment. They said that, let me read y'all this. Yeah, so somebody put, man, here it is. He put, man, Black and white Americans really need to squash this beef. Seems like we agree on more things than we like to admit. Not just because normal. So I get a lot of different people coming in.
But what beef are they talking about? See,
I don't know, right? You get what I'm saying?
if you're gonna leave a comment, man, leave a very thorough, elaborate comment. Why are you just leaving things up for imagination and interpretation? What beef do we have with white people? Okay, answer me this. What white people have we redlined? What litany of white people have we lynched? What white people are we denying access towards resources? What people are we whining about DEI and affirmative action to? What are they being denied that we're in charge? Yeah. So what beef are you talking about, bruh?
They always bring up this stat. I forget his name, Crowder. He went to a barbershop in Ohio and he was saying that, hey, Black people kill white people at a higher rate. And it was, I know that was debunked, but it's like they bring up stats that I don't even understand.
They make up shit. It's really just they're pulling up imaginary numbers. It's nothing that's based in like statistics. True. It's the same thing. Yeah. It's the same tactic as the tether. It's the same. You know what I'm saying? They just come in, they make shit up. They expect you to not know anything because they think that you're as stupid as they are. That's what it boils down to. You know what I'm saying?
And their talking points are predicated on you not knowing. Because if they tell you a lie and you don't challenge it and you don't know it, guess what? That lie is the truth.
It's the truth now. You're right.
Yeah, because you didn't challenge it. And then they obfuscate and pivot to something else. So it's seeming like they're just destroying you point after point, but it's just lie after lie. And since you can't debunk it, you know, they're going to make a video. Corey gets owned by Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder wrecks Corey. But it's like, did he really though? And then they going to cut the clip after 2 minutes, even though it was a 10-minute clip. Like, where are the other 8 minutes at?
This is another thing. They're not going to like these Black intellectual spaces. Like, you know how back in the day, what was the show with the white dude? He had Khalid Muhammad. He had Farrakhan. Like they would have Francis Cress Welsing. What was it? Donahue, right?
Bill Donahue.
Yeah, back in the day, they would have like intellectuals who could push back. You know, on like now the new shit is like, let me go to a barbershop You're not going to an intellectual space in a college campus. You're going to a barbershop. You're going to a grocery store. You're going to a crack house and you debating niggas. You know, that's the type, or if you do go to a space, you're debating 18, 19-year-old kids. They're not debating people who can push back on what they're talking about. Like, for instance, you know, the whole Steven Crowder thing, or Pearl, the white girl Pearl, right? She was on a stream with lead attorney talking about, well, 1 in 3 black men has a felony. And then when you look at the study that she took that from, the study is an indictment on the American judicial system. It shows that black people are over policed and over targeted because when you look at that same number, black people make up over 50% of exonerations. You know what I'm saying? So it's specific targeting. So people start talking about beef and all that old shit. They live an ahistorical life. They don't know history. They don't understand the political process. And they come from these places where black people are at the bottom and they're supposed to be at the bottom. So of course the propaganda is supposed to make sense. That's what it boils down to. These tethers, they come from these places where they're cooning. You know I'm saying the Steven Crowders, he's a joke. He's not a serious person. Okay, if black people are so bad, what are we gonna do about it? Notice how they don't have any solutions. They come up with these false problems. They play the Hegelian dialectic game. They come up with these issues. They say, well, black people are a problem, but they never say, okay, well, what's the solution? What's the answer? What's the final solution, if you will, to this evil group of people?
Jail. That's what they wanted.
That's ultimately what they want to talk about.
Deeper than jail. It's deeper than jail because somebody has to commit a crime to be in jail. It's deeper than jail. It's about criminalizing your existence. It's deeper than just putting niggas in jail because they've been doing that. That doesn't work. It doesn't work because if you look at the statistics, I deal with data and statistics as part of my positionality in life. And so when you look at the amount of black males in jail, you say that there's 25 to 27 million black Americans, right? Black American males, excuse me. Out of that number, let's be liberal with the number. I'm always liberal with numbers. Let's say 500,000 of those people are black males are in prison. 500,000. So that's less than 5% of the population.
That's not even 1%.
Right. So it's about criminalizing you. It's about criminalizing how you look. It's about criminalizing your culture. Oh, he got braids. He must be this way. He got gold teeth. He must be that way. It's about making you uncomfortable being who you are and trying to make and shrink and minimize yourself so that you can appeal to them. That's what it's really about. It's about control of the narrative. It's about being destructive to the image of black people. That's what the shit really boils down to. Because I can look at 13% of the population commits 50% of the murders. That don't make sense.
That's mathematically impossible.
Right. When you adjust the numbers, because they like to say, oh, when you do per capita, when you do per capita, the numbers still don't make sense. The numbers still don't make sense.
The only reason why they do per capita, which is a math trick, is because ask them, okay, you got per capita, right? They etched that in their brain. Then follow up and ask them, what are the raw numbers and who commits the most total murders? And when you ask it like that, they have to concede that it's white people. So then they immediately pivot back to per capita. And then they try to ridicule you and say, you don't understand per capita. So imagine the black community committed 500 murders and the white community committed 5,000. What they're trying to convince you to believe is that, no, the 500 murders, that's actually more than the 5,000 because you guys have a smaller population. So if you tweak the numbers per capita, you guys are more violent. But if you look at the raw numbers, and I'm just using an arbitrary number, 500 murders for the blacks, 5,000 for the whites. And they try to justify it by saying, yeah, but we're the majority of the population. We have a bigger size, but hold on. Y'all say we low IQ thuggish monkeys who live in the hood. So people would expect for us to be doing crime. But why are y'all doing crime? Y'all love Jesus and y'all benevolent. Why the hell are y'all doing anything at all?
See, what they do is they try and skew statistics to be able to fit whatever narrative they want to fit. See, if we go into speaking on, statistics such as, okay, out of 100% of the population in America, and those people that are in America out of the whole population, okay, let's see, 87, 88, 89% of them are not on welfare, right? And then it's like, oh, okay, well, who's on welfare then? Then it's like, oh, okay, only 16% of Americans are on welfare. So it's like, okay, well, can you break that down a little more? Okay, so that huge number, that's most of that pie, that takes up most of that pie, that 87, 88, 89% of those people are immigrants and illegal immigrants. See, they'll understand the statistics when it's broken down that way. You see what I'm saying? So you have this whole pie, and then they want to take a fraction of that pie and say that, oh, okay, this is what's going on. And they'll take the smallest fraction of that pie. And sorry if I'm sounding like this is math here, but this is really what it is. And it's not making any sense. So you mean to
That's
tell
frustrating.
me out of the entire percentage of all Americans, that 13.8% of the population is quote unquote, we'll just say FBA, right? 13.8% is FBA. And you mean to tell me out of that very small, minute number that we're the one committing the most violence?
Yeah, but
But
they
then
don't
you
talk
see,
about. Go ahead, sister. My bad.
but then you see what they also do is, um, and I've mentioned this before on your channel. When you start going into their statistics, when you start going into these cities and you're looking up, let's take Virginia, for example. Um, Yeah, we'll take Virginia for an example, and more so, let's say Chesapeake, right? So then you look up, the records in Chesapeake, right? You can see who's in jail. You can see their pictures, their age, and their names. You'll see Mutombo all over the
Tumbo.
picture, his name, everything, all up in there. But then go look. I'm telling you guys, go look at the race of that person.
It's
It's
white.
going to say what? No, it's not. It's going to say African American. They put them in with us. They homogenize these immigrants in with us. And this is the problem. Meanwhile, they give Asians their own identities. You have people that are from Japan, you have Chinese, you have Taiwanese, you have Thai, you have Arabs, you have people from the Indus Valley. So what are they? Hindus. You have all of these people broken down within this group of Asians. However, when it comes to us, they're going to put them in with us, which is crazy to me. It's absolute nuts. So they skew numbers and they use that. And these are the same people that'll claim AA when it benefits them, but when they have their wins, they're Jamaican, they're Nigerian, they're wherever they may hail from. And so we're catching all of their L's, but then they're still able to hold their flags up. Meanwhile, we're stuck with this AA term, and we have our American flags just waving that shit over here looking sad because everybody is pointing the blame towards us. You just had a guy in the chat that you had to remove, pointing the blame towards us. Anything we do, just blame black folks.
Right. Yep.
That's
Yes.
what they do. That's what all of the Africans are doing. That's what the Somalians are doing. That's what the Jamaicans are doing. We still never got an apology from them when that Bahamian girl was talking shit about them, and then they blamed us. And we're like, wait a minute, because
Right.
we checking accents, foreheads, paperwork, jaundice levels. We checking every fucking thing, and then we start checking this shit and be like, nah, oh girl, she don't even sound like us. Was there ever an apology? No, they kept up with the bullshit. This is what they do. This is what they do. The Somalians are still blaming us. Meanwhile, we don't hold the cards for legislation. We're not the ones making these laws. We're not putting this stuff into place. We're not pushing this stuff forward. If we did anything, our ancestors, and I'm meaning our mothers, fathers, grandfathers, whomever, out there marching with Martin Luther King for civil rights and stomping and, hitting the pavement, sitting in the back of buses, doing sit-ins at the diner, at the all-white diner in, Mobile, Alabama or whatever. And they still call us lazy. No more
that's
money for
projection.
you. I will vote for Donald Trump. Like they do, they'll continue to do all of that. They'll talk so much shit. And these same people that are calling us lazy want us to get our asses up and go march for them. But we're lazy, right?
All I say is just use their arguments against them. I mean, people's kryptonite is just holding a mirror up in front of them. So if we're lazy, hey, look, I would have went out there and protested for you, but my IQ is too low and I'm too lazy. So you got to hold your own nuts. That's why we ain't out there. Y'all much smarter, right? So y'all don't need the FBAs out there. And in terms of these things, because like the sister was breaking down, you don't even have to be a math scholar to figure this stuff out. You just got to look up anybody. Y'all can Google this right now, but I took the liberty of doing it for y'all. There were 16,935 total murders in the United States last year. That constitutes a 15% decrease from 2023. Even, let's just say you credit all of those to FBAs. The full 16,000. Going with the 1350, you would only credit about half of those. But hey, let's go for the gusto. You can credit all 16,000 of the murders in the entire United States and divided by the Black American population, just the male population. So that'd be what, like 26% or something like that? Y'all do the number. 26 million divided by 16,935. And this is assuming that we took credit for everyone. You still won't even get 1%. So when they talk about the 1350, what they're trying to get you to, what they're manipulating you into believing is that of the 13% of the population, 100% of that 13% is committing crime, when it's literally less than 1% of that 13% population. All of these people claim to be high IQ, know math and statistics. Why they won't break it down like this? Because they don't want to. It serves them to. They don't want to. It serves them to. They don't want to. It serves them to. They don't want to.
My bad.
Yeah, basically they expect people to not do research. And most people don't. Most people live these lives where they just accept whatever Fox is telling them. But I want to touch on what the sister was saying about race and ethnicity. They'll adjust the race and ethnicity of an immigrant to match whatever they want. Like in DC, Ethiopians and East Africans are categorized as white to up the white numbers. You know what I'm saying? So they will change the race of these immigrants, these different groups, to benefit their needs. You know what I'm saying? If it's a crime related thing, they'll change it to black. If it's something that's related to positivity, they'll change it to that specific ethnic group, or they'll change it to white. So there's just all these different little tactics, tricknology, as they say, that these crackers do. And, it's goofy, though. It's all nonsense. Once you get educated and you start learning who you are and your history and all these types of things, you can kind of play past that shit.
Yeah, it's just like right now, Egyptians, Palestinians, right? Exactly. And now, not until 2030 are they trying to come up with a term called MENA, Middle Eastern North African. But it's still up to them to check that box. They can check other, they can check white, or they can check Middle Eastern North African, or they can check African American. That's just how these terms are supposed to be so nebulous and fluid. And this is why we're drawing a line in the sand with the delineation and disaggregation of data. And that's what they don't want. They want it to be super nebulous. They do want to draw a line in the sand for whiteness, and then they'll adopt people into whiteness as it suits them. But all of the time, when they pull up these stats and there's a bunch of Hispanics in Texas, and you'll hear these white nationalists complaining, why are they listed as white? Yeah, you got to take that out with the white elites, right?
Well, they never have a problem with their elites. They never have an issue with their elites, bro.
Who has a problem with these Hispanics wanting to be white? Who has the problem? The Hispanics?
No, some of these white nationalists, when they see the crime numbers and they see the arrest records, and many of them are listed as white, and then when people talk about, oh, look at all these white individuals committed crime, then the white nationalists delineate and say, no, they're not white. And they try to make it seem like there's some sort of propaganda to over criminalize white people, but they run the justice system. They are the ones running the OMB. They are the ones allowing people into whiteness. So this is what they do with the Jews. 92% of American Jews identify racially as white, but then they'll say, no, they're not white. And then I'll say, okay, is Jewish a race? Well, no, it's not a race. Okay, what race are they? And then they just start babbling, but they won't admit what race they are. They're whatever race that they checked on paper. They could have checked other. They could have checked anything, but they chose to check white. And then you call them white, and then they say, no, we're not white. And it just keeps going back and forth.
Yes, it's circular logic.
They
it's
are, though.
Controlling the narrative and changing things how it fits them. That's why for us, I think the focus should be on focusing on who the fuck we are and why other people can't be who we are. You have to gatekeep and put a fucking fence around who you are. The castle has to have a moat, and you have to tell people, hey, you can be whatever you want to be. You just can't be this. I'm saying that's most important.
And we can still build, right? We don't have to, like, a jaguar looks like a leopard, but a jaguar is not a leopard. Do we need to like lie to make it seem like they're the same just because they look the same? So even if it's somebody who's a tether and looks like a FBA, like, you're not of this lineage, but we can still build. But once we're building, we're not building under a false premise. We have a clear line drawn that, hey, I'm working with my Nigerian brother. I'm working with my Senegalese brother. That's the only way to show some self-respect, but also it's for cultural preservation, right? People will talk about how rich their culture is, but they're trying to wrap their culture into our culture. There's nothing. I don't eat jerk chicken, nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that's not a part of my culture that I would ever claim. I wouldn't try to denigrate. I'm sure people love jerk chicken, but that's part of a specific and distinct culture that they should take credit for. Same thing with naan and curry, plantains, egusi soup, even the bush meat, right? It's a part of a particular culture that I'm not going to take credit for. I will honor and uplift your culture so long as you reciprocate, right? Don't try to tether onto our cultural achievements and accomplishment and then discard it like a coat because you think there's, some benefit to you trying to be this African exceptionalist.
Yeah, I think we're past the point of working with them because you got to look at how they live at home. And my thing is they don't work together. So I'm not trying to work with people who collaborate with the CIA because in all these countries in Western Africa, all up and down East and Southern Africa, they got CIA offices. They got all types of goofy shit going on. So I have to question anybody from Africa that's trying to come work with me, but you don't work with your own people back home. I think that shit is out. I think it's time for us to be openly hostile with a lot of these other groups, the way that they have been with us. Like, you can't show me for 100, 200 plus years that you can't even develop yourself. You got freedom in 1965, most of Eastern Africa, but then a couple decades later, you still not running shit. The largest chicken manufacturer in your country is controlled by people that don't come from any of your local tribes. And you're giving priority and your elites are opening you up to it. But then when you look at the proletariat, the people on the ground, they also are open to it because it's part of their culture. And so people with a culture of undermining each other and like not building themselves up and then having low self-esteem, because that's a big issue with Africans is your self-esteem is so low, you got to come to somebody else's house and pretend to be them, right? You have to come to somebody else's home, pretend to be them while you're undermining them and their history and telling them that they're you. But then when we look at home and you're supposed to have all this African, see the person with the most pride is an immigrant. But then when you go to where they're from and you start looking at their homeland and the lack of development, it's like, wait a minute, you got all this homeland pride, but you're not there and you don't want to go back home. And then when I'm like, well, shit, how can we work together to develop your homeland so you don't have to come over here? You ready to kill me? So now I don't think we should work with people like that. I don't think we should do business with people like that. I think we should do business internally, focus on developing ourselves internally. And then maybe one day, if I see Nigeria is, they've finished developing Wakanda or Akon City, maybe then we can think about doing business. But as far as doing business with Africans, it's not part of their culture to do good business. Because one thing about FBA cultures, we're going to tell you the truth. You try to highlight an FBA sister and you ain't looking a certain way, she's going to tell you, hey, brother, your hairline is kind of jacked up. That means you're not taking care of yourself. Your belly's a little bit too distended, bro. That means you're not working out enough, right? So part of our culture is being honest and dealing with reality. The African does not deal with reality. They're not dealing with reality. If they were dealing with reality, they would be staying home. They wouldn't be working with people who are hostile to them to undermine each other for their own material benefit. We can't get with them people, bro. That just, I don't think that's a good idea.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it at all.
No,
They're not my brothers. I'm not calling you my brother or my sister. We ain't come out the same hoo-ha. You are not my brother or my sister. And that's just it. That's just it. I'm not working with people who are over here, sitting up here in dry ass riverbeds, talking about come get on the ark, come get on the ark, and all of that bullshit. I'm not doing it. I'm not. If you can be bamboozled by a mofo in a party city cloth, sitting up here making makeshift arcs and bamboozling people, hundreds of thousands of people, to come get on your ark because the world is about to flood, you're a lost cause. You're a lost cause. What is it that you can do for me? What is it that we can do together that's not going to include you scamming me? If you're going to scam your own people in your own country, I mean, there are examples daily of what's going on. I don't want to work with you. I'm not signing up to work with you. I didn't sign up to be in anybody's diaspora. I don't believe FBA signed up to be in anybody's diaspora. We didn't sign up for it. Did y'all sign up for it? Did y'all's parents sign up for that shit? I didn't sign up for it. I'm not a part of nobody's African diaspora because I'm not from Africa. My family isn't from Africa. My grandparents aren't from Africa. Their grandparents aren't from Africa. I can trace my lineage. I know exactly who I am. We know exactly who we are. Y'all sit up there and y'all look at those Nilotic people and those people in Africa, and you tell me if they look like your grandparents.
No. They're Hamites. They're different. This is different. That's like saying, and it's offensive because a Korean is not a Japanese. So why? Because I'm Black American, I got to be a Nigerian. I got to be Igbo. It's disrespectful. And frankly, it's cultural genocide. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a genocide. We're dealing with they talk about the great replacement theory, but what we're dealing with, that's exactly what it is. You're replacing us with a people because they don't owe Africans anything. They don't own Asian people. They don't owe these people anything. They owe us. There's a specific claim, a justice claim that we have that we're entitled to. You know what I'm saying? And they think that they're gonna replace us with these people, and it's backfiring now. The reason the right wingers are attacking the immigrants now is because they're listening to us and they're saying, wait a minute, but yeah, these people do live in these devastated homelands. Now you can say what you want about the CIA in the 60s and how they bombed, all of Southeast Asia. But my thing is those people sort of somewhat rebuilt. You can say whatever you want about the British and colonization, but again, you'll come to America and tell us we need to get over slavery. But then we tell you, and it's like, bro, here's the thing. Here's the difference, right? It's 95, and I say this every time I'm on this panel, it's 95% Black Africans in Africa. Why don't you have paved roads? Why don't you have public works? Why don't you have sanitation? Why don't you have sources? Like the Romans and people before that had developed aqueducts. They had water distribution systems over 1,000 years ago. So why is it that you're languishing in filth?
Because they're scamming. They've over 60 years of U.S. aid has went over into these countries, and it's been billions from America alone. Let's add the European Union. Let's add Britain. Let's add all of these other countries, the British, who have come into their countries and have given them the same, if not more. So you've had these billions upon billions upon billions of dollars for over 60 plus years. And you mean to tell me nobody has toilets? It's
Yeah, I
because
mean,
they're literally taking the money. Where's the money going? They're taking the money and they're enriching themselves with it. They're
right.
governmental leaders. That's what's going on. So if like we've done like how much money, here's the thing. When you got your cousin need a little bit of help, right? You're paying rent, you're buying shoes, you're helping out the kids, you're doing everything you can. You've been doing this for 5, 6, 7 years, but your cousin's still sitting over there in the apartment you pay for, sitting on their ass with their babies, looking at you to do it, and they don't want to do shit. It's gonna come a time, and I'm not saying there are cousins, guys. I'm just using this as an example. Like, don't come for me. But what I am saying is it's going to come a time to where it's like, okay, this has got to end. You got to get up off your ass and you have to do for yourself and you have to do for your own children. It is not my job to continue to do this. You know what I mean? Your kids have their own daddy and their own mom, and I'm not neither one of those. You see what I mean? So it comes a time where you have to be self-sufficient. And when is that going to happen? How can they be self-sufficient when their governmental leaders are stealing their money? How can you be self-sufficient when the people the first chance they get, they're fleeing to every British country you can think of. They're trying to flee to America. They're fleeing to the Caribbean. They got on their Air Force Ones, fleas. They fleet them. And you know what I mean? They're just going all over. And then their countries become a burial ground for them. Bury me there when I'm dead. You know what I mean? So they take and take, and they'll send to their countries if they do that. I know at one point they were doing that. I don't know if they're doing that now, if they're just, I don't know what they're doing. I don't give a damn. But clearly, quite clearly, there is a problem. Your governmental leaders are scamming. The people that are in your countries are scamming. We've seen the scam that's going on right now with the guy with his costume and his arc. And y'all want to do business with them? We want to talk about pop culture. Let's start talking about Portia Williams' husband, Simon. That old ass man that's like 70 years old. And I think didn't they ship his ass up out of here? You know how many times that man has been deported?
Well, let's talk about how when people go over there, people from America go over to Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, people are murdered. People are killed trying to do business, trying to develop. So people have gone, there's like a history of people going over there and they will just take the lease from you. They'll steal all your shit. They'll destroy your property. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to be realistic. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then the WDMA Warrior, I don't know why he's arguing with me. All right, let me explain because you guys, a lot of dudes that talk, they've never like been. So there's a racial classification system across the planet, right? Across the entire globe, right? And America is the one place where black people have any foothold, any sort of economic foothold, political foothold. It's America. That's why they're always trying to get over there in the first place. So let's just start there. Okay. In Africa, there is a racial classification system due to colonization. When Europeans and other peoples go over there, they have sex with the locals, and through that, they have control over the deeds, land, resources, through tribal ties and all that type of shit, right? So that class of people, which is considered colored or non-black, okay, exists as a buffer between the black people and the Europeans. The reason that I use the term black African is because Africa, while it primarily consists of black people are not the only group of people in Africa, and they certainly are not the dominant economic group in Africa. So people need to understand there's a difference between being on the internet and watching videos about Africa and living over there. Okay? That's why I'm trying to explain to you guys.
Wait. Who said FBA does not use the word colored? Y'all might
That's what
need to
I'm
start
trying to.
checking. Y'all might need to start checking y'all's grandparents' birth certificates because they say colored. So stop. Do not try and equate whatever's going on in Africa with them using that term, with what our people were called prior to us being called what? African American. African American is relatively a new term for us. That started, what was that, 1986, 87,
88.
somewhere around that? 88. Right. So before that, when we were segregated, what did it say for us to use?
Colored and Negro.
Colored.
My ancestors, their birth
Exactly.
certificate says Negro.
And I have seen ancestors that also say C for colored.
That's what I'm saying.
I've
Like, there's
seen
so many.
both. So it
There's
has nothing to do with a tether using that word when we were called colored before we were called African American.
And even the South Africans that call themselves colored, they spell it differently. They add a U in there to
Right.
distinguish that they're no, we're not the colored blacks. We're this.
Right.
We're a different type of colored, and that's where you get the Tylers and who's like a mixture of Indians and all stuff.
Indian. Yeah, she's not black at all. She's Indian and mixed. And the point that I'm trying to make is that it's a separate racial in South Africa where she's from. Mixed or colored is a totally different categorization. So the point that I'm trying to make is that they play caste system games and classification games, hierarchy games everywhere that they go. That's just a part of their culture. They have to classify things and give it certain levels of importance based off of how it benefits them, right? That's the point that I'm making. So I don't understand people in the comment section who've never left America, because part of being American is that we do have access to a passport and you have the ability to go anywhere on the planet that you choose to. And so I took advantage of that because I wanted to see how other people live, so that when it's time for me to bring information to my folks, like I'm doing now, I could speak intelligently rather than inferring things based off some internet shit or some Instagram shit. Because I really live real life. You know what I'm saying? So the point that I'm making is that in Africa, there's different racial classes. Like, there's people who are FBA on this panel and otherwise who go to Africa and you're not considered black. You're not even considered black there. So it's different everywhere you go. There's different racial categories that people fall into. And nobody's generalizing it to everybody, bro. I said that specifically. First of all, the same racial classification.
Argue with him. Don't even.
I'm I'm teaching broke niggas. That's all I'm doing. I'm teaching them who can't afford tickets to get over there. I'm just giving these niggas information, right? South Africa is the same in all of Africa. It is the same. I can generalize because I've been there. I lived there, and it's the same. It may be a different name, but it's the same. In Kenya, you have colored people, just like you have colored people in South Africa. The only difference is that the British didn't make it they didn't administer it. They didn't make it a part of the administration. You understand? It was a little bit different because they were colonized by different people. You understand? So, and I don't know if this dude is British or whatever, but it's obviously tether, right? So we can talk about
hit the link. Please hit the link.
Hey,
Please
and Corey, let me ask you
because it's not even making any sense.
Let me ask you this, Corey, since you actually been to the continent, when you went over there, did they embrace you as their African brother, or did they see you as an American?
We're other, bro. First of all, with them, they're very like colorist and obsessed with skin tone and all that old shit. I'm lighter skin, right? So you're not you're not black, you're not African. I'm saying you're African when it's convenient for emotional purposes, for economic purposes. But when they see you walking down the street, they're looking at you crazy because, oh, this nigga's mixed. This nigga's not one of us. They know that you're not one of them. You know what I'm saying? So, you got a lot of trolls, you got a lot of trolls in the chat. But no, when you go over there, they know that you're not. They know that you're Black American. They know who you are, and they know that you're not African. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to say another thing. They want to talk all this xenophobic shit. Okay, well, if it's xenophobic, if we're xenophobic, why when I go over to Kenya or to Namibia, they charge different prices based off of what your nationality is to access public services? So if I go to a park in Nairobi, if I'm not Kenyan, they're going to upcharge me. And this is common everywhere outside of America. This is not just Africa. Anywhere outside of a Western country, people are going to charge you if you're not from there. They're going to upcharge you. It's a gringo tax that's associated with not being.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to call it the black tax. And I know O'Shea Duke Jackson, he's over there and he's been in Africa damn near 10 years.
Wait, who is this that says name a birth certificate that says colored? I already did. We
Like I
already
said,
did that.
my
Oh my
mom's
God.
birth certificate doesn't say, it either says Negro or colored. And like I said,
Thank you.
everyone on this panel's parents was born before 1988. So when they introduced African American in 1988, clearly your parents were born before that. So your parents weren't born in African American. Martin Luther King was assassinated in 1968. They didn't say that an African American was assassinated at the time. They were calling him a Negro. So I don't know why people are acting confused about this.
These are trolls. These are trolls who are paid. I don't know if they're paid. These niggas, most of these niggas are broke, but they're trolling in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
I don't know
I
what the
wouldn't
mods
even pay any more attention. It's like if you can't hit the link, then just like, why are you
Well, no,
even
because there's other
talking?
people who may not be participating in the panel. Who should be given this information. They should have access to this information. So I don't have a problem addressing these people. I'm saying they're just trying to cause confusion. You know.
And I just want to, because I get it. Like people are like, well, why do you call yourselves black? Well, you don't have to call yourself that. Because the person in the chat is talking about calling himself Aboriginal. Why don't you go work with the Aboriginals and build a coalition? And then you have your Aboriginal coalition, since you don't want to identify as FBA. But let me give you some scholarship. The term Aboriginal was coined by white settlers in Australia in the 1830s. That's when the term Aboriginal was coined. It means from the beginning, and it was specifically used to refer to the original inhabitants of Australia. Now the term has become more loose, but if we want to talk about the evolution and the origin, that's where the term comes from, white settler. So if you want to come up with a term, come up with your own term. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute now, because you're going in on Aboriginals, and I've made it very clear as to what I am. You just said for him to go make an Aboriginal coalition if you don't want to deem yourself FBA. Clearly, they're in the chat because they know that there is a correlation. Clearly
Yeah, but they're
there
trolling
is.
though. That's the problem, is that
They
they're trolling.
are, but at the same time, I'm gonna do some corrections. No, yes, the term was in fact made by a white man, just like the rest of the terms. So I mean, I don't see what the flex is about the terminology that comes from them. However, no, when it gets down to the 5 races of man and what the CDC and the United States of America has the 5 races of man listed as in the United States, for us, it says Aboriginal American. That's what it says, and that's fact. So what I'm saying, and this is what I'm saying, you're saying in 1800s, baby, this goes back way before the 1800s, the 1700s, the 1600s. There were 5 races of man, and they still go by that 5 races of man till this day.
Yeah, but we're talking about reclassification. We're talking about reclassification that happened
Please
after.
listen to what I'm gonna. Please,
I've heard what you're saying before.
I've
heard what you're saying before, but we're talking about modern classification.
Yeah,
and let me finish. You're trying to be dismissive, and when I sat up here and I said that
it's not relevant.
till this day, it is still there. I
guarantee
you, it is 100% relevant. 100% it is. Okay.
It's not. We're dealing with
you can say that all
classifications
you want to say,
today.
but I know what the 5 classifications are, and I know for a fact till this day that they are still present. I'm telling you what I know. This isn't. You're questioning me as if I'm an enemy.
No.
Like
I'm
you're
questioning
coming from
you
a
because
place
you're
of
making a claim
malice.
when I'm asking you.
Chill out.
I'm asking
Because
you a question because you're making a claim.
Yeah, but you're
making
not
a claim,
coming.
you got to provide evidence for your claim. So if you're gonna say, well, this is what it is.
Oh my God! Here we go. Here we go.
Where?
Here we go.
Answer the question.
It's
Where?
there.
Where's the evidence? What's there? Where?
How about you Google it? Because what I'm not going to do is answer a man that's hostile. I'm
so
not
you don't have the
hostile
answer. You don't know what you're talking about. You kind of
Actually,
babbling,
I
basically.
do. I 100% do. You're just mad
Okay,
because
so provide
you
me the
don't
evidence.
know. I don't have to provide you shit. Not with that attitude.
All right, y'all. Let's keep it. All right, y'all.
I don't have to provide you anything.
Cool, guys.
No, he needs to keep it
then
cool.
by
Correct
default,
that
you don't need to
man
talk
that's
about
on the panel.
You don't know what you're talking about. Basically,
I
you're
know
admitting
exactly
you're
what I'm
throwing in
talking
you're throwing
about.
in the
I
towel
know
because you don't know what you're
exactly
talking
what
about.
but you're talking, but are you providing the resources from what you're saying?
What resources? What are we talking about? You made
Have
a
you
claim.
provided? Okay, you're
You said this is
talking,
a 5
right?
years of a race of a
Since
man.
you've been
Asking you,
talking,
okay,
I
based
know
off
what
of
I
what?
said, but what I'm saying, since you have
Okay,
been
so what is it
talking,
based on?
let me finish. You want me
What is
to
it
answer
based on? Just
questions,
answer the
but you
question.
don't want me to speak. That doesn't make sense. And I do know, Jessica, if you were listening in the chat, if anybody said it, I said I can't speak on it on this platform. It's something I'd rather share on a smaller platform. And I gave the reason as to why. I said it directly to Burnished Brass. So it's not about me not knowing. You're just wanting to shut me out because you don't know. But instead of asking me nicely, it was something I could have
Why would
provided
you bring up
you.
something you can't provide evidence for? That doesn't even make sense.
You're still talking. You're
I'm a
still
grown ass man.
talking.
What are you talking about?
You
Who's
know
gonna stop
what?
me?
You can have
All
it.
right.
I don't have anything else to say
I'm a
to
grown
you
ass man.
anymore.
What is you talking about? Stay in a woman's
What?
place.
All right, guys, look.
I
Y'all, we
didn't
on the
say
same
anything
team,
rude to
family.
you. This is exactly what I'm talking about right here. It's
How you
very
gonna, but water God, how you gonna
disrespectful.
bring
You
something
are
up and then when I say, okay,
extremely
where's the evidence?
disrespectful.
I'm not
You're
gonna give you the
upset.
evidence. What are you
You're
talking about?
emotional.
I don't
And
know what
you
you're
know
talking about.
what? It's not my problem. I didn't call you a
See,
little
this is the
boy.
problem
You're
with the
making up
Aboriginal
stuff.
community. I be talking all this Aboriginal shit, but you don't have
I'm
none of
not
the proof
talking
or evidence. Where's the
Aboriginal
evidence?
shit. What are you
Where's
talking
the
about? I'm on
evidence?
an FBA channel. No, I wanted to correct something, but instead of you being kind about it, you're being a bit of a
I
butt.
asked you a question
That's
and then
what
you
you're
in your
being.
feelings. Get
But
out your
you're not,
feelings.
you're asking me a question, but you're
Sister, get out of
asking
your
me like
feelings.
I
What
owe
is
it.
the evidence of what
The
you're
only
saying? Get out of your
person that's
feelings.
in their
What is the
feelings is the
evidence?
man that's on this panel that is in
What's
his
the evidence, sweetheart?
emotions.
I'm asking you. Present it to me. Put it in a private chat. Put it in a private chat. There's a private chat. You don't have to talk about it. Put it in a private chat. Put the
I
link in,
don't
and then I'll be
have
like,
to
oh,
give
okay,
it
she's
to
right.
you. It's something I can hand over to Water God.
All right, now
I
you're
don't
acting like a
have to
child.
give it to you. I don't want to speak with you anymore. So you can
Well, then
you
don't
can
speak
go
to
right
me.
on. All right.
Take your ass
So
back
don't
to
address
Aboriginal
me.
TikTok.
That's
What are you
great.
talking
Don't
about?
address me. That's fine.
Okay,
You're
guys, listen, man. Let's keep it
disrespectful.
PG.
I'll be disrespectful. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing about it.
No, you're telling me I need to stay in a woman's place. So I'll stay in a woman's place and be
Please and
quiet.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Man, y'all, look, Water God, let's organize this. Yeah, man, Kwanzaa, man. What you
That's what I'm
mean,
saying.
Kwanzaa?
It's a lot of babbling going on. It's a lot of my thing is this. I deal
He's
in
screaming
proof,
still.
evidence, and facts. This is what I do. What I deal with statistics based in measurable science and data. I don't make claims about shit and then say, well, I'm not gonna give you the evidence because I don't want to.
It's
That's all
not
that type of
about
shit
not
is
giving
weirdo
the
talk.
evidence. It's about
Weirdo talk.
doing things respectfully. You can't, there's a little thing that they say in the South. You catch a lot of more flies with sugar than you do with vinegar. But instead of you being diplomatic about it, you had to become very disrespectful. And when you become disrespectful, people are not obligated to share anything with you.
Okay.
And that's just what it is. So either you're going to be diplomatic or be a butt. But at that time, I don't have to share anything with you for that. Honey, sugar, whatever it is, they say both. I've heard both. But either way, I don't have to. But I do have the information.
So this dude keeps asking me, can we provide the law meaning of the word black? Bro, we understand that the law dictionary and all that old type of shit. We're talking about the OMB and how they classify the races when it comes to America. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. And I'm
Water
talking about
God,
us
I'm
using.
out.
I'm talking about us
All
using
right,
that
Lotus.
platform to make a distinction. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about some real shit, like real political movement, organizing, what we can actually change on law. I'm not talking about emotionalism and my grandma's Pocahontas. I'm not talking about that. If that's the conversation people want to have, that's awesome. But I'm talking a whole different. It's two different conversations. You understand me? So people in America, the 45 to 50 million of us that's in America that's classified as black, we got to deal with what we've been given. And the institution that we have to deal with has us classified as a certain way, right? And so my thing is, let's operate within those parameters to change things. That's all I'm saying. The classification system should be updated. Just like the brother B Easy was just saying, you know, they have the Middle Eastern, North American thing now. Okay, for us, we should be distinguished as foundational black, or whatever people choose, whatever the consensus is. I don't really care whether it's freedmen. If you want to be called Aboriginal, go ahead. I don't care. My thing is, let's come into a common consensus and let's change the law.
And that's all I was saying, because the Middle Eastern, North Africa is coming in to 2030. So I really don't know where, I mean, whatever you and her had exchanged, but like, what did she really correct me on? I just label what was a fact. You know, the term was created by white settlers. It wasn't a flex. It was just to point out the accurate origins of the term. So like you saying, if somebody, there's a bunch of people that call themselves Israelites. I don't go in their panels and tell them, man, drop that term Israelite. You should be FBA. I don't go in Aboriginal spaces or anything like that. But I'm with, hey, we can all come together. And also, they call it a U.S. census for a reason. So regardless, if most people are okay with calling themselves black, regardless of whatever etymology you want to dig to, that's the consensus. That's democratic. You know what I mean? If people choose to call themselves Aboriginal, but as presently constructed, we know that it's an uphill battle to get it reclassified as Aboriginal, but I'm not discouraging people away from that fight. If they want to go make that fight and make that claim, I'm all for it. But when people are like FBA and they're identifying that as that and galvanizing based on that, I just don't understand why people are trying to undermine it or shift their focus to label themselves as something else. You know what I mean? Some people have FBA lineage, but they say, you know what? I'm African American. I'm ADOS. I don't go around telling people to stop calling themselves African American. People are going to gravitate towards what they feel is comfortable for them, whether it be Aboriginal, FBA, freedmen, etc. So that's all I'm saying. Identify with however you want to identify. Even African, right? People want to beat their chest for Africa. That's not a black person or a melanated person that came up with that term. So all of these terms are not necessarily our terms. So when we do create a term or when we do reclaim a term and people are getting behind that, I'm going to get behind it too. Because we've been so fractured and dysfunctional for so long that if this is going to be the term that galvanizes us, let's do it. Because it's not really about the term at all, right? It's about what we do, not what we call ourselves.
Yeah, and niggas start getting on there, oh, you need to respect the women, brother. Bro, respect, part of respect is telling the truth and communicating effectively and correcting where correction is due. You understand? This is not an Aboriginal platform, bro. The Aboriginal people, they're entitled to have their platform, and I respect whatever they're doing. It doesn't seem like they're doing much, but this FBA delineation movement is really popping. It's really making things, a lot of things is having ramifications, shockwaves. So that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is let's stick to the topic at hand. And if I make a claim, if Water God makes a claim, if Be Easy makes a claim, whoever makes a claim, let's provide some type of sourcing for it. I don't think that's disrespectful to say, well, okay, if you're going by the 5 races of man, some pseudoscience the Europeans came up in the early, 19th century. Okay, if it's still relevant today, just provide me with the sourcing. Provide me with the government I deal with documentation. So I just want to know, what's the documentation? You know what I'm saying? You can call me African all you want, sweetheart. There's nothing about me that's African. So knock that off. Please stop it. Stop it. I'm from Brooklyn, East New York. The families from the Carolinas and Florida. So, just knock that off, please. For all that African shit. Just because somebody disagrees with you, if somebody's correcting you because they're dealing with reality, that don't make me African. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is if it's the 5 race concept is still applicable to political laws in America today, please provide me the sourcing. That's my only thing. That's it. So, but here's what I noticed about the Aboriginal people, Water God, Be Easy. I don't know if you realize, anytime we have these conversations, you got these Aboriginal peoples coming in, the Hotep people coming in, the new Black Panther Party people coming in, the Black Nationals coming in, all these people with no wins on a record, they start coming in and muddying the waters and causing confusion. And my thing is, if God is about edification and enlightenment, you know what I'm saying? I think it's godly for me to ask you a question. If you make a claim, please provide me with the source for that claim. That's all. Provide me with the information. I'm asking you for the information, and then you start talking about I don't have to give it to you because you're being rude. So whether or not I'm being rude,
I didn't even catch y'all real conversation that y'all had. I just caught when y'all was kind of going at it. I didn't hear the whole conversation, man.
Listen, she made a claim. First of all, Be Easy had said something, and she got triggered about that. And then I was just like, well, we're talking about racial classification as it's classified by the Office of Personnel Management, the OPM, and the OMB, and the Records Management, and the government. So she starts talking about, well, according to some European pseudo, because I've heard we've all heard that before, right? It's like old Hotep babble, right, from the 80s and 90s, with dudes with dashikis on that they bought from Europeans. Is they start talking about the 5 races of man and eugenics, and I'm like, bro, it's 2025. We're not dealing with that. Yeah, we don't deal with that. All that shit it's been debunked. So my thing is, right now, people are saying we are FBA. You got some people who saying I'm freedman, some people saying I'm Aboriginal, some people say, hey, that's all cool, but we should be able to form like Voltron. And if you want me to start talking your talk, provide me with some data. That's my only point.
And the origins of the 5 race classification came in the 18th century. Obviously, we're older people than that, but if you subscribe, people will say that race is a social construct, but people adhere to the construct if it benefits their narrative or argument. And I'm not here to argue people down. Identify as what you identify as. But of those 5 races, it's supposed to be Caucasian, Mongolian, Ethiopian / Negroid, American Indian, and Malayan. So people are saying we're the American Indian, the copper color, the Aboriginals, and all that stuff. And I don't hold and try to refute people on that. But when we're talking about it in a political sense, there is no movement to get that changed on OMB because you're facing stiff competition from the so-called American Indians, the Siberian Native Americans, right? They were the ones who were also participating in the slave trade, and they worked with the European colonists and power structure to ethnically erasers, ethnocide, a paper genocide. So when we're saying, you know what, we're Aboriginal and we gonna claim this, I'm not here to deny your indigenous status. The thing is, the so-called indigenous people will work with the power structure to deny it. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter how much. And I'll say, okay, fine. Where is because at least FBAs could point to the delineation movement. Where is the Aboriginals delineation movement to get this changed on OMB? Now, we've been here for hundreds of years, right? Centuries. And we think that we're just going to galvanize to displace the so-called Native Americans on the census, right? Do we even need to be identified as American Indian or Aboriginal to get what's owed on this land, right? Because we can get what's owed fighting as freedmen. I think we can get what's owed as fighting as FBA. If people believe that we can get what's owed as fighting as Aboriginal, knock yourself out. I'm just saying it's going to be an extreme uphill battle because they've already, that's why they had the dolls roll and everything. That's why they reclassified us, because they don't want us claiming our indigenous.
Brother, you got cut off?
Damn, Be Easy, you got cut off, man.
Oh, damn, my bad. Could you hear me?
Yeah, I can
hear you now.
Good.
Okay, yeah. So this is my whole thing is it's like in order for you to be classified as Aboriginal or indigenous, y'all have to take that up with the U.S. Census and the OMB. So many people, not all, but many people I see they're lashing out at FBAs and, saying, why y'all calling us black and this and this and that? Y'all confusing people. And that's what I was talking about. Okay, where is the because they always talk about Tariq, right? Where is the, the Aboriginal influencer that's pushing? Where's the...
Oh, damn, what happened?
No, he went out of there. I don't know what happened. He probably lost service.
But yeah, it's no disrespect, Water God, to your platform, to anybody.
No. Yeah. It wasn't no disrespect to her though. You didn't disrespect her at all, though, right?
Nah, I didn't. That's what my thing is. If you make a claim, like if you're talking about the 5 original races of man, then you're talking about European eugenesis, which it's already been debunked and it's babble. The Caucasoid, Mongoloid, Africoid, all that type of stuff. That's pseudoscience. That's not anything that's relevant to like American politics right now in 2025. So I was just trying to see, okay, maybe I don't know. So what's the distinction? If there's a distinction, if I need to upgrade my operating system, please give me the firmware. I'm willing to update, but just give me the information. When I'm asking for the information, people start getting emotional. And when you get emotional, we're on an information sharing space, a data sharing space. To me, that you're trying to disrail the conversation. That's how I look at it. And I noticed with Aboriginal people, okay, cool, we're Aboriginal. What's next? What's the next step in that process? You know what I'm saying? What's the next? Because when it comes to presenting laws and suing nations and governments, you have to have a historical, you have to have proof, right, of disenfranchisement historically. We can point to the Freedmen's Bank, right, during Reconstruction and how Black people put all that money, FBA put all that money into that bank and the money was stolen and never returned. The bank crashed and the money was never in, it wasn't FDIC insured. I don't even think the FDIC was a thing back then. You know what I'm saying? That's the point that I'm trying to make. I'm pointing at historical iniquities, historical injustices that we can point to and trace back to our people. The reclassification has already happened. Unfortunately, many of us that have Aboriginal DNA and background, that was reclassified. Now we're Black. So we have to deal with that because unfortunately, we haven't had a revolution. So we have to deal with their system. We have to sue within their system. So we have to do it the right way. People start talking about, this and that, and I'm Aboriginal and you being offensive to the Aboriginals. That shit is like, it's really emotional. And the game that we're playing right now is business. We're not talking emotion. We're talking business. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to, be, oh, baby, sweetheart. I'm not going to kiss nobody's ass. If you make a claim, provide me with the evidence for your claim. That's basic. That's the basic scientific method. I observe something, right. I provide the theory. That's basic. Right. So that's all I got to say.
Right. So I heard Corey's perspective. Now y'all give me perspective of how was he disrespectful? Y'all was saying, oh, he being disrespectful in the chat. I ain't catch it, but the only person that was emotional. What did he say though that was disrespectful? That I didn't hear everything he said, but from what he explained, it didn't sound like he was just questioning what was said.
Well, she got offended because I questioned her. Basically, how dare I question her? That's basically what it boils down to, which is typical of many women when they're out of pocket, which is why I told her, stay in a woman's place. Right now, we're on a panel with men that's building and teaching our people. It's not your place to come in and interject me, especially when you're talking about some third-party shit that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about right now. You got these dudes with this Dr. Ben, this Dr. Sebi logic, and I'm like, bro, that shit don't work anymore. They were here, but that don't work no more. You know what I'm saying? The Dr. Sebi method, the Black nationalist method, they tried it. It didn't work. So now let's try something different, period. If people think that's disrespectful, I don't care, bro. I stand on that. I'm a man. I'm going to stand on what I say and how I feel. You know what I'm saying?
It sounded like it was rambling, but I come at it again. Well, it's an open panel, man. I want to hear y'all opinion, and I want to get everybody's opinion so we could form something together, but this wasn't, said it sounded like she was rambling, but I came in at the end. I ain't really hear everything, so I can't really form but we all playing the same game. We all on the same team. If you in this chat, you definitely in on working. So I guess both of the hearts mean well. I don't think they just was going at it with each other.
Yeah, I just don't abide by rowdy women. That's all. I just don't abide by rowdy women or these weak ass simps that's in the chat. That's all. And niggas is mad about that. When dudes, that's why these dudes got a problem with Tariq, right? He talks about he's going to Fiji and he's doing this and that with his wife and his beautiful family. Dudes, they feel some type of way when you have access to material that they don't. That's what it boils down to. Niggas is hating, whatever. No disrespect to her. I apologize if she felt like me asking her questions was disrespectful. But sister, nobody's above anybody. If somebody were to ask me, well, where's your paperwork, Corey? I would provide you with the paperwork. You know, there's nothing disrespectful about that. This is just human interaction. And so if you're going to be offended by that, you're not going to be able to deal with what's coming to us in the long haul, because this shit that we about to go through is not easy. The shit we've been going through is not easy. So to get all emotional, you know, niggas is cheerleading. That's weird to me. Niggas got the, you know, that's just that, but that's a whole masculinity thing. There's an issue with masculinity in general. So
so you said all in the same game, but certain people are playing different positions. That's what we do, man. Everybody got to play a position.
Like, so we're not talking about what you're talking about. Now we talking about Aboriginals, and it's always off topic. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you noticed that, but it's like we'll be building and talking, and here's how we can do this, and here's how we can do that. And then somebody comes in and they're totally just changing the conversation. You know, let's focus on delineation. We're FBA. This is an FBA panel, correct, Water God? So
yeah, it's an FBA panel. I mean, yeah, Freedman, FBA, whatever, you know.
Yeah, so you know, I don't have Pocahontas in my family. You know, we're not. You know, we have some Lumbee and some Choctaw.
He probably kind of falls up under that. I think FBA kind of stands for just the foundation. So it's a lot of people like Solani, Tania. She tap in and she claims the Sulani, claim FBA. So it's a lot of subsectors of the FBA too. So it get a little tricky.
And that's what I'm saying. Like that shit got to stop. You know what I'm saying? Like when you study other people's history, like the China, like I like history. So I study people's history. I study Chinese history. There was a period of time, right? They had the 7 warring kingdoms. Then they had the romance of the 3 kingdoms. But the common consensus is that those kingdoms fought, one kingdom won, and then they crafted a national identity. And that national identity is what they've run with. That's why they're called, the kingdom was the kingdom of Qin, which is why now, thousands of years later, they call themselves Chinese, because they based themselves off that one kingdom that conquered China for the first time initially. We can't have all this extra shit. We got to have one agreed upon not ideology, but one agreed upon name. Figure it out. I don't care what the name is. Figure it out. And that's just what it's going to be. Niggas with I'm this and I'm that.
Now listen. Yep. Now that makes sense, because really, my parents and my grandparents used the name Cherokee Indian. Like when I was a kid, that's what I heard. I never heard African. I only heard African when I was in school, African American, but my parents would always Cherokee Indian. So they never said FBA, but I'm willing to come through with everybody, just like everybody else willing to do, come together with whatever everybody else's lineage is, but as long as it's founded from America and come together. So
yeah, you just got a lot of trolls in the chat who don't know what they're talking about, basically.
Yeah, you know how it goes.
You got a lot of these niggas is 40, 50, and they never accomplished nothing. And they, you know, they come into these different panels and they feel empowered because they have a voice. But it's like, nigga, you don't have no wins.
But let's be honest, we're a mixture. I can agree with that. It sounds like I'm hearing both. I mean, I fought with both sides. I understand what Corey is saying. He's saying, look, we trying to do business. Now we trying to come together on something. But then I also understand people claiming they, you know what I'm saying? Claiming whatever they claiming. I get
but my thing is this, right? And I'm just using this for an example. I know somebody's going to be triggered or whatever. What is the history of the Solani people? Like, what's the history? Who's the Solani person? When you look into the textbook, who's the? Because Frederick Douglass, he identified as American, right? So my thing is, where's the? Because when you talk about law, right, in lawsuits and jurisprudence, you have to provide evidence. That's why they have discovery, right? During the discovery phase, you provide the evidence. You discover things that are going to benefit your side of the argument. So my thing is, what's the Solani person? What's the Solani? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that? People just be saying shit. And then let me just say another thing. When you're talking about Black Americans, people keep talking about, oh, the slaves and the slaves. Bro, everybody wasn't a fucking slave. This is another thing people got to understand. Not everybody was a slave. You had free people of color. This is why we have to learn history and not be so emotional. You had large groups of free people of color. Okay? All those different melanated people. This is why we talk about we're mixed, because we come from different melanated groups. You got some African slaves. You have some people, Black people that are already here that may or may not have been Aboriginal. You have some Black people who maybe came over from Europe. All types of shit. You know, just like how Stephen Eco the Moor could communicate with the people here. Some of his people may have been But the thing is, we have to agree upon one classification, and then we can present our case. That's really what it is. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying dudes is talking about
that
the law book.
No. That makes sense because there was a lot of different tribes, and a lot of people probably want to claim they individual or they indigenous or whatever they tribe is, and that's understandable. But we still gotta recognize them as a lineage. That's what people do when they are emotional.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah, we ain't have to do no. Listen, y'all. Everybody in the chat was like, "Look, we trying to build. We ain't,
But here's the thing.
Let's kill that, guys. Let's kill that.
We can talk. My thing is, let's talk about how people are living, because we can get into that. We can talk about the lived experience that people have. You have a lot of people on the internet who ain't done nothing, who ain't been nowhere, but they're talking. You have no victories. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just say this dude Save Seas. He's like, oh, we'll read the meaning of black in law, sir. That's not relevant. This is what I mean. That's not relevant to the conversation that we're having, bro. This is not a Bobby Hemmett conference, bro. We're talking politics here, brother.
And not only that, it's a form to undermine the discussion, right? People could feel, hey, I didn't like the term African American. I never liked that term, but it was just imposed on us, right? So now FBA, that term is not being imposed on anyone. People are choosing to identify as FBA. And then once people make that choice, then it's like, well, why are you calling yourselves black? And a lot of the pushback that I see towards people identifying as FBA, I didn't see this much pushback for people identifying as African American. Now people are saying I'm not African American, but I also don't want to call myself FBA because it's associated with Tariq. But African American is associated with Jesse Jackson, the small hats, and the boule who sold us out.
Yeah,
Africa is associated. Africa ain't associated with your ancestors. Non-black people named Africa. Non-black people gave the term Aboriginal. Non-black person named Nigeria. So where are we gonna go with this?
Okay, let me pull up this so we know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is an organic movement, but you got people that's mad because, like, you'll talk about the white man and how we kiss on white ass, but then we come up with our own term, and then now it's offensive to people because we're not talking about Native Americans. Well, my thing is, okay, start a channel, teach the history, talk about how people reclassify. You're gonna do more by teaching than coming on a separate panel, having an incendiary conversation about things that are irrelevant. That's come on.
Yeah, because some people are pushing the Moorish line. So I'm like, cool. And even the Moorish people, guess what they're doing? Attacking Tariq. And then there's some Aboriginals, not all, but some Aboriginals attacking. So it's like, why is your cultural heritage based on attacking us? See, FBAs, we don't have to go around and say, man, F them abos and F this people, you know what I mean? They ain't got nothing on FBA. It's like, nah, people identify as FBA and keep it pushing. Sometimes it's really not even that deep. People are like, oh, well, I don't want to call myself African American. I don't like Tariq, but FBA sticks. I'm FBA. And then they go about their life. For some people, it's not that deep. But like Corey is saying, some people, they're not really politically astute. And they want to say, well, don't call yourself this and don't call yourself that. Do you even know the process of what it takes to get a racial ethnic classification on the OMB? Do you even know what that acronym OMB stands for? Many people don't, but they're kind of babbling incoherently just because everybody wants to have an opinion, which you are entitled to it, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And not everybody has to respect your opinion, especially if it's not coming from a place of rationale and logic.
Right. And rationale and logic requires citations and sources, so. Okay, so this is what people are not understanding. So somebody said, if your people are already free and had land and never lost, how would they be owed reparations? Because reparations is not just for slavery, right? Reparations is for land theft. It's for reclassification. It's for genocide. It's for convict leasing. It's for redlining. It's not just for slavery. And if you're under the impression that reparations is only for slavery, now slavery is one of the primary drivers, but if you're under the impression that it's only for slavery, then I would say you need to hit the books again, my friend. That's what it boils down to. There's too many people in the conversation that don't know what they're talking about. They don't have the historical or political education. And those of us who do have the political education and the historical education are going to lead the march, period. That's just what it is. That's just what it boils down to. And if you're offended by that, so be it.
Lotus Tyler got back in the building. Lotus, you back?
Yeah, it seems like he keeps kind of like low key coming for me. And I just don't understand why. Like, I was never emotional about it. So I don't know where that comes from. I was actually very calm, even though I was called out of my name. However, I had already mentioned where it came from. So just like the gentleman who was just speaking prior to, when he was mentioning about the names that we were called prior to, that's all I was trying to say. So it was like, what were we called first? And it's not about me coming with some sort of aboriginal or being a part of some people who call themselves aboriginal. It's not, that's not what I subscribe to. You're assuming what I subscribe to, and that's not what it is. And so, where I did get it from, as I spoke before when I mentioned the CDC, that's where I got it from. So instead of, so it has nothing to do with me not wanting to share the information. But when you do things and it comes off as disrespectful and you want to force me to do something and you're not allowing me to get my point across, then we get nowhere. So like I said, you were coming at me as if I were an enemy, and I'm not an enemy. And that's what I don't understand.
Right. And I don't want that on the channel, y'all. Like,
Thank
I
you.
don't
And
want
that's all I'm saying. And
Let
that's
me
all
just
it
say this and then I'm
says.
done. I'm gonna
Oh
just
my
say this and then I'm done.
God.
I'm gonna just say this and then I'm finished.
Here we go.
Right. Let's keep it
CDC
positive. Go ahead.
the CDC is the Center for Disease Control.
I
They do
know
not manage
exactly what it
classifications.
is.
Sweetheart, please, I'll let you speak. Let me speak.
You did
They do
not.
not control classification. They don't control racial classification. That's OPM and OMB. The Office of Personnel Management and the Office of the Office of
The Office
Management
of
and Budget.
Management and Budget. I understand, but you're trying to shut me down before I can even share
I'm
what
not
my
shutting you down.
findings were.
I'm
But
rebutting what
that's
you're
what
saying.
but that's what you were it
You got to learn how
it
to have a
wasn't
conversation where people don't agree with you. That you have an issue with
it
having a
has it
conversation.
has nothing to do with agreeing with me or disagreeing. You don't allow me to finish talking, and that's what was happening. Just like you're doing now. You're shutting down something where I believe I found something that is very key to a lot of things. But instead of having an open mind, you want to shut me down and say,
Listen, I'm not here to talk
you
about
don't
your feelings,
agree.
sweetheart. Say what you got to
It
say and keep it
has
moving.
nothing
I
to
don't care
do
about
with
your
my
feelings, B.
feelings. It has
Niggas get their
nothing to do
feelings
with.
hurt every day. I don't care
Oh
about
my
that shit. Speak
gosh.
your
I'm
truth and
not a
keep it moving.
nigga. I'm not a nigga. That's not what
Okay.
it is. But this is what I'm talking about. When you're wanting to share certain things, and then when I'm trying to then when I'm trying to give out whatever it is that he wanted or even talk about it, they shut you down. So it has nothing to do with me disagreeing with anyone. He disagrees with me, but it's fine.
Right.
It's on
But you
one
agree.
moment. It's
You
on one
agree.
moment. It's
Right.
in one moment where you're saying, hey, we're here to share information or whatever the case is. And that's all I'm trying to do. So instead
Okay.
of but don't shut me down. It's not even to say that you're wrong or I'm wrong. It's like, hey,
Right.
wait, I have this information. It is actually critical and it's actually low-key mind-blowing. So that's what I would have loved to share, but you shut me down. And that's fine. You keep using the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, and this has to do exactly with that. It has to do with everything with the vital statistics and the standards that they use for full implementation of the OMB standards. So I know what I'm talking about. So I have no problem sharing that. But then, but you and you know what? That's all that it is. So that's all I wanted to share. But then at the same time, don't say I'm in my feelings when you're the one yelling and screaming above me and then calling me out of my name. It wasn't the other way around.
Got you. Got you. So be easy. I get what you saying, man. We got to get the classification, but everybody, do we seem to be on board with that? So where you at, be easy? Do you say we all stick with the FBA? We stick with everybody. Stick with the FBA status.
I say that's not up to me. I say it's up to the people. This is what people talk about personal responsibility, not only collective sovereignty, but personal and individual sovereignty. So the name will speak for itself. This name, like you shown up here right now, African American, was imposed. So you see people fracturing off. Some people are leaning into Aboriginal, Sulani. People, our political classification that's already on documentation is freedmen. You know what I mean? But it's ultimately up to people, and people use these terms interchangeably as well. They'll use a term in a cultural, colloquial sense, and then they'll use the actual term in a political sense. But I say it's ultimately up to the people. If a term is galvanizing people and the people of that lineage is getting behind it without force and coercion, then at that point it's bigger than you, right? Because the lineage is bigger than me, Water God, Tariq, Corey, or anything. It's not about me. It's about us. It's about the collective. So even if I say I really don't like FBA, I prefer Aboriginal, but everybody else is clamoring and wanting to identify as FBA, it's not really about what I want. And in my personal life and personal space, I can continue to say I'm Aboriginal or I'm both. It could be used interchangeably. If you respect the lineage, I don't think the terminology and classification should prevent you from building. That's just my position on it.
And I agree wholeheartedly with you. I think that these terms are 100% used interchangeably. And I know there's some people that have an issue with the term black. And the reason why one of the guys were in the chat, I'm not going to put him out there, but I mean, you know who it is. They keep saying that, but they're saying that because they're saying, hey, well, what does black mean? And you know, we already do. When you start looking into the statistics and the vital statistics of everything, it 100% says. And I'll answer your question for you, C's, because you've been on it. Black is a term that means anyone from any of the racial groups that are out of the African continent. So that's where I believe that's where that's coming from. So we get that. You know what I mean? But here there's a different definition for that. So I understand. So to say like, oh, okay, there's these, you know, all of these people in the same spaces, they're all in the same spaces because they believe that they're the same people ultimately. So at the end of the day, you know, if you want to identify with what you want to identify with, then that's fine. I choose to go with what I choose to go with, but do I still support 100%? I do. And so at the end of the day, we've been called everything under the sun at this point: colored, Negro, Indian, African American, black, like and like you said, if we decide to go with the collective, go with the collective, and everybody's together and they're on, you know, FBA, well, why not just go with that? Nobody's being forced to it. This is something that we've come up, you know, as a collective together. No one gave us this name, so let's go this way. So that's 100% understandable, and I 100% agree with you. But you know, at the end of the day, I guess everybody does have a right, you know, to self-identify, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right? It's almost like biracial people. You know, the one drop rule is some racist colonial stuff, but we've subscribed to that. We'll call anyone black. And I'm not saying whether we
Right,
should do this. I'm
right.
not saying whether we should. But what I'm saying is when people, even Frederick Douglass, right? Someone brought up Frederick Douglass on this panel. He's technically biracial, but he doesn't identify as biracial. He identifies as black. So that's kind of how it is with this lineage as well. It's ultimately up to whatever terminology people want to identify with, and then people will just have to accept it. We accept biracial people who identified as black. If you identified as mixed and biracial, we kind of got to look at you sideways. So That's kind of how it is with our lineage as well, where somebody may identify as FBA, but it's like, not really FBA. I'm kind of, of this other tribe. You know what I mean? And that's fine. And then people are just saying, well, identify as that. You know what I mean? But it's ultimately up to the person and the collective. It will get on board. You know what I mean? Like there was no meeting. There was no meeting for people to say that they're FBA, but I'm seeing more content creators using it, and I don't even be seeing them collaborate like that. So it is like a grassroots thing. So nobody is bigger than that program, right? Not Tariq, not Diddy, not Water God, not me or anybody. Nobody is above reproach. You know what I mean? And that's how we got to keep it regardless of what the term is. If Aboriginal was the term, yeah, Aboriginals need to be held accountable because they're human beings. So
yeah, so somebody was like, it's a socioeconomic status, right? And so that's a true statement. It being blackness and whiteness in America, there's socioeconomic statuses outside of just a skin tone or an implied ethnic group. But what we're trying to do is change that. We're trying to change the meaning of that. So right now, if a black person is classified as being from Africa, we're trying to change that. We're trying to change the definition. Definitions can be updated and changed. The government and all the classification systems are living documents. So that's all I'm talking about. As far as all the other thing, the history and this, and I don't get into that. My thing is, let's address the government because we have a grievance specifically with the United States government. It's like a Haitian has a grievance with the French government, people from the UK, or people from certain parts of Africa. They have different issues with different Europeans. We have an issue with the American government and black people and other people who are part of that government that are not just European. And so we're petitioning them to change their understanding of the classification. That's my only thing. All that other shit, I don't care about it. If you want to be Choctaw, Creek, whatever, that's great. Have at it. I respect it. No disrespect to that. But my thing is, when we're talking politics, let's not argue about classification. That's so stupid. Let's agree upon something by consensus and then present our case to the government. And then when I said I need evidence, because when you present a case, when you're active in jurisprudence or work or whatever you're doing with your life that's anything substantial, generally speaking, you should have some type of evidence. That's all.
Yeah, there is evidence, but what I was saying is then when you go to what you were first initially called, that's all I'm saying. So if let's just say we go to court tomorrow, right? We have all of this evidence. It gets struck down. What if it gets struck down because you're calling yourself something that has doesn't have that original name? Is what I'm saying. I'm trying not to get into this because I feel like this is more so of a conversation that it should be very private amongst pretty much intellectuals in a smaller space. So I try not to get too much into it for a very good reason. A very good reasons. I have my reasons, and it has nothing to do with gatekeeping, but it has everything to do with being in a more protected space, and it's for everybody. But if they struck that down, right, and then they're like, well, and I'll use this for example. Remember how they that one president of like Egypt years and years back said, when you left here, you were black. Now that you come back and you're trying to call yourself these people, right? And I'm not saying that that's who we are. We're different people. What I'm saying is what were you called at that point? Do you see what I mean? There's so many names. So I get it. We call ourselves FBA. But what if that's struck down? What's the next move? So I think these things do need to be talked about. We can have strategies, but what's plan A? What's plan B? What's plan C? So I think it's very relevant to the conversation. And so we can say that, oh, well, the CDC doesn't matter or I don't want to hear about it, but it is connected to the OMB. It is connected to vital statistics. This stuff is all connected, whether we like it or not.
Okay, the United States as we know it, the government and all the organizations and everything that falls under it, the executive, judicial, all the different branches, started in 17. I'm not speaking to you specifically. I'm speaking to everybody. So this is not a back and forth between me and you. I'm just speaking.
I'm not making it
Okay.
that. You're making it that right now. I'm listening.
All right, I'm gonna give you the floor and let you finish. Let me know when I can speak.
I answered your question. You said you
So in
weren't speaking to me.
1776, that's when the United States started. In 1776, the first census was about 10 to 12 years later in the 1790s. So the case that we would be presenting to the court or to the government would be anything from 1776, the inception of the country, to up to 2025, and the disenfranchisement from that period of time, 1776 to 2025, and all the disenfranchisement that encompasses. That's what we're talking about. So when people first got here and the government didn't exist, we're not petitioning the colonies, we're petitioning the United States government. Those are two different conversations. The conversation that I'm having is about the United States government, 1776 to 2025. After 1790, when that first census happened, there was no native, there was none of that. That wasn't a thing. Okay. You had white people, white men, land-owning white men, non-land-owning white men of a certain age, white women, and everybody else. Everybody else was our people. The many different groups of people that make up who we are today, because it's more than just Aboriginal people. It's more than just enslaved people. That's to me, that's the strongest case that you can present. I'm not talking about when Europeans first came here. I'm not into that. That's not my wheelhouse. My wheelhouse is the United States. I don't get into pre-colonial conversations because that's speculative. I get into what's documented history and how we can build a case based off of things that have already been documented for an existing government. Just like how people say, well, you're not entitled to reparations because there was slavery everywhere. But we're talking about chattel slavery that benefited the United States government specifically. That's what the case is. That's what it is from my perspective. That's what I've been led to understand. All that other stuff, that I don't get into that. So that's not even a conversation that I'm willing to have.
Well, people in the chat are seeming to think that
the Mayans and all that type of shit. I don't get into that because the Olmecs and the Mayans have nothing to do with the United States government.
Yeah, I don't think we're talking about that, but
I'm just talking. I'm talking about all of it, all of that, all the native stuff, and I don't get into that. I don't get into that for jurisprudence purposes. I'm talking about presenting a case to the government and getting some political organizing done. I'm not going to organize to recognize ourselves as native tribes because most of those tribes have already been co-opted. We already know that. The Dawes Rolls happened. When you look at all these tribes now, it's a bunch of Europeans. So I don't even want anything to do with that, right? We need a separate classification. A separate classification. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, okay. Well, Corey Jones says that you just lost the case.
Well, who is Corey Jones? What are his accomplishments? What clout does he have in life? Why does that matter to me? Why does a random dude on the chat, what does that mean to me? As a person who's done things and is doing things in his life. What are we talking about?
Oh, okay. So you're saying that he's done nothing in his life? I mean, how are you gonna here's where I'm coming from. How are we gonna be able to work together if people it's like, oh, okay, well, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that.
Because there needs to be order, there needs to be leadership.
Exactly.
Somebody has to lead, sweetheart. That's what you're not understanding. And the most accomplished the people who are going to lead are the most accomplished men. That's who's going to lead. That unfortunately, that's just what it is. It's going to be the men who have the most accomplishments. That's who's going to fight, and that's who's going to die, and that's who's going to lead. If you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you.
It has
that's
nothing to do with my understanding. You're screaming
it has a lot
at
to do with
me
your
as if
understanding.
I'm.
That's clear to me.
You are so upset with me, and this like makes zero sense. I don't know why you're coming for me like that. So
I'm not upset.
This is what's
I'm
crazy.
telling you the truth. I'm giving you reality. So I'm giving you a dose of reality. I'm telling you.
My name is Lotus.
The people that have done the most are the people that have done the most, know the most. Those are the people who I would like to lead me in this process. I would like a lawyer, somebody with a JD, somebody that understands how these things works. That's what I would like.
Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, how can you say that someone in the chat if they're like, well, I think you lost the case?
Because you brought
or
it up
whatever
to me as if that means something, as if I don't care
No,
about
oh
that.
my
Like, that's irrelevant
gosh.
to me. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
Hey, Water,
Yeah, for
could
me.
you
It may
hey
be
move this
relevant to
along,
other
Water?
people.
Okay. Yeah, man, let's move it along. So listen, I was just gonna show y'all the San Francisco mayor signs a legislation to approve the establishment of a fund to distribute reparations to qualified Black residents. They put Black residents on that. Be easy. How you feel about that?
I don't think I have to read the exact language to see how codified it is, but there have been people on the grassroots, and I've been tapped in with them. I won't speak too much on it, because most of these task force and committee are just time wasting tactics, right? When they want to give money to illegal immigrants and other people, they don't do all this stuff. Now, is it a step in the right direction because you keep the conversation going? You talked about delineation and disaggregation of data. They are establishing committees and getting this done on paper and documentation. So they are listening to our conversations. These are just all stalling tactics. So this is all I see this is as a stalling tactic. And not only that, to be all inclusive, and sometimes is a sabotage tactic, right? If the language is not codified, it's put out there intended to fail so that they can say, hey, look, we tried, but it was the Republicans, or it was just unpopular, because many of Congress, if not most of them, are lawyers. So they know how to tweak the language because they've already done it for the so-called Native Americans. They've done it for illegal immigrants. So it's not a matter of the language. They know what language would be relevant to get legislation passed. It's just they hoping that we don't know. So all it is people got to look into the language. I don't think people should do victory laps. It's just an ongoing thing. You know what I mean? That people should observe and push for this in your city, because there's precedents, there's legal precedents. Some people may push for it in a different city in their locale and get further than they did in San Francisco, even if it falls flat, but you galvanize all the FBAs in your community. That's a win. That's not a failure. That's a success. And then, they say dust yourself off and try again. But you try for something else, or the same things simultaneously. Anti-Black hate crime bill, reparations, specific tangible investments, right? Yeah, we're fighting for reparations, but we're also fighting for specific tangible legislation. That's why I said almost every major city has something called the Office of New Americans. Just Google that and see everything that they have laid out for the immigrants. See what they have laid out for refugees and resettlement programs. And a lot of that stuff you will need too. So you don't got to reinvent the wheel. Just look that stuff up and start demanding it from your politicians. Y'all can see she is a coon. I have to say that. But y'all see Candace Owens, who's one Caribbean woman who has literally just got the right up in the upheaval. She's just one Caribbean woman with no Black support. If you are FBA with just minimal support, y'all, I told y'all that each one teach one is outdated. It's each can teach 10. You pull up with 10 people that's on code, you're gonna be unstoppable, bro.
Yeah, for real. For real. We've been on that, spreading that. I like that projecting for real. So you think this is just they gaslighting us with this?
Yeah, it's a stalling tactic. Okay, they said that the immigrants were feeling bad because of the ICE raids, and they didn't have a committee. Gavin Newsom threw millions at them. Oh, look, man, we got to protect these people. They're the fabric of society. We're a nation of immigrants. You know all the stuff that they say, right? No committees or anything like that. And the way they frame it is like, look, this is not race-based. This is immigrants. And this is why they emphasize the nation of immigrants, where people say, well, since we're a nation of immigrants, I understand why they would do things for the immigrants. You know what I mean? So these things they push through, and both parties support it because they like people in a illegal, undocumented status, so they can also skim a lot of money off the top. What can an illegal immigrant say? They don't know about the the political dynamics here. So if they allocate, let's just say 3,000 per migrant, right? All they got to give them is 500 or 1,000 and pocket the other two. Where's the oversight? There's no oversight. And then there's so much other stuff that you're dealing with in life that you're not going to be paying attention. People worried about getting their necks high, getting some cooch, watching a Netflix show. They're not going to their local city council and seeing what's in the budget. Most of these budgets have millions allocated for immigrants, and they'll tell you what they need to do for immigrants. So you just got to tell them, hey, the same thing you're doing for them, you need to do for us. Right. But if you're not going down there, and it don't matter what you call yourself down there, man, you can be a tether. If you come down there and you willing to advocate on behalf of us, hey, you can be a useful tether. They say useful idiots, tethers could be useful. But if you're a useless tether, then we got to clown and discard you. But like I said, if it was just two of us, if it was just me and Water God, right? And we already said each can teach 10. So I'm bringing 10 and he bringing 10. That's 22 people total at a city council meeting. You gonna tell me that's not powerful? And we all on code, and we all articulate, and we all saying the same thing. You pull up anywhere with 22 people, respect is demanded automatically.
Big facts. Yeah. That's how we got to do it. And we got to block them who blocking my comments. We got to block them from getting in the office, these tellers, because they going to get in there, but they not going to be talking any points for us. We know that.
Well, they're going to get in, and actually, y'all go watch Jason Black broadcast. He talked about they got a mayor over. Look, they got a tether mayor, a tether governor in Maryland, vetoed reparations, and then the black community came together and overrode it, and I think he tried to even veto that again. You got the mayor in Baltimore saying he don't support reparations and things like that. Even with whole Ilhan Omar. We won't even get away with selling an ounce of weed. They're getting away with scamming billions, and there's a machine to put them in there. So this is the thing. We have to be the machine. Since we don't have the money, right? We have some money, but we don't have enough money to contend with these machines. The Apex, the Boeing, Northrop Grumman, the DNC, the RNC. Right? We don't have the money to contend with them, but we have the numbers and the influence. So we need to use that to our advantage. Think of it like the movie, The 300. If you've never seen that, I'll give you a breakdown. It was only 300 out there. They was outmatched to the Persian army. The only reason why they got, betrayed and deleted was because the internal strife and one of their own selling them out. Of course, as time progressed, they probably would have got worn down. But as presently constructed, we need to be that galvanizing 300. You know what I mean? So we going against a force greater than the Persian army was depicted ever seen. We've been in the belly of the beast. You know what I mean? Nobody has had to deal with their oppressor, then fight their oppressor. And have to make your oppressor capitulate in any way. Yeah, they still oppressing us, but they saw it as subhuman, and we fought so hard that they had to say, yeah, y'all are human, and we do got to give y'all rights, and we do got to give y'all land. That's unprecedented.
Big facts. Lotus, it look like you tapped in, Lotus. Like she had to rebuttal that. But
no, I don't have a rebuttal against him. He's good. I don't have anything to say. I'm supposed to be staying in a woman's place over here.
No, you know what? That was
okay. So I believe that in a country which has more income,
Sanders being against reparations for Black Americans is the hypocrisy. Because in 2011, he literally sponsored a bill to get reparations for victims of the Holocaust. Now, this is part 2 of my video trying to preempt Zohar Mamdani from following the racial politics of his mentors AOC and Bernie Sanders, specifically as they relate to the Black American ethnic identity and reparations. And as a quick refresher, here's Sanders discussing his opinion on reparations.
What I just indicated, in my view, is that when you have, and you and I may have a disagreement on this, because it's not just black, it is Latino. There are areas in America, in poor rural areas, where it's whites. Okay? So I believe that in a country which has more income and wealth inequality than any other country, that the time is long overdue to start investing in poor countries.
Why not support reparations then?
What do you mean by reparations?
By reparations for slave defenders.
I know, but what does that mean exactly?
Money.
Well, I think that right now our job is to address the crises facing the American people and our communities. And I think there are better ways to do that than just writing out a check.
And with those answers, it's extremely ironic that Senator Sanders co-sponsored the Holocaust Rail Justice Act. The bill was intended to help survivors and their families sue France's National Railway for reparations related to transporting victims to concentration camps. That helped secure a $60 million deal for American Holocaust survivors and victims' families in 2014. And to be clear, that's a great thing. And for as bad as the Holocaust was, they probably should be getting even more money. Yet, that's what makes it all the more confusing that when asked about reparations for Black American slavery, he's always calling it divisive or not the right way to help the Black community. But how come for one group, reparations is treated as a common sense form of compensation with no speculation on how the money will be used after it's been distributed? And for Black Americans, the resistance to reparations is so often framed as not the right way to help. Now, this part's a bit of speculation, but I would argue that this conversation is so often grounded in this implicit bias that Black Americans are too irresponsible or too ghetto to use the money in an uplifting way. In other words, we're just going to squander any reparations money on gold chains and Cadillacs, whereas the stereotype would be that other communities are more financially responsible and thus deserving of compensation for what they went through, because for them, it would be the right way to help. Now, while that presumption is both racist and untrue, I do want to make it clear that no matter how the money is spent, reparations would still be owed. And this is because even though Sanders and many Democrat leaders try to conflate the two, reparations are not welfare. I repeat, reparations are not welfare. Welfare policies like SNAP are generally colorblind and are made by calculating how social spending can uplift the quality of life for low-income people. They are largely restricted to essential needs like food, childcare, and basic supplies. Reparations, on the other hand, are restitution for wrongful acts committed by an institution against a person or class of people. Whether or not the recipient is financially responsible or if the money will benefit them is completely irrelevant to the premise of why reparations are owed. They are owed simply because the wrongful action was committed and there's widespread documentation of it. And all of that is significant because to this day, Bernie Sanders is known not to have a strong sense of cultural support from Black Americans. That said, it's imperative that a new generation of left-wing political leaders like Mamdani do not adopt this anti-Black American framework. And I'm going to keep it real that whole college application fiasco and him saying they didn't understand that African American means Black on the form raises valid questions about his understanding then of Black American identity and history in this country. And between that and the track record of his predecessors, that's why I made the video last week. But what do you think? Did you know about Bernie Sanders' fickle opinions on reparations? How do you think Mamdani might address this if it comes up in the future? And what should we expect from our politicians on this topic? Let me know in the comments. And of course,
boom. So, I mean, we expect that with Bernie Sanders.
No, you expect what Bernie Sanders expressed is what all of the politicians feel. So they agree with the Republicans. If you ask Republicans, they're just going to say it in more colorful language. He's going to dance around it, acting confused like he doesn't know what it means. So I think at this point, we have to assume none of them support it. Even if they're Black, they don't support it. And then when they start talking about what they support, it don't be reparations. They'll be saying, yeah, I support reparations and this is what y'all went through. And then they'll pivot towards people of color and immigrants. So they already let you know that they don't support it. And they want to galvanize you to have like some sort of affirmative action thing where they say it's reparations, but then it will be reparations for minorities and marginalized groups. And you heard Bernie Sanders talking about, you got to listen to the code words, low income, disadvantaged, marginalized there. All that is non-Black. yeah, black is included in that, but we're at the bottom of it. Just like when they say people of color, even though we were the only ones considered colored here, because the other people they called colored, they rejected that. But now they try to use that as a catch-all term, and you're at the bottom of that. AOC was standing next towards Mondami, who called themselves African American. AOC and Mondami is both considered people of color. But ask them what color they are. He'll say that he's brown, but he don't identify as brown. Most FBAs are brown or what we call red bone. So when we saying we're black, we're not saying our skin tone is black. We're more brown than them. But AOC is a person of color. What color is she? Mondami is a person of color. So all of these terms that they love to use and associate with reparations is still going to keep us at the bottom. You're at the bottom of minorities, bottom of marginalized groups, bottom of people of color. They got Asians calling themselves people of color. So somebody like Lucy Liu is a person of color, but what color is Lucy Liu? She's not yellow.
Right.
Right. It all kind of goes back to where when you speak about and I hate to for them to be a have to catch a slug in this, but it is what it is. But like the Hispanics or the Mexicans and how they want to be POCs, like you mentioned AOC, right? All of a sudden, isn't she supposed to be Hispanic, right?
Yeah,
Am I
she's a
wrong?
Boricua. They used to be calling like she's from the block, so she tries to act like a Jenny from the block, Boricua.
Oh, oh, she still says that even though she was found to come from that suburban town that Jenny from the block never lived on the block. But
Well, she doesn't say that now because she's funded by the establishment and she feels
uh-huh.
that she doesn't need to pander. But she got on, she beat, I think it was Crowley. She beat like one of the prominent Democrats, but she did that with that hip hop persona. She was doing the same thing as Kamala Harris when Kamala was just like, you better thank a union member. Like when she was
Right.
talking like that, AOC got in front of some black people and was like, it ain't nothing wrong if you a janitor. It ain't nothing wrong. Like she would just go. I was like, what?
I
Now,
think this is like a blueprint that they use. But I brought her up because it's this whole POC and I call it bullshit because that's what it is. But these are the same people that fought to be white under Lulek. So how are you now a person of color? It's like, you see what I mean? They just ride this
and we
fence to
have to
where,
hold them accountable to that.
right. Go ahead, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. Yeah, because they have this revisionist history, and this wasn't long ago. If you look at LULAC right now, and you don't need to pull this up, Rob, but you could pull it up in real time. LULAC, one of the largest and most historical Latin, advocacy organizations in the world, in the entire world. They have on there now where they were proud that it was a milestone for them that they wanted to commemorate that they thought to be legally classified as white. Even when they fought, I can't remember the case. I don't even want to guess because I don't remember the case. But there was a case where they fought and they were trying to end segregation, but the segregation wasn't black and white. See, the white people was saying, hey, y'all not like us, so y'all go over there with the niggas. And they're saying, hey, look, we are white, so y'all can't discriminate against us. And they actually won the case and they were on paper legally classified as white. So they were cool with discrimination. It's just don't treat us like the blacks. So we have to hold them to their history because I think the sister said earlier, like these other groups, they didn't apologize, right?
Right.
These other groups need to apologize and they need to stand up for what they were proud of. You were classified, and Hispanic is not a race. All of those Brazilians, they say Brazilian is black. Brazil is blackity black. Yeah, those Brazilians consider themselves Hispanic because it's not a race. So it's imperative that you always ask them, yeah, you're Hispanic, you're Latino, but what race are you? And you see that they have things like mejoró la raza, blancamiento, which means better
Right.
the race, advance the race, meaning white in the race. but y'all got it.
Exactly. It's just, it's really just mind boggling. Like, and I see why, like I said, I hate for them to catch slugs, but why people call them Latinos because of the revisionist history and the things that they try and do. I just don't understand how at one moment you're literally calling yourself a person of color, and the next moment you're calling, you call yourself white. You identify as white. But then I feel like that goes back, if I'm going to be honest, back to the the 14th Amendment. And I feel like, I hate to say it, but we call them tethers, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to be diplomatic, you guys, because we're online. But where it says that you have Donald J. Trump saying that the 14th Amendment was meant for the babies of slaves, right? But then when you look it up and then you're looking at what's ratified, it's speaking, and it says that they guarantee all citizens equal protections of the laws and due process at the state level, right? And so this is what they're running with. So now they're persons of color. And this is why they want us to go out and fight and help march, because you're POCs. We're POCs. We should, band together. Meanwhile, they really don't,
On
fool
paper, they're
with
classified as
us.
white. Like Fat Joe,
Exactly.
right? Fat Joe says nigga, nigga, nigga all day, but once he gets arrested and it says race, there's no race called Hispanic. So what race is Fat Joe? And see, and then people start pivoting. Well, he grew up in the Bronx and it was hella black people there, but that's not what I asked you. I asked you what
Right.
race is Fat Joe? He's Hispanic. That's not his race.
I
Bad
think it's
Bunny. What race is Bad Bunny? He's not black. He's not Asian. So what race is Bad Bunny? And then they
it's
pivot. He's Puerto Rican. There's no race called
right.
Puerto Rican. There's no race called Hispanic. And then they'll say, well, Bad Bunny ancestors descend from Spain. Spain is in where?
Europe.
Europe. You see what I'm saying? They try to play these games and they try to other themselves as Hispanic. Hispanic, they created Hispanics in like the 1970s. A lot of people's parents are older than that.
Exactly. But
But
they'll lie to your
but
face.
even still is not a race, right? Y'all know who Sammy Sosa is or Big Papi, what was his name? Ortiz, David Ortiz. They're both Hispanic. They got a thick accent. I think one is Cuban and one might be from the DR, or both might be Cuban. Both Hispanic.
Baseball
AOC
player.
is Hispanic. Are they the same race?
I mean, aren't they the colonizers' children?
No, but they
I'm just
actually got
saying, would
like
anybody consider them the same race since Hispanic is a race, Latino is a race? I mean, is Sammy Sosa the same race as Fat Joe?
yeah, because he dark
Under
skin.
which color?
Yeah.
Which Sammy Sosa?
Oh yeah, you got a point there. My bad. So actually, remember, Carmelo Anthony? He grew up. I mean, I always knew him to be FBA, and then he won an award, and he turned Puerto Rican out of nowhere. So all right, let's say he's Puerto Rican. Is Fat Joe a Puerto Rican? Nicki Minaj a Caribbean? AOC? All of those are considered Hispanic.
Right.
Puerto Ricans are considered Hispanic, Trinidadians are considered Hispanic, and AOC is saying that she's Puerto Rican. She's trying to act like she's mixed in a mestizo, but she identifies as Puerto Rican, right? Are any of those people the same race? And which ones are not the same race? These are the questions you have to ask these Hispanics, because they try to other themselves with Hispanic and Latino. They also all delineate. Call a Mexican or El Salvadorian and see how they act. Call a Honduran a Venezuelan, or tell a Brazilian that you're no different than a Venezuelan and see how they act. So people understand delineation. They only act confused when it comes to us.
Oh, most definitely.
Right. Right.
The water god.
I just wanted to bring that up. Sorry,
I just
guys.
posted a in the chat this Twitter about this. It's a forgotten Latino history Twitter, but it talks about the divide
Oh,
historically.
bro, be cooking on that channel.
Yeah, she wanted to pull that up, Rob. And
Yeah,
because
yeah. If you pull that up, he got all the receipts.
I was looking for that, but yeah, that right there, he's very thorough documenting their history in this country. He also talks about the Filipinos and how they petitioned to be white, the Asians, all these other
Yep.
groups were petitioning to be white.
I mean, we just talked about the Middle Easterners, right? As much as they saying free Palestine, right now, Palestinians are legally classified as white. The MENA classification won't get on the census until 2030. So then so start asking these. So people, they like to use nebulous terms. I'm Muslim. I'm Arab. There's no race called Arab. There's no race called Muslim. So ask these Lebanese and Palestinian people, what race are you classified as? And then many of them will say they're white, and then they'll start explaining to you how they're not white. Nah, I didn't ask you that. I asked you, what are you legally classified as? And many of them are classified as white, but they don't want you to call them white. Well, why'd you check that box? They could have checked other. They could have checked Asian. They could have checked other and wrote in Palestinian. They chose to check white. So when I criticize them, that's a choice that you made. Don't try to hide from it now.
And also in their homelands, they have racial caste systems. So even in Palestine, the Black Palestinian peoples or the Afro-Palestinians, whatever verbiage you want to use, they're discriminated against. They're mistreated on the
They
basis
call
of
them Abid. Did you know that?
slaves, right.
Exactly.
It's so even in Somalia, you have racial classification systems. Even these different places where they tell us it's all people of color or it's all black, supposedly, they have racial classification systems. And that's the point that I was making earlier. It's always straight hair, light skin at the top, and curly hair, brown skin at the bottom, no matter where you go on the planet.
Right. But that's the same man that said that, what did he say? Let the Negro fight his own battle.
Yeah, I
Right?
think his name was
Something to that effect, right?
Felix something. He said, "I do not want to ally with the Negro. Let him fight his own battles." The another one of them, and on this channel, on this Forgotten Latino History, he has it. It wasn't just him. Like, these were the presidents, and then they all kept coming in, and they were basically saying the same thing. Let the Negro fight his own battle. I don't want to ally with them. He's saying that you cannot detach a Mexican from the white race because Mexican is not a race, right?
Right.
So they're saying, no, we are white. And that's where the whole thing, Mejoró la raza. And there's a good channel on YouTube. His name is Ricardo Ignacio. And he talks about that they are culturally racist. They're taught that lighter skin is better. All you got to do is look up Telemundo or Univision. All of the people on there, I'm talking about, they be like blonde hair. I'm like, damn, all of them, a lot of them look like Miley Cyrus, but they're like, no, she's Latina. I'm like, huh?
Yeah. It's
but technically she is because it's not a race.
It's a genocide. There's one of the tweets on there, Rob. They talk about the guy was like, now you had different people protesting in the 60s, in the 50s and 60s. But basically, when those people got jailed, they were put in the white spaces. They were put in the white jails. You know what I'm saying? Segregation really was only about us. Everybody else was included in the white space. So the same people that are people of color now, when they got rebranded in the 80s, those people are now. Back then they were white, so they're white now. They've been white.
Exactly.
And we're the only people who never knew that. We're the only people.
Yeah, because now we got the information at our fingertips. We're actually in the information age. So now we're challenging the facts, and now they're trying to scrub it. But you can't scrub it. And it's important that we have to hold them to their standards, because black people will say, man, a white person, man, he better not say nigga around me. And then they're like, oh, my Latino homie, he could say nigga because he's a person of color. I'm like, no, your Latino person is identified as white. So you don't want your white boy. You might as well let your white homie from the burbs call you a nigga, because all you're doing is let a white nigga who speaks Spanish call you that. You let a white dude who speaks Spanish call you nigga, but you won't let a white dude who sounds very dorky call you that. What's the difference? You try to rationalize that there's a difference with these nebulous terms. People of color, Latino. Oh, no, they're different. They're Latino. They're not white. But when they go to jail, right? All this black and brown talk, jail shows you a microcosm of how societal politics really is. We should black and Hispanics be united in prison and form a black and brown person of color coalition. Guess who the Hispanics side up with?
The Aryan Brotherhood.
Bingo. And then they hop out on jail and like, why y'all got a problem with us calling us niggas? We grew up around you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
their
as soon as
proximity was
they get
only quick.
word from, their little head honchos, and they tell them if they tell them to kill, steal, and destroy and bomb, that's what they're gonna do.
And
And I'm
and and it won't matter if you got a Latino baby daddy, a baby
right,
mama. None of that matters. And that's kind
right.
of the point that I was reiterating. Like sometimes people get confused and they think that, no, bruh, because you was swimming deep in some Latina cooch. I'm like, yeah, bro, when you go to jail, her uncle is in jail. And he know that you were smashing that. You think that it's gonna be cool, or you gonna be able to say we supposed to be brothers, we supposed to be people of color? You think that's gonna work? You saw what they did to Tory Lanez, and he's Canadian. He Canadian,
Oh,
and
they
they
tried to
stabbed him up
take
in
him
there.
out. And
They said he stabbed him a few times. Go ahead, you got it.
wasn't he on like a one of them safety yards at that? Like,
So
sheesh.
when that happens, that means it's coordinated. The
Right.
systems are corrupt. That y'all seen the movies, when they show these prison movies, it's a depiction of reality. They're showing you what really happened. Do they dramatize it and over embellish? But if you look someplace somewhere, I can guarantee you that story happened. Have y'all ever seen the show what was it, Oz and Prison Break and all those other type of shows? Is over dramatic, but it's a depiction of what has actually happened and what really happens. And you'll see the segregation in there. And then people will try to act confused and act like there's some sort of black and brown coalition. If the Asians go in there, the Asians ain't gonna link up with us. The Asians are try to do their own thing, but they usually link up with the Woods, the Aryans, and the Hispanics. Everybody is against us. But then when they get out on the streets, they try to act like they confused. In LA, the Mexicans there, they was humble and meek when they didn't have the numbers. They got the numbers up and were firebombing black people. They did one on Mother's Day, spraying NK, which means nigga killer. One of y'all find me a story of black people firebombing Mexicans and spraying MK, Mexican killer, on anything.
You
But then
won't.
they say that we got the violent culture. If you retaliate, CC is just your culture. If you don't retaliate, y'all don't stick together. Y'all weak.
Right, y'all scary. That's what they're saying now. Y'all are scared of the Mexicans, and it's like,
Right.
where?
And then if you go shoot the Mexicans, then they say, oh, look, now we justified in what we do to y'all because y'all hate us, even though it's a response to what they did. And it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. I say stand on whatever type of business you're gonna stand on. Don't worry about what people gonna say, because it's never gonna typically be in your favor. We're the most hated group. So people are not in the business of giving us props and giving us respect. But we just take it. Inch by inch, mile by mile.
Right. But I guess to reel it back in, that the whites are calling, they're delineating from, I'm gonna assume, the Mexicans and the quote unquote other whites, because now they're calling themselves heritage Americans. Did y'all
Yeah,
hear
they
that?
ain't playing now.
They ain't playing.
I seen that. They
What do
keep
y'all think
bringing up the
about that?
Mayflower. I haven't heard them bring up the Mayflower this much. I'm talking about they just keep Mayflower, heritage. So yeah, they have been delineating. They are trying to consolidate whiteness because obviously they would prefer whiteness, to us, but they are delineating themselves. And I'm all for it because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. They're making our case for us. They
But
can't
guess
say that, oh, it's okay for us to delineate, but no, we have to call you guys all one big African, because many of these Hispanics have European ancestry. So if we all one big global Negro, then y'all all one big global white. Fat Joe, Bad Bunny, y'all mad at Bad Bunny? He's white like y'all, unless you delineate. And their case for delineation, then let them make the case for delineation and then use their arguments and just put FBA on it, or whatever term is suitable for you, whatever term is sufficient for you. Let them make the arguments. They're the alleged high IQs, right? So let's hear some of your high IQ arguments. And I'm being facetious when I say that, but you'll see a lot of their arguments are just recycled and repackaged arguments that we've already made decades ago.
but guess who they've kind of roped into it, into Heritage American? Us. They've pretty much said, oh, okay, well, this black man, he was holding the flag. It was some, story that they gave. So I just
Oh,
thought it
I
was
didn't know
kind of
that.
funny.
This
Yeah,
a new wrinkle.
yeah, this just happened. I thought it was pretty hilarious because it's like interesting. Heritage American, foundational Black American. It's like we know where y'all are getting this stuff from. You're watching grassroots, you're watching the FBA movement, and so you're kind of trying to put your own spin onto everything. But they are literally roping in Black Americans and FBA, by the way, into this. And I just thought it was hilarious. And even what's the guy's name? Nick Fuentes. I think I
Mm.
seen a bit of his show where he was saying, and look, even the blacks don't want them here. Even he doesn't want, even they don't want him. They don't want the immigrants here, and they're
Yeah,
literally looping us
yeah,
into this.
tagging us along because they're using our power. Of course, makes sense though.
That's that black obsession. And then they'll turn around and say they tired of
Right,
us. And
right.
that's
They
the,
were just
that's what
saying,
I
call it
always say. This
black
don't make
fatigue,
any
right?
sense. Yeah, and nobody literally calls them out. So I always just use random examples. You have NFL fatigue, but you've watched every game that came on. You know all of Lamar Jackson's stats. You telling me about Patrick Mahomes and injured. I thought you had NFL fatigue. Why do you know everything about the NFL, every intricate detail? And like I said, they say they got black fatigue, but they talk about black people more than white people. They don't talk about the virtues of white people and white exceptionalism. They talk about black people who they hate, despise. They think we're low IQ, we're dumb, we're monkeys. But that's all y'all talk about. That says more about y'all than us. That's not fatigue, that's obsession. And it's a bit of derangement too. BDS, Black Derangement Syndrome.
Not BDS. You done gave them a whole diagnosis.
Hey, that was just off the cuff. So I'm not giving medical advice, but do it what you will.
Right. So y'all see this comment? I'm taking it. This guy's a white guy who commented on the page about a couple hours ago. He just put black and white American really need to squash the beef.
See, didn't I say it? That's that Heritage American stuff.
Hey,
Yeah.
that sounds straight like a remix though. Foundational heritage.
Right.
It's like so obvious.
It's very obvious, and it's just mind-boggling. They'll have
Because all
one.
this time, right? They could have all had they could have come up with this term ions ago, but only after foundational gets some traction. And then they're saying, you know what? Well, we can't just rip off foundational, but heritage is close enough. So it's really just a euphemism for foundational. That's all it is, which means they're remixing and repackaging what we're standing on.
Exactly, and it sounds the exact same when they speak on it. And then I was like, let me listen to it for a bit. And then when they looped FBA in there, oh, they were here, they were this, and they start speaking about the Civil War and how we fought, our ancestors fought in the Civil War. I just thought it was absolutely nuts. So that really did just confirm my suspicions. As you said, they just took FBA and they remixed it. So it's it's revisionist. Like you can't have shit. They're gonna 100% you know,
Colonize it.
copy and paste,
Yeah.
but then at the same time, rename it.
And then they gonna signal boost it more, right? Because they can get Heritage American to spread faster and make it seem like it's more legitimate, but it's all backed by the machine and fluff. It's really nothing grassroots about it, and it doesn't stand for anything. And now they're looping people in to say, see, when we say foundational, we can talk about how we got ancestors' blood, soil in this land that helped build this brick by brick, but we have to ask them just like we confirm with tethers. Where's your family from? Like that. That's like a tether's nightmare. Where's your family from? You know what I mean? Like you FBA's people will be quick to say, man, I'm from Oakland. But like if you say you from Oakland, that's not enough. I'm from East Oakland. That's still not enough. What block? So the city is not enough. The block, the neighborhood is not enough. Yeah, what block in that neighborhood? Because East Oakland, yeah, so this is part of our culture. But when you start asking them, hey, where's your family from? They can't really push that heritage or Mayflower talk. They'll be like, well, my family came over in the 40s and 50s. Like, huh? Like after everything was already built and paved the way for you. And then they'll tell you about what they built because they were handed some jobs and some unionized stuff that we fought for. And many people I've talked to, they were saying, my family's been here since the 40s, the 30s. And you talking to people who could trace their lineage. Just I don't even gotta go far as back, but let's just even stick with the 1700s. And you came here in the 1900s. Let's just stick with the 1800s. And you came here in the 1900s. And you talking about heritage, but many people don't hold that to them. They'll just see some white skin. I'm a heritage American. No, where's your family from, and when did they get here?
Yeah, when was that
Right.
Homestead Act? Was it 18? Quote me on that. It was closer to the 1900. Let me look up that Homestead Act.
1862.
1862. That's when a
Mm-hmm.
lot of flocks of the Europeans came in.
Yeah, because there were some
Right,
states
on those
where,
flotillas.
yeah, and they basically imported them. The same thing that Biden did with when he had the open borders, right? They just did this back in that time, but they had those racial quotas, so they only, the Statue of Liberty, that was for us, but then they framed it into this immigrant narrative. Bring us, you're sick, you're tired, you're poor. You know what I mean? So then
Right,
they was
right.
like, we don't care, man. We'd rather have some sick white cats over here because they can make more white babies and stuff. They talk about handouts and pulling yourself up by your bootstrap, but at the Homestead Act, Water G, like it was just thousands, I mean like millions of acres that they gave out for free. And on top of them giving out millions of acres for free, they were violently displacing and stealing our land because we owned millions of acres. So
Right.
they stole millions of acres and they handed out millions of acres. They destroyed stuff. So they'll say that we can't build anything, but they destroyed a lot of shit that was built. Whether it was Ocoee, Florida, Wilmington, North Carolina, Springfield, I think in Illinois. It wasn't just Tulsa, right? So people just say Tulsa as a buzzword. And even when they destroy Tulsa, they don't tell you that they built it back up. But then they don't tell you that they came and destabilized and destroyed it again. So for us to not have any ingenuity and don't know how to build shit, like you are destroying a lot of shit. Let's just use a beach analogy. If you keep knocking over my sandcastle and say you never built anything, bro, you just you kicked over a monstrous sandcastle and telling me what I didn't build. Does that shit make any sense to you, bruh?
Yeah, it definitely do us like that.
It makes zero sense. They were 100% given that land. And I mean, weren't they taught to farm on it? They didn't even know how to farm.
No.
At all. Yeah, and this is the other thing too. Like they like to try to say, well, you guys descend from slaves, and we hold that not as a badge of honor. It just kind of is what it is. But you have who was more valuable at that time, a slave or a podunk peasant fleeing famine? They preferred the slaves over you. They had mammies breastfeeding their kids. They didn't have no European peasants. So who really was more valuable? So what does that say about you, that you were so pathetic that slaves were more valuable than you? That's not the flex that you want to, really be popping your collar to.
What they call them, they call the women what, wet nurses, I believe, to nurse their children.
No.
And they wanted that black mammy milk over the milk of magnesia. Black people are so violent, so stupid, such monkeys, but you wanted black women breastfeeding your babies?
Right. That make it make sense.
Nobody can. And people are unwilling to. So it's these people, they claim to be high IQ, so you have to get them to explain this. But then they start pivoting. You're sub-Saharan African, and you didn't build anything. You didn't even invent the wheel. It's like, bro, we're talking about America here. They start talking about mud huts, and then you go down that rabbit hole, but you got to keep centering it back. Black people are violent, thuggish monkeys. So why would you want them to breastfeed your kids? Like, just answer that for me and have them give an explanation and watch how they pivot. That's a fairly simple
Right.
question. So they
Oh
can't even answer the basics. So
no.
where is the superiority? They're in a supreme position based on an unjust system, but they're not superior to you in any type of way. So it's also critical that we show how inferior they are to us, right? Because if we were so inferior, I think Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, and I'm paraphrasing, right? People or things that are failing don't need assistance to fail. Right? If we're so dumb and low IQ, we're just it's inherent in us. We're gonna fail, right? So why do you need to sabotage us, right? If we're so stupid, we ain't gonna figure this stuff out anyways. So why are we such a threat? So maybe you think that our IQ is not low after all. You know what I mean? You know that we're physically dominant than you, and they will have to concede that, but they don't want to concede that you're intellectually dominant to them. But if we weren't intellectually dominant, why would you say that you can't read? We'll make a law against them not reading. See, for me, if I was going to debate someone, here, I have this book, you have this book. Let's both read the book and debate it. They're saying, nope, you niggas can't have the book, and anybody that teaches you how to read, we gonna unalive them. Does that sound like superiority? That sounds like inferiority. And you're using your superior system and weaponry to persuade people and engineer people socially to believe that you're superior, but they're really frail and intellectually and physically cowards in much sense of the word.
Yeah. I agree. Like it and I bring up the whole milk thing for the nurses because it's like at the end of the day, when you have children, what do you want for them? You want the best for your children. You're not gonna go out and get the sick milk. You're gonna go get the top of the
Oh, they
line
wanted the
milk. You know
creme
what I
de la
mean?
creme. Hey,
Right.
that's a
So
good point.
right.
That's a
That's
good
why
point.
I'm making that point. So it's like, oh, okay, so they're monkeys and they're stupid. So you're gonna feed your children the stupid monkey milk? You know what
And
I mean?
a lot of that milk is tainted now. Like so they wanted it from the source. So I mean that's a great point.
I just thought I'd throw that in there, but that's
Hey,
what I was being
they
for.
wanted that blue magic, right? They didn't want no soy. They didn't want no soy, no pasteurized milk. But then
Right.
but where is the lie though? Because it's well documented that this what went on. So why would they do that? They wouldn't put their harm at risk because they already saw us as subhuman. So they wouldn't say, "Hey, I hate my white baby. Let me give them this subhuman milk." So they
Exactly.
knew there was something in that milk that was superior to the white milk. Otherwise, why wouldn't a white woman breastfeed their own kid? So I
Right.
mean, you, nobody will have an answer for you. I swear, if you bring up this conversation, it's gonna immediately pivot to we was kings and shit. Like they'll start trolling out and stuff. It's like no, and then they always do that. They start bringing up Africa and sub-Saharan, and then you start arguing with them about Africa. But if you keep bringing it right back, like hey, could you answer my question? Why would y'all and they won't even have an answer? And this is just a simple thing. We can go through a bunch of little examples like that, but just
Right.
this one example, they'll have no answer to. They will have to bend the knee intellectually.
Exactly. Exactly. I, I just have no words. It's like I'm really. It's like, well, did you get your baby out of the World's Fair? Like, why didn't you have milk? I'm just so confused. You had an entire black slave to nurse your baby, and so it just makes no sense to me. So yeah, if we ask, don't bring that up. They'll say we're
Hey,
from
they know
Africa.
they gonna crash out on you. That's where they
Right,
gonna
they
call
are
you.
crashing out. You better have some heat on you or something. Don't bring that up. But these are the same people that'll say, my granddaddy was Irish, and they're this and they're that, and I'm not even gonna get into that. But y'all get where I'm going with that. And it's like, but they'll never say they call themselves Europeans, but you'll never hear them say, or you'll never hear us say, well, go back to Europe. So, they say it as a flex. They call us Africans and monkeys and gorillas and all of that. But I remember, I don't know how many of you guys remember, but I remember in my school textbooks when they would show the evolution of man and they'd show the monkey, it turned into a white man that was hairy with arms that are slinging on the floor. I didn't see a melanated man. I don't know if y'all remember.
Yeah, and
The
then even if you look at
evolutions
their
in the
lips, right?
textbooks, right? It was a white man from the caves. That's what I thought. I mean, I don't know what you guys thought, but I can't be the only one.
But that's why a lot of their insults are projection, right? So that that's why they always say, well, we was kings and shit. That's like one of the thing that they always go to. But then they try to
Right.
say we was Vikings, right? And they believe in the gods and Freya and Thor and all this other shit. So not only are y'all think y'all was Vikings, y'all think y'all descended from gods and stuff. But people don't really hold them to that, right? And then the Vikings, right? They will say, man, ask who the Vikings were around, right? What race of people were Vikings around? So when they were going around RAPE people,
Right.
pillaging and plundering, it was other white people. So what are you celebrating it? The Vikings were going and committing white on white crime, white on white genocide. That's what their culture was. Heinous, barbarism. So you want to celebrate that? Let them celebrate that. Go look at the series. They got some pretty good series. Vikings and Vikings Valhalla, Ragnar, Lothbrok, and all this stuff. They want to get all these tats. It ain't a black
No.
face in sight. They chopping people down to pieces. That's what they're celebrating. White on white crime. If you translate that to modern day, is white on white crime is degenerate behavior. Nothing about it is Christian. Fine, y'all want to pop your collar to that? Let them hold that. And then question them about that. What do you like about chopping people and sexually assaulting people? What draws that to you? Have a psychoanalysis because they love it, right? This is what they want to pop their collar to.
Wouldn't it be their culture? Couldn't you chunk it up to their culture?
It
That
is. And then you
pervert
got
or
to ask
die
who
type of
raised them.
attitude?
It's their culture and ask who raised them.
Lord, we
Dang, somebody in the
that's a
chat
whole
said
fight.
Superman is based off FBA man. Mm.
But in that same conversation about where they were speaking about the heritage Americans, and they were proud, like we were Vikings, we were this, we were that. And at the same time, they were talking about the Somalians and saying, they need to go back because that's where the whole heritage American thing comes from because they're trying to separate themselves. But technically, aren't Vikings pirates? If you're going to call the Somalian a pirate, y'all were the white pirates.
Correct. And all you have to do is watch the series, which I'm not gonna lie, in terms of action, they are really good. But that is part of their thing, going on these voyages on their pirate ship, but it's not called a pirate ship, it's just called a Viking ship, and they're going for Valhalla. But they're going and doing the same things as the pirates, and actually they're much more violent and barbaric than the Somalis. But you don't want to call them pirates. They're over there destroy, like deleting kids, sexually assaulting women, taking women hostage, enslaving people. If that's what you're a part of, say that you're proud. So you have to get them to check off a box. You agree with sexually assaulting people? You agree with slavery? You agree with hostage taking? And ask them, and then they'll be like, well, no. It's like, so what are you celebrating then? And they'll just be super confused. This is all basic stuff. This is all basic stuff. They'll say that we degenerate if somebody listens to Sexy Red and she talking about her booty hole is brown, right? That's degenerate. But someone kidnapping a kid is not degenerate. Someone chopping somebody into pieces is not degenerate. Thomas Jefferson, him being a pedo, that's not degenerate. Who is worse? Sexy Red twerking and releasing a sex tape, or Thomas Jefferson, a former president, the highest office in the land, being a pedo? Where's the pro-life people? And then we want to commemorate that. What is more degenerate, being a pedo or making some music that you don't have to listen to? And then we want to commemorate Thomas Jefferson and say how good he is. And he's not the only one. I'm just using him as an example. And not only that, he was a deadbeat too. He was a pedo. He was an enslaver and a deadbeat dad. But a lot of white society is like, here, let's give him a statue. Let's tear down MLK because he might have allegedly cheated on his woman. We don't have no proof, but we have allegations to sully his reputation. But it's not alleged if Thomas Jefferson was a pedo. That's not alleged. That's facts. So the hypocrisy is just, flabbergasting.
Yeah. But this is facts, though, that this is why they gotta fabricate the image of black people so they can mask a lot of stuff. It makes sense while we're in the news and they put a microscope on anything we doing, because they'll rather have us talk about that than talk about the real degeneracy, like he's saying.
Yeah, I see in the chat, Bear Arm said his ex-wife was Swedish. They don't like white Americans, I'm telling you. They're different from white America, but they descend from the same people. I think that's what
You're
we're
talking
getting
about
at.
Swedes?
He said his ex-wife was Swedish, but
Oh, okay.
that's between what, Norway and Finland, and it's near Ireland and Poland and
Denmark.
Russia.
Yeah.
Right. They come from the same line of people. So
And those countries are like 90+% white.
right, they descend
And
from the
they're
same
still
people.
complaining. They'll be complaining about, oh man, we got the Pajeets over here and those Africans, and it's like, bro, you guys are 90. Some of them are like 96% of the population, and they're still like whining. And it's their government that's oppressing them. As much as just like Nick Fuentes and all these people talking about what about Chicago, it's like the problem is these white billionaires and oligarchs. It ain't some musty nigga in Chicago that got locked up. He was held accountable. A nigga did a drive-by in Chicago, got locked up. That's accountability. Where's the accountability for Elon Musk having these AI centers in black neighborhoods where they're poisoning them? Where is the white outrage? You see what I'm saying? So like they don't hold their people accountable. We're all supposed to be Americans, right? We all supposed to be God's children. Ain't this a Christian nation? Why nobody is holding Elon Musk to what he's doing to Christian people? But then they like, oh yeah, we approve Trump bombing because he's trying to save Christians in Nigeria. He ain't trying to save Christians here. You
That's
think
what
he
it
care about?
is.
No, he's not. I was being facetious
Right.
with that, but you got it. Speak on it.
No. I'm just saying, I'm agreeing. I said, I don't think that's what that is. No, I'm agreeing with you at all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
but
was.
unfortunately, that they people don't see it over there. They're and it's funny because anything that pertains to black people, they say it's identity politics, right? But now they keep saying white men are oppressed and white people this and white people that.
Mhm.
That's suddenly not woke and that's not identity politics. Them saying Christian this and Christian that and pandering towards specific Christian identity and Christian religion, that's suddenly not identity politics. They don't give a fuck about what's going on in Nigeria. They're using identity politics as a guise to go over there, help destabilize and extract the resources. And I was just making the point that they don't care about Christians here. So what would make you think that they care about some Christians in Nigeria? So to show that they cared about Christians, they went and killed some people on Christmas. Does
Here's
that
what's
sound
crazy
Christian
to
to you?
me. Not at all. Here's what's crazy to me. They were speaking on what happened over there, and then they were like, "Oh, well, we did this in collaborations with the Nigerian government." So that's what's crazy. And then Nigeria was responding saying, "Oh, well, and I'm just kind of remembering off the dome what they were saying. And Nigeria was like, yes, however, we're still a sovereign nation. So whatever they're doing, they've collaborated on this together. So I don't know if this is really so it's definitely more so about this so-called Islamic Islamic terrorists or whatever they're saying that are killing up a bunch of Nigerians, Christian Nigerians. However, I did see there was a Nigerian like pastor or something, and it looks like he's in a ditch, and I could see the legs of deceased people in like a huge ditch that they had dug. But I mean, that's neither here nor there, but whatever's going on, it's most definitely a collaboration between both governments. But I really think that what it is that U.S. wants a return on their investment from all of those billions of U.S. aid that they sent. So they're like, oh, okay, well, we'll help you out, but what resources are you going to give us? So they're most definitely there for the resources, but I mean, this
That's
is
all this
this is what
is
they're
an
saying.
extract and grab. Yeah, I
Right.
actually covered this I actually did a stream about this today on my
Mm-hmm.
page, and then my homegirl Sabby Sab, she did a video, and then I just reacted to it. But yes, this was a collaboration because the Nigerian president, whose name is Bola Tinubu, he is he has some alleged fraudulent documents here. He went to school here. I don't know why he didn't go to school in the motherland. He went to school, I believe, in like Chicago or something like that. And there was a whole scandal of him having some fraudulent documents. Fast forward, the dude is basically an installed puppet. So, like we were
Mm.
saying, this is why I talked about Nigeria being a failed state, because even if the rank and file people are not on board with what he's doing, the leadership is selling their people out. And I believe it was you earlier, and I've echoed this sentiment. And I think even Vladimir Putin said that. He talked about how Africa is just a graveyard, a cemetery, because many of the African leaders are always trying to go get them a non-black woman in a non-black predominant country, and a country that's not theirs. People don't gotta like Israel Netanyahu, and I don't. We call him Satan Yahoo. He's a vile Zionist. But the thing is, he's standing on business for Israel in Israel. So it's a bunch of Africans that's like, yeah, I'm gonna stand on business for Africa and somewhere in Europe. How? Like you can't be the president, living in another country, beholden to other interests, trying to schmooze with other people. And so that's pretty much what happened with Nigeria. Yes, this was a collaborative effort, but this was just a form of softly buck breaking them, you know what I mean, in real time. Because as much as they say, no, we're still a sovereign nation, how? It
Right.
also shows their weakness as well. So imagine, let's just say, you got a man, right? And y'all got a house together, right? And your man is there, and your man has the resources and weaponry to defend you. At least he should.
Right.
And then you gotta call the neighbor to come defend you. I'm the big homie. You gotta call me, right? But you
Because they
got a
don't have the
man right
weapons.
there. You
Right.
you see what I'm saying? So the
You're
fact
right.
that they're saying they're under attack, they should be able to call these other African nations. They should be able to call other these people of color nations, even the Middle Eastern people, right? Why do they have to call the Western powers? They call us, they say, oh, because we're part of this corporation of America. We're part of the imperialist colonial power structure, right? Okay, fine. Why are they not reaching out to Morocco, Egypt, Jordan? Israel is part of North Africa, right? Why
Right.
Israel is not helping as well? Why do they have to come? And I'm being rhetorical and facetious with
Right.
these questions, but this is not a ringing endorsement for Pan-Africanism because they're not even sticking together. The Africans on the continent of Africa are alleging that Christians are being attacked. And instead of reaching out to Africans, they got to go back to the big bad imperialist government. How does that make sense to you? But they're preaching Pan-Africanism to us, and then they talk about, well, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger are coming together. But once the U.S., they are talking about having troops in on Nigeria's ground, which means it will make it easier for them to, if they wanted to launch an attack to Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, and all of this stuff. And these people don't have any weaponry. All of the weaponry they gotta beg from other non-black nations. So they're just beholden to all of these other governments. And what they give you something, they're not giving this to them because they love them. And this is where some of this African exceptionalism come in, where they think, oh yeah, we see how y'all treating the black Americans over there. But no, we're not like them. We're African. We maintain our heritage. We have our language. We wear dashikis that are printed by Europeans, but we're African. We're not like them. So then when they get over there and they get buck broken, they think that these countries are doing them a favor. They think that China is doing them a favor, and all they're doing is just extracting resources from them. That's all
Yeah.
this is, unfortunately.
Right.
Fight for Africa or some shit. Lieutenant, my apologies for earlier, God, but I'm still gonna fade Corey for disrespect. The
Oh
strike
Lord.
in Nigeria is about oil. Florida. Bro, y'all shut up, man.
Oh my God.
Whole other country. Salute though for the donation, homie. I appreciate it. But yeah, man. I don't know about. I'm with y'all on that. I think it was about oil. It had to be about some money. I don't think. Got to be about money.
Hey, remember on Baby Boy? It's about
Yeah.
guns and butter. Look up what guns and butter.
Yeah, the butters, that them resources. You got some diamonds, you
Always.
got some gold, you got some oil. What you got? You got to give us something. You want us to you want to collaborate? All right. We know you ain't got no money, so that's not gonna work. So what you got on them resources? Y'all owe us anyway. You know they keeping
And
tabs. We done sent you $698 billion over the course of they're keeping tabs. So
Yeah.
and not only that, remittances.
right.
Nigeria relied last year alone. Nigeria had 20 billion in remittances. Remittances is people that are from here, people that have an immigrant background, and they send money back to their homeland. So those are called remittances. Just amongst all of the immigrant populations last year, the estimates I seen was like 450 billion, right? So they're sending money back to their homeland, and many will say most of them don't go
Right.
back, but the ones that do go back, they go back to go live like Mansa Musa, while the rest of their people are still subjugated. So they basically still support the status quo. They don't care about, their people still being oppressed. It's just as long as they can go over there and live like a king while the rest of their people are in squalor. So that's really what happened. So a lot of countries, their GDP thrives off of the undocumented immigrant population sending money back in the form of remittances. But yeah, Nigeria, they're reporting about 20 billion last year, which was, I think, they said like a 10% uptick. So the numbers is going up. You know what I mean?
Right, right. Kind of like how the Somalians were basically sending all of that money, but when they send the money there, the people that are over that or overseeing it are, what is it, Al Shabaab? Did I say that right? Should
Yes, that
Al Shabaab?
alleged terrorist group, exactly. So
Right,
they
right.
they sent them like a cool 100 mil. Like that's ridiculous. Like what could we get popping with 100 mil? Like just us FBAs, just alone a small group of us. So what could a terrorist group that's, you know what I mean? That they could, and our American dollars go much further over there. We ain't never did no stuff like that, bruh.
Yeah, and what was it? The ones that were indicted, they asked them, "Well, what did you do with the money? Since you don't have it, where'd it go?" And they're like, "Oh, well, we bought homes in Kenya and in Turkey." So they've already set themselves up in 2, 3 other countries, you know, because they already knew eventually they were going to get caught. I don't know if they thought that they weren't going to get caught or this wasn't going to come to light. I have no idea what they were thinking, but they were thinking something because Kenya or Turkey has to be your escape plan. So you were thinking of an escape plan. And what is it? What's her name? Irhan Omar.
Yeah, Ilhan
Isn't
Omar.
isn't her brother in like the UK or somewhere in Britain somewhere? Yeah,
Allegedly, I can't
allegedly,
confirm. And
right.
then they even allegedly said that there was some suspected marriage documentation that where on paper she might have married him for like citizenship purposes. This is a rumor that's out there. I know Donald Trump repeated it. Somehow people can't fully substantiate it. But it's like if people keep making a claim, there had to be a paper trail somewhere. And while you want to give the benefit of the doubt, but they say where there's smoke, there's fire. And then there's just a bunch of scams. And then when she came into Congress, she had I think she was only worth what her salary was, like 200,000. Then she got with a white zaddy, his company, which was kind of failing or mediocre at best. Now suddenly it's worth like 30-40 million dollars.
I mean, which husband? Because she was married like 2 or 3 other times.
Yeah. So she was married allegedly to her brother. Then she got with I think a Somali dude for appearances. No, actually, she got with another
She got
white
with him
dude again.
twice. She got
Yeah. I
with
forgot.
yeah.
She got with a W man, and then that didn't work out. And then she got with this new zaddy, and then suddenly out of nowhere, this mediocre company just like booms, and then like now it's worth like 30 million.
Yeah. They're like washing that money or something. At this point,
Yeah.
they're like the Somalian mafia.
So you can't tell me that that's not a culture, right? And there was a Somali dude that went on and he was talking about how the single motherhood in the Somali community is rampant. Like they will say, like, they'll talk about us. But see, when they talk about us, like a lot of us, so if you have a kid out of wedlock, even if there's a man in the home because you're not married, by the CDC standards, you would be considered a single mom. So you can have a man there every day, but on paper, you're not married. So that's where the whole out of wedlock thing comes in. So you're considered single. So my mom had kids out of wedlock, but there was always a man in the house. But on paper, my mom is single. So we have to be clear of, is there really a man in the house? And just because there's a man in the house, is it a competent man in the house? Some people had 2 parents in the house and there were 2 dysfunctional parents. So it's like we got to really be nuanced with what we're talking about. But this specific Somali person said no. When they're saying single mom, like no, it's really like a single mom, because once the women in their community are unmarried, they're considered like throwaways. Like you weren't even good enough to keep a man. What the hell I want to do with you? You know what I mean? So that's kind of how it is. So there's a video of a Somali person speaking on that. A lot of these other cultures, they try to talk about FBA men, but they have something called female blank mutilation. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
We're not doing that stuff. So when people want to talk about culture and what these other men are really doing and saying and how they're really treating their women, let's put it all on the table. Y'all want to talk about baby mama culture and stuff? Okay, let's talk about Sharia then, right? Look up Sharia law and try to juxtapose that with whatever you think baby mama culture is. Elon Musk has a bunch of baby mamas.
Several, but they'll never condemn him for that because he's, has the complexion for the protection, apparently, allegedly.
Yeah. I wonder why that is.
Right, right. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. What was the Somalian minister that was saying that, Black Americans don't know who their fathers are
He
because
said like 90.
they all
He
had
just
one
threw out
ex?
a crazy number. 90% of them don't know who their fathers are, and he was just talking. And then, mind you, see, this is what I was talking about with the black fatigue, right? We're so tired of them, but you're in a mosque, and we're who's on your mind. I mean, that's kind of like some kind of obsession, but sometimes there's a little bit of homoeroticism as well. Let's just say, let's just grant what he said and say that we were all deadbeats and stuff like that. Why do you have to bring up us to make your point? Why are we the glue that brings everybody together? Why are we the glue that galvanizes people, right? So for me, if it's a term, if it's an event that galvanizes people, I'm a run with that, because y'all see these other groups, what they get galvanized by, who they get galvanized by is us.
Right, right. I agree. I see in the chat it says Elon Musk can pay for his kids. Well, if he can pay for his kids, why did that lady have to sue him to get a dime out of child support when he abandoned the baby?
But see that, and then
See?
sometimes people pick and choose. Nick Cannon has a bunch of kids. He can pay for them. Cam Newton has a bunch of kids. Country Wayne, all of these people are very successful black men, but they're calling that black culture. What do you
Right.
mean? Okay, that is black culture. Country Wayne has a bunch of kids and he pays for all of his kids. Nick Cannon has a bunch of babies and he pays for all of his kids. That's black culture. No, it's black culture for him to be irresponsible because he was slinging the seed around. What did they do different than Elon Musk? But people will make the excuse, well, Elon could afford it. Future could afford
Okay.
it.
Right. Nick can afford it, but here's the thing. It sounds to me like his baby mothers don't have a problem with each other. If I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't heard
No, at
anything.
all.
But the only person that I knew that had and if correct, I swear from what the moms were saying, oh, he made sure we're good. He bought us our house over here. You know, baby mama number 5 got her house and her babies over here. But here comes Miss Ashley St. Clair that got cut off from big money on Elon Musk, and she had to sue after she took legal action. So is he not a deadbeat? Or is or only or is that term only for our people? You know what I mean? He had deadbeat characteristics for a moment until he was forced by the courts.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, the
he
goalpost starts moving, and the
right.
metrics and the litmus test is always changing. And all I'm saying is let's just keep the same energy, because all of the people that we named, people have been clowning them and calling it black culture that they have a lot of kids, but there was no gun force to those kids. See, Future is one man, but there's 8 women or however many kids that he has that bust it open for him. Nick Cannon is one man, but it's how many women that busted open for him? None of them were victims. None of them were oppressed. So
Right.
how was Nick a deadbeat or any of these people deadbeats when these women have signed up for that? Some women
Exactly.
would actually
Exactly.
prefer, they would kind of prefer a rich dude to be a deadbeat because it's kind of like, okay, I get a beautiful baby and I get to he gonna break me off a bag, so now I could go be with who I really want because I know he don't want me. So there's many women that are okay with that deadbeat situation. There's people like Anthony Edwards. I think he had a baby and he was like, look, man, I think he gave her a bunch of money and was like, this will be for like 18 years. 18 years of you taking care of the kid. I don't really want nothing to do with the kid. Now people could get mad, but he's giving child support, so it's just all a matter of perspective. But I noticed that we're always considered, held to like standards that other groups are not held to. By our
Right.
standards, Elon would be a deadbeat, a degenerate who can't keep it in his pants. But I don't see
Exactly.
anything different than Nick Cannon and Elon Musk.
Is keep Nick out of this? Is that what that's supposed to be?
Right.
No, we're not talking bad about Nick. We're not talking bad about any of the FBA man. We're just making a point that here's a man that can do this, and because he has money also. But when it comes to the black man, it seems it's degenerate culture. But when it comes to the white man, it's not. So we're just making we're just making that known.
It's a
Nobody's
comparative analysis. Nobody is
right,
like tearing people down. I wouldn't even
right.
tear Elon Musk down for what? Like procreating? I wouldn't tear him down. It's just when people put things out there, it has to be held to a societal standard. If we're gonna be pushing this ethos and we're all created equal and same standards and meritocracy and stuff, then people have to be held to the same standard as us. We can't say that blacks could be held to some sort of punitive or discriminatory standard, but everybody else gets a pass that you won't give black people a pass to. That don't even make sense.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I think somebody said, why did he cut her off? I guess he ended up cutting her off, if I'm believe he cut her off because he wanted to keep her under wraps and basically didn't want the world to know that he had another child. And so that's what that was. Yeah,
Reparations
so
paid through United Court. Yeah, we're gonna get onto that, man. We're gonna get on some reparations talk, man, this weekend. We're gonna bring up some reparations, the whole history of reparations. We're gonna go through it. But man, I appreciate y'all for tapping in tonight, though. This was a good one, man. I'm gonna definitely chop this one up. But
Bro got some content for a few weeks. Brody got a
real,
few
man.
content for some weeks.
Real, man. We touched on some topics, man. It went a little left, man. We used to it going left on the
A
channel.
little. Hey, no,
Yeah, it went a
but
lot.
it was cool. It's cool when it could go left and you bring it back because it was swerving off the road. It was on the gravel, but we got back
We
in
got it
between those
back. We
lines.
got it back. Yeah, we got it
Yeah.
back.
Hey,
no,
but
that
that's the
shit crashed and burned. The
you
hell?
like it had to get a whole new whip, right? You had to
Right,
call a tow
right,
company. You had to
right,
call
right.
AAA.
What no AAA? You need a whole brand new.
That's Be Easy, that dude, man. You got a YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, just type in "Be Easy That Dude" or just click on hold on. I don't know if I could leave something in the chat.
Yeah, you should be able to, man. But
Yeah, I mean, I just really start streaming, so I don't got a big platform or anything like that. But I do know some kind of. I'm not a big numbers guy, you know what I mean. So most of the game that I've heard has been on smaller channels and stuff, anyways. Because when people get
yeah,
into monetization, more of their content is going to be curated and moderated towards a specific audience, which nothing wrong with that. You know, people got to eat, but you know, I'm more than like Chitlin Circus, so I can go in a little bit harder than some people that want to be politically correct would. But but yeah, if anybody want to support, I just did a live stream today. I don't really have a schedule right now because you know this ain't how I make money because I ain't monetized. You know, but if people want to support it and I get monetized, then you know I will you know have a shredded a schedule. But yeah, people could still reach out. I'm still available for building and stuff, especially if you in Cali. You know, I'm in the Bay, so but I travel all over. So
You way up there. Ooh.
hey, but I'll do pull ups. You know what I mean? So I take flights, I take road trips and stuff. Cause if we really building something, you know, I already told you about this. Water G. You know, it's gonna have to be offline. This is cool for galvanizing. But yeah, and like the sister was saying, certain discussions have to be done. You know, if our team is the Lakers,
Exactly.
it doesn't make sense. This the play we gonna run against the Boston Celtics. I'm gonna pass the ball to you right here. You gonna kick it out, and then you go. Like if we running the play against the Celtics, why would we advertise that to them? You can talk about surface level stuff, but when you get into the weeds, y'all need to have enough camaraderie to call each other, to disagree respectfully, and to constructively build something. You know what I mean? And that's gonna be done offline. Being in person, looking someone in the eye, shaking their hand. Not all of it has to be that. You know, you can have, you know, with the age of technology, you know, private Zoom chats and stuff.
We
But
gotta get that
ultimately,
going on, man. We gotta figure out how we can talk and communicate because I know some guys that
yeah, that's
I got some
critical.
ideas. Everybody really want to be able to come together really on some finance, but we don't really have that platform to really, come together and really speak on it. But it is
So that's
some
the
people
first
that can
step,
reach
right?
out.
We laid that out. So that's the first goal that we gonna tackle.
Right, right. And that's all I'm saying. You can't say everything online. And like I said before, it's not even to gatekeep and at all. It's just like, okay, this is meant more so for a private space. It has nothing to do with gatekeeping. So, and I mentioned that earlier. You hit the nail right on the head. And I was even saying that specifically to someone in the chat that I know is crazy as hell, love him to death, burn his brass if he's still there. But some things are really meant to be like, what do they say? The revolution will not be televised. Some things
Correct.
you really have to keep under wraps, especially when it comes to things like going into a court of law and especially depending on which jurisdiction you're in. So that's why I didn't want to get into it per se.
In
But
the
like
court
I
of law,
said,
many of those cases have gag orders where
thank
you can't even really be speaking on stuff because
thank
you
you.
could sway public opinion in the wrong way, which will be detrimental to whatever case you're presenting. It doesn't mean that you're wrong. You can be right about it, but if someone gets a hold, they're able to propagandize what you're saying. So that's why even in certain court cases, they issue gag orders to say, no, we don't want anyone muddying the water. So when we having this serious conversations, not everybody needs to be privy to it. It needs to be
Exactly.
a coalition of people, respected, trusted minds where, yeah, it may get heated, tensions might arise, but it's going to be done with an ultimate goal of a total solution. I'm not trying to one up you. That's why I said I have discussions. When you have a debate is a competition. And if it's a competition, I'm trying to
Right.
win. If I play you in dominoes, I'm trying to win. I play you in checkers, I'm trying to win. I play you in PS5, I'm trying to win because it's a competition. But a discussion, I don't need to win a discussion because we're trying to build. So we need to invest in more discussions instead of always trying to see this debate me bro culture for where someone gets owned. But if we fighting for our lineage, How did I really own you? Because whatever affects me is going to affect you as the collective. So yeah, we just got to use our wit, our ingenuity to build these offline networks. You know what I mean? And just start with 5 people.
Yeah.
If you can't, I said each can teach 10. Start with 5, though. You don't got to start with 10. Start with 5. And if you telling me that at whatever age you are, you can't start with 5, then you're just not serious. You saying I'm that nigga, man. I'm the baddest bitch. Then you should have a you. I said each can teach 10. You a bad bitch. You should be able to teach 20, right? You said you that nigga. You said you that nigga, so you should be able to teach 30. I'm saying the average person should be able to gather 10 people. And while you're teaching them, they're also teaching you because you don't know everything. So when I say each can teach 10, that means 10 people that are gathered that are teaching each other. I'm teaching them game, but I'm also learning. I'm teaching and I'm being taught. These are the basics. And then if we can come together, it just will be an unstoppable force. There'll be too many great minds to pick off of. You know what I mean? Too many mechanics, too many IT people, too many people in the lawyer field, in the nursing field. So what we're talking about is just on the basic level. So man, let's just all like support each other because we ain't gonna have the money against the machine, but we will have the numbers. Share the bro out, subscribe to all people channels, even if you don't like what they saying. I mean, we just gotta pick each other up. We don't talk about what we don't do. We don't get into conversation. We don't stick together. Well, who are you sticking together with? As soon as I hear niggas say that, that's usually somebody that's kind of moist with a failed, defeated mindset.
Yeah.
Because when people say we don't stick together, they can't show me who they stuck together with. If you said we don't stick together, and that's why I got 30 people right now with me ready to go down to the city council. You are the we that you're talking about. You haven't stuck together with 5 people, with 10 people. So don't talk to me about what the community is not doing.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Right. You gotta show it at first. And that's what we doing, man. We trying to show it first and then each one.
And they say lead by example, right? Not lead by creating content, not lead by talking, not lead by sharing a post. It says lead by an example. What example have people shown? We don't stick together. Okay, show me an example where you've led and stuck together.
Yeah.
People stick together on a football team. Right? People stick together on basketball teams. So use that experience that you had. Some people was like, man, I was dope in basketball. All right, we'll gather a bunch of brothers that want to play a pickup game. And then you use that gathering to galvanize them then. Y'all like to meet up, watch sports, right? Throw a little Super Bowl party with. You can get 10 people to come to your Super Bowl party, right? Use that time to grab emails and say, hey, look, man, I got this private group, but you ain't thinking like that. You thinking about, here, I'm going to represent my team, the Cowboys. Nigga, you don't got no stock in the Cowboys. Like, how is that your team? Your team is FBA. Your team is however you identify, Aboriginal, Solani. That's what your team is. What are you invested in that? You invested in the Dallas Cowboys. You invested in Netflix, invested in Starbucks. But you want to invest in send Water God a $5 super chat? You love his content. That's why you still here. Invest in them. Send them $5. Niggas were talking about money ain't a thing. So why you ain't sent me $5? I'm just saying. So when you ask people that, then they got to be like, I ain't even got it. So you broke? No, nigga, I ain't broke. Then why haven't you sent me 5? Money ain't a thing. $5 is nothing. But you didn't send me 5. I'm just saying, like, and then it will turn into, man, you begging. No, I'm not begging. I'm just saying people pay for what they value. You value that Frappuccino and you overpay that shit for $10. You value this content. That's why it's hundreds of people watching it. It's just you don't value nothing to spend money on it. But if it's 100 people watching and everybody just put a little something on it, some drop 5, some drop 2. I mean that's showing love, you know what I mean? So we just got to be more mindful of that. hold off on the Starbucks, hold off on the McDonald's, and then shoot that fire to Rob or whoever you want, whatever creator that you want.
You know what? That you said this made me think, and I don't know why this came to my mind, because you was like, go somewhere and talk to people. And I was thinking, y'all remember when I think it was Big Meech or one of those guys, he used to always talk to people in the clubs, and they never used to could hear them on the wiretaps. So it made me think like I think Diddy was doing that too in the clubs, but go to private chat in there. I got you. Corey Green. Okay. But yeah, that was just weird to me, having a place where you couldn't even hear, but we'll have to we'll figure that out. I like the idea though, be easy to do for real. And definitely y'all support, man. Check out his YouTube channel and support. That's what we gotta do around here. But
Man, I support back, man. Anybody that rock with me, you know, I rock with them. I ain't on no fake type of stuff. I'm on IG too, so you can just hit up Be Easy, that dude.
Yeah, I ain't really on IG like that. I mean, I can
I know.
message.
Hey, bro. You said that last time. I was hoping I was gonna bring you over to the side, but bro is firm and adamant. He like, I don't do IG.
I mean, I do it too. I just, I've been on a YouTube, so I kind of just been keeping this YouTube thing going. But I'm gonna jump back on all them other ones. It just get confusing.
You know what? I'm still trying to make my way to TikTok. I've been watching Tariq videos. To be honest, the only reason why I be going over there is because he do some live streams. But people started to follow me on there, and I don't even got no photos, no videos, or none. So I know they got a good monetization program over there, but I haven't made my way there yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try them out too, man. I'm just comfortable with YouTube. I've been trying to get them right.
I like YouTube. That's my thing. But I was just asking, have you tried like TikTok or Twitter or anything like that?
But I wasn't never dedicated to it because, like you say, I don't know, man. I always knew that YouTube was, pays the best, and so
yeah, they do.
Focus on YouTube, and once I got them, but I see the benefit of having them too, though. Having them all pretty much. But yeah, YouTube is pretty easy to. But I'm with you, man. I'm on getting on all of them. I mean, I don't have IG either. It's easy.
But even if you don't have IG, I know because there's other ones that I think is better for communicating. I know that they have, but people don't like to download some apps. But WhatsApp is pretty good. Telegram is good. I think they got like Google too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's all kind of tied in with like Google. I think they've changed the names. What is it? Google Voice. I think that's changed.
Yeah, I think they got like a Google Voice, Google Hangouts, even Zoom is pretty good, you know. So any of these will work so that there's various platforms that we can contact each other. So just in case somebody ever get shadow banned or something, we can still reach out.
Yeah. Because I just got out of shadow banning.
Also, another thing too, they got apps like called Text Now. That's the one I'm using. But also, I think with the Google Voice, you can get a digital number, and then that way, if you need to contact some people, get a number out because it's a digital number that you can change at any time. It's not like you getting doxxed where people is like, oh man, they know my exact number. Nah, it's a digital Wi-Fi number so that sometimes you can have a conversation because it's only so much. Imagine if we was trying to text and type all of this stuff that we're saying now. It just wouldn't hit the same.
Y'all gonna have to call me. I ain't doing it.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? It just ain't gonna hit the same. So
let's do this. Let's see too, and let's come back and see if we can find a way where we could, speak. And if not, we can have to, speak in person. But it may be a platform that we could use. But
Hey, well, how about this? Why don't we have
Do
the
you have your
chat?
Discord, Water God?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he
we got
bro,
the
dude.
Discord, but I don't
But
know.
is
I just
everybody
feel
privy to that?
Oh, okay. Because
everybody is. I mean, you can get privy to it, but I
Yeah,
would
no,
just
that is.
rather.
Yeah, I guess that's the same. So this is what we need to do. We need to have like a one of the streams dedicate a certain segment of the stream to see what the chat is saying. Which apps do the chat have more of? And then that's where it's gonna be. Even if we love Discord, but if everybody is like, man, we all got Telegram. I mean, that might be the one that we just need to. You know what I mean? You can still keep Discord for exclusivity or whatever, or maybe they'll say Discord, but whatever is most convenient, right? Because we want to maximize, the effectiveness. So it ain't about really preference, right? Because I would prefer to be on one social media app, but you do have to be on multiple ones if you want to kind of maximize your reach. So I mean, let the people decide.
I think what could be
Mm-hmm.
easier is, technically everybody, since everybody's on here, we all have some sort of Google email. And so if you have a Google email, you have, this, then 9 times out of 10, you probably have, how it ends up being connected to like Google Voice, Hangouts. I think they changed the name of it recently. It's
Yeah.
Google Meet. I think it's called just Google Meet now. And
Yeah.
it's all connected. So you don't have to do anything extra. Like if I go to my Google, you guys see my picture, right? That is me. That is my picture. If I go to Google Meet, it's the same picture. You know what I mean? So it could be easier and more cohesive and a bit more effortless if we use that as well. I think that's a viable option at least.
Yeah. The Google Meets.
Yeah, because it's still
Okay.
connected to like your
Your email.
your email, which is going to be a Gmail, because we all have a Gmail whether we share it or not. But if you have a YouTube, and everybody in the chat technically has a Gmail.
Right. Right.
And you can make a Gmail specifically for communicating. That's the thing about an
Right.
email. You don't
Right.
have to have one. You have a one email that's your first and last name at Gmail. Then you can make one at scam likely at Gmail. You can make multiple ones. You don't have to have one Gmail account.
No, I'm not meaning to
Mm.
even share your Gmail, but when you go to like, you know what? When you go on Google Meets, do you have to use your email? I can't remember.
I think they do. They will kind
Oh,
of
they
require a
changed it.
login,
They changed
but
it,
but
right?
but you can use multiple
Let me
ones,
see.
so you can log into just maybe your business one versus your personal one. So there is some options with
Let me
that.
see. Oh, okay.
Ray
No,
said for
mine
Google
is
is the
connected.
American government.
Mine is connected to my Google Voice number. So my Google Voice, that could be an option. My Google Voice number pops up, which isn't actually my phone number. So that could be
And that could
something
be in the
else.
private chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what we're gonna do, man. On our Sunday live, I think we need to get that set up so we can get everybody that's serious. I do got a Discord where we could, but we could do this here on the private chat. Um, and just get everybody so we could put messages out that we want to and speak if we want to speak. But it's definitely some ideas that I know that we can get going. I know you were saying we can all put some fun, even small, but I think we can do some things that we communicate. There are corporate systems that are more private. Okay, give them to us, Racehead, man. For a Sunday show.
Yeah, get that list ready so that we know, because then we can
Yeah.
screenshot, we can watch the replay, and we can actually take notes as the stream is going on. So yeah, I would just implore people, don't be vague. If they, some people be like, man, there's better websites than that, but they won't name the better website. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, we need the websites where we
We
can
need
get that.
specificity.
So we gonna make that for Sunday. Yeah, and we're gonna give that in the private chat. We're gonna do the email thing, but yeah, man, I appreciate this, and I like the intellectual content. I like what we speaking about and trying to really push the goalposts. So, yeah, cool. So, man,
It's been
y'all
a pleasure,
closing out.
man.
Look here, this here, Mama Lisa. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mama Lisa, we hear you. What's up?
Now, don't you close this here live. You know I got to say something. Who was that doing a lot of talking earlier? I can't see no names.
Probably
people did a lot of talking earlier.
You talking about Corey?
Talking about Corey?
Well, I don't know his name, but he talked for quite some time. And I just talking to the phone at him, but I can't around listening. I doing things around the house can on. But I should have took notes. Because for the most part, everything that young man said, I done lived it, I done seen it. I tell y'all all the time, I am the receipt. Y'all do the research. And when he said that we don't stand for one another, I done had made up in my mind. Let me mute this TV because I hear me twice. I don't know about y'all. Okay, hold on. Now, what I was saying when he said that this shook me up because every time I hear one of us say that, I can just, if I thought I can get away with it at fight, I punch them right in the throat. That we don't stick together because that's the very one that don't.
Yeah, that would be easy said that.
Yeah. I have always been the one to want to stick together, but I didn't have nobody on my team. And then when you go so far, they get scared. No, I don't want to hear that. I'm ready to say that. You understand? I can't stand that term because I know you be the very one to turn your back or turn me in. And I ain't talking about doing no illegal stuff. I'm just saying, for the most part. And just like y'all talking right here on this line, who gets better sites and this and that, you got a lot of knowledge right here. Somebody out there know how to research that. Some FBA is listening. Got everything we need right here. Somebody can find this site that y'all don't know about. Hey, I don't know about one of them. I tried to get on that there Discord one day. I tried to tell you that there was. I didn't know how to do it. So we got somebody out there that needs to school the ones to teach them how to do it to get on these platforms. You understand? You want to stick together? Let's start here.
Yep, you right, Mama Lisa.
So a lot of information. You other people, y'all, you got the power right here. This one can do that. This one can do that. When this one, get together. Is anything I can do? And I'm glad I thought about that. Because I could have just punched the phone, but it's mine. And I done paid quite a bit of money for it. You're on here, and when I'm on here, I'm setting press the hit button, the subscribe button, and support the channel. You know what I'm saying? Why did God know I would read some palms? Yeah, I mean, if it's 100 of us in here, what's $1 cash out? Then $100 start there.
Yeah, but what we trying to do
I'm
is
just saying, he's right. But no,
Yeah,
I'm just saying to support because what y'all gonna have to do it's gonna cost. Some of this stuff ain't free.
Right, and we trying to be able to speak about it.
And that's what I'm saying. So when y'all get that together, I sure want to be there at the meeting.
Right. We gonna listen on Sunday. This is what we gonna bring. We got Race here gonna bring us some information. I'm gonna look up some information. Everybody who was on this chat, if y'all can look up the best way we can communicate to get a financial strategy going on where everybody connected. That's the goal.
Because every time I listen, I'm getting more and more, happy. Because I mean, it's just what I've been. When I think about it, what I've been thinking all my life, and I tell folks about it. I explain it to them best I know how.
We appreciate you and love you so much, Mama Lisa.
Now I'm gonna get on out here. Y'all know I don't like to take up too much time now, but I sure enjoy listening, y'all. I am not playing. I enjoy it. God bless you. I'm gone. I'm gonna go on back down now.
Love you, Mama Lisa.
Love y'all too.
Bye-bye. So all right. So y'all want to close them out? Lotus and Be Easy. Sunday, we're gonna be live, man. 10:30. Standing on business.
Wait.
10:30 at what time? What
Eastern
Eastern?
time.
Oh
Okay.
shit. All right.
No, what state you in?
I'm in Florida.
You in Florida? Okay. Shout out to my Florida family. What county? I know some people out in
I'm
Duval,
from Broward.
Jacksonville.
I'm from Broward, but I'm in Jacksonville. I'm in Duval County.
Oh, salute. Okay, that's what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's 7:30.
At 7:30. I mean, y'all be getting on kind of late, so
Lotus, what state you in?
unless
California.
she over
Okay,
there by
got
you,
you.
man.
Okay, got you. I was trying to figure out what time zone. I thought
What
you was
time
in the
zone? I know.
East
So
Coast.
10:30
Yeah.
to me is like 7:30 to y'all. Would y'all rather do like 11:30 on my end?
No, you're
Whatever is
good.
convenient for you.
Right. No, you're good. I'm just like, oh.
10:30 is good. Okay, because most of y'all from Cali, everybody call dog, Mama Lisa. It's like the whole fam over out there in California. That's gonna be a
Damn, bro,
hit.
how you get so much Cali? It's crazy because I got damn near more East Coast people that follow me, and you might have more West Coast people that follow you.
Man, I'm telling you, man, I got Mama Lisa, but everybody over here, Tania, everybody from over there who on my channel, man. I done got so much more familiar with the West Coast from y'all, man. It's crazy. Cali deep, I'm telling you, man. Cali is my algorithm is California, man.
Hey, it be weird like that, bro. Because now that I think about it, my algorithm is East Coast, and then sometimes like Russia and like some random European countries and stuff.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. But man, you just gotta keep who watching. That's all. But I appreciate my Cali folks, man. Y'all out there. But yeah, y'all, Sunday, man. And we may tap in. I may tap in tomorrow just to kick it, but we'll see. But we're gonna do for Sunday, man. 10:30 Eastern time. We're gonna stand on the business. We're gonna talk about the research that we need to do, and we still gonna keep it on keep it on hush. I'm gonna try to have a good big title for us, but we're gonna be talking about that. That's gonna be the main topic. So y'all put it in your calendar, man. Let everybody that you know. I mean, I'm gonna let everybody know. And we don't gotta have a big crew. We could just have the people who was at this show. But I appreciate everybody who tapped in. Salute the Lotus and Be Easy, that dude, for us being able to put this together, man. And I see y'all on Sunday, man. Peace and love.
Hey, peace out. This was a beautiful thing, man. Salute to y'all.
Love, man. Appreciate it.